Hey, what's up guys, it's Trav and I'm here to share how you can earn rewards by watching Brawl Stars esports. First of all, if you're curious about the Brawl Stars Championship and its $1.6 million prize pool, be sure to watch the explainer video up there. By tuning in and watching our monthly final shows, you can earn things such as coins, Brawl Pass tokens, bling, and exclusive sprays and pins. And on top of that, for each monthly final, we'll throw in a new set of rewards onto the BSC track for you to earn for free. To start earning rewards, simply log in with your Supercell ID over at event.brawlstars.com. Here, you'll be able to watch the show live and see when the next broadcast will air. Match pre-predictions open 1 hour before each of the monthly finals, where you'll be able to support your favourite teams or simply take a wild guess at some of the results. Watching the monthly finals live does come with its perks. There'll be interactive questions, MVP votes, cheering, and all of these things give you even more points to get closer to those sweet rewards. If you're curious to see when the next monthly final starts or what rewards are available this month, be sure to go and check them out on event.brawlstars.com. The countdown to upcoming broadcasts, news articles, and other content are available in-game at the esports news tab. For even more updates, why not give us a follow on social media? That's going to be Brawl_esports on Twitter and BrawlStars_esports on Instagram. See you at the next monthly finals broadcasts, and as always, keep brawling. Hey, what's up guys, it's Trav and I'm here to share how you can earn rewards by watching Brawl Stars esports. First of all, if you're curious about the Brawl Stars Championship and its $1.6 million prize pool, be sure to watch the explainer video up there. By tuning in and watching our monthly final shows, you can earn things such as coins, Brawl Pass tokens, bling, and exclusive sprays and pins. And on top of that, for each monthly final, we'll throw in a new set of rewards onto the BSC track for you to earn for free. To start earning rewards, simply log in with your Supercell ID over at event.brawlstars.com. Here, you'll be able to watch the show live and see when the next broadcast will air. Match pre-predictions open 1 hour before each of the monthly finals, where you'll be able to support your favourite teams or simply take a wild guess at some of the results. Watching the monthly finals live does come with its perks. There'll be interactive questions, MVP votes, cheering, and all of these things give you even more points to get closer to those sweet rewards. If you're curious to see when the next month Guys, it's Trav and I'm here to share how you can earn rewards by watching Brawl Stars esports. First of all, if you're curious about the Brawl Stars Championship and its $1.6 million prize pool, be sure to watch the explainer video up there. By tuning in and watching our monthly final shows, you can earn things such as coins, Brawl Pass tokens, bling, and exclusive sprays and pins. And on top of that, for each monthly final, we'll throw in a new set of rewards onto the BSC track for you to earn for free. To start earning rewards, simply log in with your Supercell ID over at event.brawlstars.com. Here, you'll be able to watch the show live and see when the next broadcast will air. Match pre-predictions open 1 hour before each of the monthly finals, where you'll be able to support your favourite teams or simply take a wild guess at some of the results. Watching the monthly finals live does come with its perks. There'll be interactive questions, MVP votes, cheering, and all of these things give you even more points to get closer to those sweet rewards. If you're curious to see when the next monthly final starts or what rewards are available this month, be sure to go and check them out on event.brawlstars.com. The countdown to upcoming broadcasts, news articles, and other content are available in-game at the esports news tab. For even more updates, why not give us a follow on social media? That's going to be Brawl_esports on Twitter and BrawlStars_esports on Instagram. See you at the next monthly finals broadcasts, and as always, keep brawling.
It's been such a fantastic year for Brawl Esports. This is where dreams literally come true.
Welcome back to the new Brawl Stars Championship 2023. Are you ready to join the action? Take part in 6 exciting monthly seasons, plus 2 incredible events. The tournament starts in February and continues through August. Repeating the success of last year's format, your team will progress by joining the in-game championship challenge, then the monthly qualifiers, then move to the monthly finals. The power match format allows you to continue making strategic picks and bans. And new this year, teams who make it to the quarterfinals can swap out teammates between sets. With our newly refined point system, stack those points month to month to earn your ticket to the World Finals and represent your home turf. Plus, 2023 will feature an all-new Last Chance Qualifier event, as well as no single elimination at the offline World Finals event. This year, there are 8 sub-regions around the world, grouped into 4 super regions, each with their own set of slots for the LCQ and the World Finals. All of this leads to a huge combined prize pool of $1,650,000. Will you take a piece of the pie? Brawl Stars Championship 2023 is here and bigger than ever. Log in and become a legend.
It has all been coming down to this. It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first in, last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling!
We fell down from the top, but we wouldn't let it stop us. Felt my heart drop, but I picked myself up and didn't let it show. And I knew I had to go. Be resilient, I'm never one to quit. Yeah, perseverance is my one-word story. You'll never see me back down from the glory. But in time, I always take what's mine. They try to sucker punch me, knock me out. You'll never see me backing down. We're gonna put up a fight, believe it's our time to break out
are engaged during the process.
Want to keep that like
Be sure to watch the explainer video up there. By tuning in and watching our monthly final shows, you can earn things such as coins, Brawl Pass tokens, bling, and exclusive sprays and pins. And on top of that, for each monthly final, we'll throw in a new set of rewards onto the BSC track for you to earn for free. To start earning rewards, simply log in with your Supercell ID over at event.brawlstars.com. Here, you'll be able to watch the show live and see when the next broadcast will air. Match pre-predictions open 1 hour before each of the monthly finals, where you'll be able to support your favourite teams or simply take a wild guess some of the results. Watching the monthly finals live does come with its perks. There'll be interactive questions, MVP votes, cheering, and all of these things give you even more points to get closer to those sweet, sweet rewards. If you're curious to see when the next monthly final starts or what rewards are available this month, be sure to go and check them out on event.brawlstars.com. The countdown to upcoming broadcasts, news articles, and other content are available in-game at the Esports News tab. For even more updates, why not give us a follow on social media? That's going to be Brawl_esports on Twitter and BrawlStars_esports on Instagram. See you at the next monthly finals broadcasts, and as always, keep brawling.
STMN, the talk of the town. They've got the house. They've
Found the set, they take the monthly finals. Try Gaming Falls, congratulations. They take the big victory as well. 2-0-2-0-2-0
At home, they will be taking this opening set. Joining the EMEA region after June's mid-season invitational, Na'Vi needed a couple months to shake off the rust. With study and practice, they were able to return to form, making it to the September and October Grand Finals. MMA and Cubic brought 2 new members to the organization. Angel Boy, and Alex. Was the trophy just out of reach in 2021?
The picks and bans popping up.
First one in the pocket. If you can get 2 back-to-back, that kind of pressure alone can make teams crumble in the third. And now Navi are coming in fresh to the plate, to the table, and with confidence. Again, the Mortis pick was so bold, and for time and time again, shut the ideas down in convincing fashion.
Hey, what's up guys, it's Trav and I'm here to share how you can earn rewards by watching Brawl Stars esports. First of all, if you're curious about the Brawl Stars Championship and its $1.6 million prize pool, be sure to watch the explainer video up there. By tuning in and watching our monthly final shows, you can earn things such as coins, Brawl Pass tokens, bling, and exclusive sprays and pins. And on top of that, for each monthly final, we'll throw in a new set of rewards onto the BSC track for you to earn for free. To start earning rewards, simply log in with your Supercell ID over at event.brawlstars.com. Here, you'll be able to watch the show live and see when the next broadcast will air. Match pre-predictions open 1 hour before each of the monthly finals, where you'll be able to support your favourite teams or simply take a wild guess some of the results. Watching the monthly finals live does come with its perks. There'll be interactive questions, MVP votes, cheering, and all of these things give you even more points to get closer to those sweet, sweet rewards. If you're curious to see when the next monthly final starts or what rewards are available this month, be sure to go and check them out on event.brawlstars.com. The countdown to upcoming broadcasts, news articles, and other content are available in-game at the esports news tab. For even more updates, why not give us a follow on social media? That's going to be Brawl_esports on Twitter and BrawlStars_esports on Instagram. See you at the next monthly finals broadcasts, and as always, keep brawling.
through the wind and fire. Run when you're beating tired. Just when you're feeling low, here comes a hero. You know, oh, what you waiting for? They're knocking at your door. Stand up, it's deep in your veins. Stronger, you'll show them the way. They can make you a hero, a hero. Just believe when they say you are a lion, you are a fighter. Top of the mountain, you are defiant. Get up with it. Through the day, through the night, you will break open. Never let you give in till you reach the end. No, 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 no. Lion, you are defiant, you are a fighter. Don't you know you're the light that lifts us up? Never giving, never done. Second to none, second to none. When you're feeling low, take my hand and then we'll go. No one can stop us now. No one can bring you down. They can make you a hero, a hero. Nothing stands in your way. You are a lion, you are a fighter.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get rolling.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening, everybody, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship for the monthly final of the EMEA region. I am Mark, joined by Trav, joined by Teddy for what is going to be for number one. I've got my Challenger Colt hoodie on today, as keeping with traditions here. Trav, I'll start with you. What are you expecting today from the last monthly final in the EMEA region?
I'm expecting some fireworks. These teams have got to give it all they've got to be able to qualify throughout this and SPS in the future as well. And, you know, it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet today because it's the last one, but at least we get to see some great games.
Teddy, the year has flown by, but it's a bit bittersweet, no doubt about it. How has this year performed for you in this region in particular?
Dude, it's been as stacked as ever, incredibly competitive all the way until the end. We could still have some very big surprises for this last monthly final, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it all ends.
Yeah, EMEA brings a lot of upsets, brings a lot of sweat, brawl and tears, no doubt about it. Let's first touch on the format before we get into the nitty-gritty. The draft, of course, from in-game, the picks and the bans, and getting it right, most importantly, is where it all begins. Got an 8-team single elimination bracket here today, and best of fives all the way from the quarterfinals through until the grand finals. And again, you know, this region always brings the fireworks. This is the leaderboard. This is how things currently stand. Now, Foot, Humble, A&R, and SK Gaming have locked themselves in for the LCQ at least. It's a bit confusing because Navi are still in contention, but they did not qualify for the SPS and therefore will not gain any additional BSC points from there. But they can lock in the LCQ if and only if Emea and Tazy do not make the grand finals here today. Now, Foot can secure themselves the world spot as well by winning the monthly finals outright. So there's still a great deal of potential upsets that could still occur today. For Navi, though, having to watch from the sidelines is definitely not what they were expecting coming into the last monthly finals of the year, no doubt about it. But again, Foot, Humble, A&R, and SK locking themselves in for the LCQ at least. Of course, Zayd's Division and Reply Totem have already locked themselves in for the world finals, especially especially for Reply Totem following that win last month in July, that grand finals, monthly finals win, and reigning champions, therefore, as well, coming into today. That is where things currently stand in the region. And of course, the LCQ has been announced today. October the 7th will be a group stages scenario, and that brings me so much joy. It really does. We're going to be kicking things off over in Katowice, Poland as well. No crowd there available to be had, but nonetheless, so much up for grabs. 4 golden ticket spots for the World Finals, Trav. That is immensely exciting stuff.
It really is, and it's going to be an absolutely incredible competition. And as you said, thank the Lord for group stages. We've been waiting on it for so long, and we finally got it here in the Brawl Stars Championship in the form of the last chance qualifier, and I cannot wait to see how things play out.
Well, with that said, let's take a look at the banger matches we got lined up today. Teddy, talk us through what we can expect.
Well, we talked about Emea Fantasia having a chance at qualifying for LCQ still if they make it to grand finals. Well, they're starting by facing Zeta Division in round 1, and that's going to be a very challenging match for them. Reply Totem versus FA Mr. Doza in quarterfinal 2, followed by Foot Esports versus ANR and Humble against SK Gaming.
Cannot wait for each and every one of those matches. And again, do not miss the trick over at events.brawlstars.com. That is where you can go right now by syncing your Supercell ID, get some in-game rewards, coins. We got some bling out there as well now. And of course, BSC exclusive pins and sprays still up for grabs over there. We'll help you along the way with our predictions. We've had some good runs this year. We've had some not so good runs this year as well. But united as ever, we stand here on the casting desk. Everyone saying the same. Teddy, I'll start with you. Give us your thoughts. What were you thinking when it came down to the picks that you've gone for here today?
Yeah, as much as I kind of want that miracle run from Emea Fantasia to happen, I don't think it is going to happen because they're facing Zeta. And, I usually go for favorites. Zeta, Totem, Foot, quite clearly favorites in a way, even though ANR could still throw in some heat in quarterfinal 3. I think quarterfinal 4 is probably the one where there's the most debate because Humble have been looking pretty good and consistency is that just yet. So to my eyes, quarterfinal 4 is where I can more easily see people at home be hesitant with their choice.
Yeah, it's hard to not go with the front runners on this one. Trav, anything that you kind of maybe are regretting, or were you pretty solid in terms of your predictions?
Absolutely not. I'm always solid. I always got to back myself. But at the end of the day, I know what you two are thinking. Let's just copy Trav again. Why not? He usually does a good enough job, aka the predictions master. So, if I'm backing me, clearly you guys are backing me as well.
Trav, no regrets talks here as ever. We wouldn't have it any other way. We're going to be shortly lining things up for our first matchup of the day. In fact, we are immediately right now. Zeta Division versus Emea Fantasia. This is going to be a big one, of course, no doubt about it. Let's start first and foremost with Zeta Division. Geru, Naui, and Meow. This is the team that have been on top of this region for the majority of this year. 3 grand final wins in February, March, and June, but they did also have 2 quarterfinal exits as well to consider there as well. Trav, talk us through this roster. What makes them so great?
I don't think it really needs an explanation because they've just been on top of so much, and obviously they're going to have the power of the Navi Nation behind them today as well, giving some hashtag Zeta win in chat, I imagine. And we know how strong that army is because they really do need them to win today for the side of Navi against Emea Fantasia to shut them down. But Zeta Division in total, they're just an absolutely incredible team. Week in, week out, every month they come back. We see them win so much through this and SBS. They just rarely lose, and that's something to be worried about for AOF.
Yeah, and Zeta want to be coming into the World Finals in the best possible spot. Do not want to take this loss here today against this very team. Philip Stel, and same for Emea Fantasia. This is the squad, by the way, that knocked out Team Kesso in the qualifiers, Teddy. So, they are capable of an upset. The question is, are they capable of one here today in the quarterfinals against Zeta?
Making it past the quarterfinals has been the biggest challenge for this team this year. Called it a curse a couple months back after I think they had qualified for 4 in a row without ever making it past quarters. This opponent here in Zeta is going to be incredibly challenging for them, and I wish them all the luck in the world to overcome their demons, but I don't know if this month is going to be it.
Yeah, and as well, looking back at their previous scorelines against this very team, they were never one to escape the quarterfinal stages. Emea Fantasia lost to Zeta in March 0-3, lost them again in June 1-3, and yeah, Trav, I'll let you take it away because you've got some strong feelings on this one.
I really have that strong a feeling. It's kind of what's expected, right? Like, I think this might be the most one-sided prediction we've seen all year long, and it comes here in the last month. 98% to 2, and I mean, I'm not even like questioning, because I'd probably feel pretty similar. Like, I'd give them maybe 10% if I was being a bit generous, but Zeta Division have just been on top of so much this year. We got a Shooting Stars, the first map. AOF gonna first pick that Piper, get that taken off the board quite quickly. Bands wise, we're looking at the Bell, Tick, and RT from Zeta Division, and Ammo Fantasy got rid of the Grey, the Nanny. Pretty self-explanatory considering they picked up that Piper as the first pick, and then Carl followed up after that as well.
I am the 2%. I want to see it happen, but I'm with you as well. Being realistic about things, it's hard to see how Ammo Fantasy can do this, but I don't mind the Piper first pick, especially with the Nanny ban as well, and the Tick ban. I think it makes a lot of sense. Leon will be the first draft in for Zeta. And of course, you know what they would have done with that Nanny pick on the table as well, so I think it's good from Ammo Fantasy to eradicate it, especially as their first full process was that Piper pick. But there's still a lot which can go wrong for them later on down the lines, potentially, you know, a Sprout, or earlier down the lines. I was going to say, yeah, sure, I don't mind it. I think that it's going to cause a bit of a problem then for Ammo Fantasy to work around. They're going to have something more aggressive to combine with this long-range affair.
Yeah, and I mean, with them banning Carl off the map, that kind of takes that out of the mix as well, which is usually one of those main things that you kind of bring in against the Sprout. You know, flying hook in, the spin, it really can't defend that well against it. But we'll see what they do choose to bring down, whether or not they're just going to kind of double down on this range or go for something more aggressive, as you do say. We've seen, you know, Fang coming a few times here. If that's available a little bit later on down the line, then possibly might have to go for that. But obviously with Zeta having this last pick, it is a bit risky. They're going to double down with the range. I can't blame them for it. Maybe be able to get a pull through on this mid here onto the Sprout, but it's gonna be a tough ask.
Body's still available as well, and that'd be a great into the Sprout idea, but whether they'll go down with it, I'm not too sure. They are going to go down with it. I am getting it pretty much on point today so far, but I don't want to speak too soon. For Zeta though, definitely
blaming for it, maybe be able to get a pull through on this mid.
But they banned it anyway, along with the Tick and the RT. I think they're pretty decent bans in that regard, but might be coming back to bite them just a little bit now, as they do need to have something else to be able to contend with this. They've got a lot of control, no doubt about that, but it's definitely going to come down to a bit more of a ranged idea, which is going to have to combine with it, or aggression. We haven't really seen Max come into the mix and Shooting Star since the nerf, but it seems like Reply Totem really are showing us why that's still viable. Brock, a much safer pair of hands. I do like that. A very, very solid final pick there from Zeta. I mean, in terms of draft, now you can see the big picture, Trav. Who are you kind of siding with here?
Yeah, it's a tough one, really. If Zeta can get control and push these long-range brawlers back into spawn, then I think they're going to be fine. But if Ammo Fantasy are, you know, firm in the mid and don't let the Sprout get too many free shots off, then I think they've got a chance. It's a bit of a tough one, really. It's just two kind of different styles of play coming against each other, and I really don't know who's going to come out on top, whether Ammo Fantasy are going to be able to make something absolutely magical happen here and beat Zeta Division, or if Zeta Division will shut them down and knock them out and allow Navi to slot into that LCQ spot. We'll find out very, very shortly. But getting into Shooting Star, I mean, you can't really root against Zeta here, but we'll see how it does play out. Coming into it now, Sprout going to be playing through this mid. It should be tough for, you know, Sane to be able to get this mid star, as 3 shots instantly from Meow Connect, and he managed to pick it up.
Yeah, I do worry a bit here for Ammo Fantasy, because Sprout here is so suppressive in nature, allows your team to push up a great deal off the back of the shots. Naui on the left-hand side, connecting quite a few of them himself, and does inch a little bit closer towards getting that super as well, and that's going to be a dangerous thing, especially when Stel has not got jump to hand, or Philip for that matter as well. And Philip is taking a lot of shots on the right from Geru, so doing a great job of just keeping things under control. Now the gadget pop from Stel, and a chance to try to push things back, but won't really do too much in that respect, as the wall goes down from Meow, and that will shut things down pretty quick.
Yeah, jumps available there from Stella. He's able to kind of spray onto Meow whenever he gets a chance. Oh, we saw Philip there. Almost felt like he might have connected that shot and then followed up with the homemade recipe. And see a few shots coming out there. Skumi there through the mid and managed to get some shots into Meow. But now the jump comes in and the wall says no. Surely they're able to get this finish off, but he's still surviving. He gets the trade. They can't complain about that. The blue stars flip to them, but the lead still remains in Zeta's hands.
1 star in it. And there's plenty of time still for Ammo Fantasy to be able to get a final clutch kill if they can stay on their feet up until that moment in time. Now, though, has got super as well. Gary's got the Rocket Rain on the right-hand side too, so Philip definitely going to be having to keep his distance at bay just a little bit until he's able to earn something of an escape route. Same without Paul, can't really do too much either himself. Just trying to whittle their way down and push back Zeta. But Gary's doing a pretty decent job on the right-hand side of keeping things at bay in that respect as well. And same, really can't do much here. Meow is just too suppressive, down to 1,900 HP now, and it's Ammo Fantasy which have got to make the play.
Yeah, the homemade recipe was thrown out there as well. The Stell's trying to make the play. Invis is there. Now he gets the pick up and he doesn't take any damage along the way either. Philip's very low, but the vengeful spirits come in. SQ's surely going to go down here, manage to get the pull, but it's not going to be enough no matter who he grabs other than Gero, and he had the rocket laces. They survive, and Zeta take the lead.
Comfortable so far from Zeta, it's got to be said, but Amafantesi didn't have a terrible round. There's no doubt about it. First game goes the way of Zeta, but I think it's the right way to approach this matchup, in all honesty, because going in too hot and headed can really lead to things escalating quickly, and Zeta are very, very good when under pressure, as they've been under it a great deal amount of times this year. Swapping the mid then to the Bonnie, it's not working out at all. They've got to rethink that, as it's allowed the blue start and a lot of control over to Zeta, and Stel was lucky to get away, honestly, with the HP that he did. But look at this, Zeta can smell blood. They're going for it. Stel is just juking these, I mean, wondrously well, but not really going to help too much, except for more control over to Zeta.
I mean, now he used the invis there. I was a little bit worried that he was just going to go a little bit over-aggressive and flip the lead, but they do manage to hold on, and Stel's low once more. Now he's still up top, though, surviving for a good amount of time, but not really being provided much help. Gero's going to be able to get one shot to Philip and one shot to SQ, but just survived by jumping out there as well. One rocket lace is used, though. Might have wanted to save that for a bit later in the game, but it's still, same as last game, only one star decided.
Philip's got to connect a bit more on this right-hand side. Piper can really pop off on this map, and he can just get the break on that wall and give himself some more space to work with. Push back now, low HP. That's the problem. Same can connect to pull as well. They can try to eradicate Naui swiftly before that super comes into play. It'll go a long way too, but just can't seem to find the range decrease enough to be able to connect a lot of what Amafantesi brings to the table right now, and Zeta know it.
A little bit worrying for them then, and now Meow's managed to connect one shot to Philip, just stopping him, keeping him back from breaking this wall, but the homemade recipe comes out, and there goes the rocket laces once more from Gero. Only one remaining for him. But they are pushed so heavily back. I mean, they've still got the lollipop drop to tank, they've got the wall to be able to stop people from pushing up, but he's going to use it on that right-hand side. Philip should be able to get the break on that with 20 seconds left. I mean, he's going to have to, surely. The 3 shots almost connect, 2 do, but 1 misses, and now they're just backing them off little by little. Gene's going to move over to the right-hand side, another wall comes down, but it's not going to cover much. In comes a jump, that can flip it, but will Stel be able to get out? Now he's going aggressive. SQme gets the kill. The trade's not there from Gero. Stel survives, and Amafantesi answer back.
I was worried because Amafantesi looked a little bit hesitant. Few signs of nerves potentially there, but they did bring home the goods. We are tied up in this set, and what an amazing set it would be for Amafantesi if they can just replicate that last game, but it's still a big ask. Zeta have got the control. They've got that cold exterior which they need to have to be able to bring things back into control, but Stel potentially a little bit overzealous there, but does escape back to get the healing puffs there from Same on the left-hand side. A few taps here and there on the left. Same still survives on, but might need to break here. Now he can't really be left in this position. He's got to give himself a bit more space here, and Zeta definitely showing a lot more aggression this time round.
Yeah, and the walls there as well. Stops the pitch onto Gero, but the vengeful spirits come out. The jump has to be used by Gero, and now he's going to go down. Meow needs to find a trade, but Stel, he's got the availability to be tanked for by Philip as well, but he doesn't have much HP. The pull comes through, and that should be another kill for Amafantesi. They're playing beautifully this time, but a slight hint of over-aggression, I feel, from Zeta.
I was waiting to see a magic hand connection. Finally came through, a nice dodge there on the rocket rain from Same. Stel still got the jump to hand. That'll go a long way. Now he might be the prime target for on the right-hand side if Philip keeps him as low as he is. Goes in for Meow. The wall comes down. That's going to put him in a really bad spot, out of position. And a shot to follow, 700 HP. Picked up in the end, but the lead's still very much Amafantesi.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. 52 seconds and 5 stars is what's going to be able to flip this. The super's coming in. He's gambling it. He's going to be able to get one. Gets out as well. 1 star in it now, and that was a valuable kill to get. The pull's there, and now he was just in that bush trying to hide out, but the Gene's going to be able to scout him out. Piper versus Brock, not the most favorable matchup, but with Meow here, it might still work.
I love that. No lamp out on the Gene, so it made perfect sense to go on the aggressive, but now he is the prime target now with 4 stars above his head. If Sam can just connect a pull here and get the support that he needs to extend this lead, but they have got the lead. They haven't got to go too aggressive too soon, but Zeta are closing in on this ball with 15 seconds left. It's hard not to see how they don't make a play here, and Fantasy have got to defend this off.
Yeah, no lollipop drop though, and that's not going to be able to tank. They might have to just accept that now he's getting it, but where has that gone? They're pinned in now. Terrible pull comes out of SQme. Stel goes down. Zeta Division take the lead, and the wall stops everything else. They take the first set, but boy, was that close.
Very close indeed, but Zeta firm, kept the pressure on, and Emea just didn't know what to do with themselves towards the end. And we saw that at the beginning of the game and the set. They just didn't look too sure of themselves because, I mean, this is the top of the region that they are facing off against. They are by far the underdogs, as we saw coming in. Just 2% on event.brawlstars.com rooting for the underdogs in this scenario. But again, you know, there's a lot at stake on this first game of the day because ultimately, if Emea do get towards the later stages today, the Navi watching from the sidelines are going to be quivering. But that's going to have alleviated some of that pressure because there was a real chance there that Emea would go and gain a set off the back of that.
I mean, I hate to put it down on it, but it's all thanks to that really bad pull there at the end. You know, it's the only thing keeping Zeta back, and it was doing a great job of just that, keeping them back, stopping them from pushing up. Even if you miss the pull, if it goes towards someone, you're slowing them down. I think it's this one here. It goes to the left. Like, I'm not even sure where he was throwing it because the Brock wasn't anywhere near close enough. And you see it's keeping them back, stopping everybody on the right. But I don't know if it's maybe Meow stepped into a bush or something like that, and it just auto-aimed over to the left instead. But that was not the best of plays coming out of AOF there, and it kind of allowed Zeta their opportunity to go through.
You can run that mythic gear, talk to the hand, but like even that does not have that kind of range. I mean, that was very odd. The range was just never going to connect. Meow with a 0 did have the most DPS out of anyone on the side of Zeta, so absolutely doing his bit, but a severe lack of DPS on the side of Emea when you look at it, despite the score lines there. And I mean, it's a wonder there she got some kills in amongst all that chaos because looking at the statistics of things, Zeta definitely had the better set. There's no doubt about it. I wonder whether Emea will be able to recover from that first set to bring things back into more order. But that was, in my opinion, the best start that they could have realistically had, and they just threw it away. A couple of mistakes towards the end as the pressure mounted. They cannot do that again as we go into our second set, but definitely, yeah, it's a tough one to watch back on the replay for sure.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough one for them, and obviously getting that first set would have meant so much for them. Putting Zeta on the back foot, maybe shaking them up a bit, rattling them, would have helped them out so much and be able to go further in this competition. But now that Zeta have got that first set, we know where it usually goes from here. Another to Zeta, and then another after that, and that's how it usually plays out. You need to put them on the back foot early on to be able to shake them up and really have a chance.
Well, apparently Meow was starting Game of Ladder by accident, so we got a bit of a delay. I mean, clearly behind on his quests and wanting to really, you know, gain up all that lost time from the scrims. But we are going in now to the draft for Pinhole Punt, and the bands are in Squeak, Poco, and Tara for Zeta. And a first draft the Stu, which is an aggressive choice, but definitely a susceptible one to be this early in the draft. Crow, Shelly, and B of the bands on the side of Emea. So Cordelius, well up for grabs here.
Yeah, we'll see if it does come in, but Bonnie's going to be the first pick out of AOF, and you'd expect a Cordelius coming in after this. It's just too strong to be left undrafted. I know they're actually going to go for the M's as well there. Maybe it's kind of flown under their radar, and they really haven't seen the fact that it's gone unbanned. Zeta Division should surely pick something up like that up now to keep their aggressive tendencies going, especially to pair up with this Stu. You know, aggression is what they're going to be going for, and I just don't know if Emea are going to be able to deal with it. I mean, Ems is obviously good at deflating aggression, but once those three gadgets are used, it's a lot tougher.
I don't mind the spike pick. They need some range for sure. I mean, I don't mind Cordelius combining with the Stu, but it is going to be lacking in range, massively so, and there's a great deal of that on the side of Emea. The Tara band does kind of indicate a bit more towards the Cordelius for me because it's one of the stronger brawlers into that one. So, I mean, we'll see what they think, but I think Spike for me is actually quite an underrated one. It's so suppressive now. Buster coming in. We've seen this from Zeta before, and it worked out pretty well. It wasn't necessarily on this particular map and mode, but nonetheless, they do know how to play it pretty well. It's a little bit of a brawler pick, which I'm not really necessarily on side with, but in the right hands, it can make some moves, and ultimately with that gadget, it can be pretty decent at scoring goals.
Yeah, but like into an Ems, into a possible Cordelius, these tank counters that can come a bit further on down the line, it's definitely a risky play. In Zeta Division, we know they like taking risks, and they do sometimes pay off. They're actually going to go for the Ashe, just try to take that tank versus tank matchup, leave Cordelius undrafted. I really do like both of these. I really do like both of these, but at the same time, I mean, it's hard to root against an Ashe when Buster's on the other side.
Interesting draft, by far what I was expecting, to be completely honest. Someone had to grab Cordelius, surely there. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst of ideas for Emea to pick it up their final one, but I know what you mean. I mean, into the Buster, Ashe is definitely going to be a strong choice, but it is Zeta with the Buster. I mean, on any other given day, I wouldn't really give the time of day to Buster, but I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this one fares. Ultimately, it's hard not to start with the Emea Fantasy comp, but in the hands of Zeta, I feel like, especially with that Stu pick, which they know and love so well, I think it's going to do pretty well.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, you give Zeta any comp and they can usually excel with it, so we'll see if they're able to do just that here. Curveball coming through on the right-hand side against Stel, and he's managed to heal up quite nicely, but some aggression coming in from Naui, just sitting behind this wall, doing such a good job of keeping the rest of AOF back. In comes that pull, and the takedown there from Naui as well. Askumi's going to be pushing forwards, though. Shield going to be popped up by Naui, and quickly wasted. Did have to get a shot off, but the pinches coming in from Zeta, and they just look so in control, even in this kind of matchup. They're just looking great.
Ever calm and collected, aren't they? I mean, they've just grown so much this year when you compare their journey to last year. Doing really well for themselves, no doubt about it, but this year they've just excelled so much better. They creep forwards now, pop with the super from Naui, but it's going to take a little bit of the front from this M super in the meanwhile, and trickling down with the help of his teammates will come out on top, and that's going to place Zeta now in a good spot. If Meow can get super as well, that will do so much work on this spawn side, and Gero continues to be aggressive as the takedown of Stel is there. Approaching now, potential goal scoring opportunity if now he gets the gadget on time here. He's gone for it, possible to the wall. There's a bit of missed time there, but not going to trick forwards either way. The attempt was made, but the defense is there for Emea Fantasy.
I mean, the thing is, even when they lose a player, they still look so calm and composed and in control. They're just waiting for it to come back up and waiting for another chance because they know it's going to come, especially with this Buster here. Just mistime that gadget with the respawn of Stel. He's going to throw out these robotic rats, but one shot would have cleaned those up quite nicely. Not sure why he really popped the shield there, but Gero with some nice dashes, avoiding quite a lot and getting the super back. Really doesn't go amiss.
Well, Philip's got super, but goes to the standard pass as he is outnumbered on the bottom right-hand side. Goes on the aggressive here. Now he's very low, but can't really do much more than that as Meow does some great defensive work at the top of the map as well, and that's opened up a lot of space now for potential push. Same, just keeping things under control though. The super to hand, and Zeta again, this is where they're so dangerous when they just lurk in spots trying to find the space and the timings. And again, with now he's got more gadgets to hand. If he times this one better, could be an easy goal, but not going to happen off the line. Philip comes out with defense.
Yeah, really, really close there, but just managed to grab himself on that wall and stop the full pull through coming in. But with Ash and Buster in this overtime, you can't really see who's going to be coming out on top, but the slows there available from Meow. Should be able to throw it towards Escumi and get a really solid slow off here. Does get it in, and obviously with the Mythic gear, he's going to be slowed down even further. Great shots coming through. Another jump is there available from Philip as well, but not going to be using it just yet. Stel taking some heavy fire. Another shot comes through as well, but the jump forward from Philip's going to be taken off the map so fast. Super veil from Meow, but robotic rats are there. Now the shield comes up from Now. He's going to shoot through anyway. Gadget was used, but made no connections, and Stel's going to go down, but not without a trade from Stel.
Full connections there from Philip, just to continue the offense onto Naui, and he is taking the front, getting consecutive follow-ups as well, and this is potentially going towards a good goal scoring opportunity for Emea Fantasy if they can keep the pressure on. Stel's pushing the left-hand side, big taps coming in, the jump in from Philip is good, but he will go down, the trade is there, can Same finish this off? I think he can, and Emea Fantasy will get the game.
I mean, Zeta just looked so strong throughout, but a couple of goal-scoring opportunities missed, and they didn't manage to do it. I mean, AOF towards the end there, when they managed to make this comeback, when the Bonnie started tapping, it just worked so well for them. As you said, taking the front lines, walking up with the tanky, big HP pull, and connecting so many shots. He just looked so good.
It's not out of the question. And that might just be the moment for Emea Fantasy to get a bit more confidence in these early outset moments. An early jump in from Philip, closed up Garu, and now potential pass here. Meow is going to be incredibly low. That is going to be a goal in 15 seconds.
I mean, looking at the comps, this is what we expected, right? But after that first game, I was like, okay, Zeta should be able to bring this one back. They looked in control for the majority of it. But after that start from AOF, I'm not sure I feel the same way. SQB's going to get pulled in as well there. Did pick up the ball on the way, so couldn't get the shots off. Jump comes in once more, and now it's just Gero all alone. Philip trying to aggress him, but Ash is too low to be able to pass that ball up, and successfully just deflates this push.
Surviving on there with the gap to Hill. Now he's susceptible here, but survives on. Right-hand side, there's a lot of clustering here as well, and yeah, Skimmy can get a lot of value if he connects, but he does not. That should give a little bit more buying time over to Zeta. We're now in a really dangerous spot, actually. Philip's got to defend this pretty well. This is now a 1v3, and that's a tough position for anyone to find themselves in. But they can just deflate some of this utility early on. That's what they, in defense of Emea Fantasy, they were able to maintain a lot of going into overtime last time round, and that is definitely going to be part of the challenge, is just to keep whittling down Zeta until they've got nothing left. Great pass through to Gary though, but not able to make anything of it. And it should be another defense for Emea Fantasy.
Yeah, but I mean, they baited out that body super, and that's such a huge thing to do, making him start from square one. SQB's going to use this super as well, but Gero should be able to get out of it quite nicely. Slow down there as well from the spike super. Really nice stuff with that mythic gear. But still, Philip, they're just going to be defending this ball for the rest of the game. Super comes down from Meow and slows them down once more, recycling them like nobody's business now. And Gero's going aggressive. Shouldn't be too far off a goal here. The ball passed through. Can now get it in? This time they do. And Zeta even out in game 2 of Brawl Ball.
There's a friend zone for SQB there available, but I think they've just gotten taken care of just before the inevitable moment in time. Philip's got to jump in. He might have to use it early on, but he needs to connect, most importantly, if he does. As these sprays from the left are quite essential to keeping back Zeta from SQB, but on the right-hand side, there is still Stel lurking. But in 20 seconds, there's got to be a goal here for Fantasia, or this one will go to the third and final game. But tries to jump in, gets taken down quickly. SQB might be able to make a champion play here. Boss the super, but not going to be able to do too much here. And that's defensive work in play from Zeta. Can they push this ball forwards? They got a good position here for overtime. The wall's going down any second now, and this could be the prime opportunity to do so. Can Emea Fantasia defend this now? Great super from Naui. That'll help out considerably. The robotic rats go down as well, but positioning power is still there, and Gary's got super.
Yeah, Garo's making moves super to the left-hand side there. Surely should have been a guaranteed goal, but they're going to play the long game. They want to know they're going to be able to get the ball in, and they do just that. Zeta Division score it, make it 1-1 in Brawl Ball, and now this is the huge make or break for Emea Fantasia. They either go 2-0 down against Zeta Division, the Titans of the region, or they bring it back to 1-1 and give themselves a lifeline in the BSC.
Crucial moment for them. They've had some good moments, there's no doubt about it. They're making plays, and it just feels like Zeta, though, for the most part, are able to recollect better off the back of those defeats. But we shall see. It's a good start for Emea Fantasia, some good taps, but now he goes on the aggressive, gets rewarded as well. Super Pop is there, and he's still surviving on. My word, the clear-up is there, absolutely so for Zeta, and they should be able to walk this one through.
And they got the super there as well, but he actually misses the goal. Meow gets knocked back. Zeta, hello, just score. The knockback comes through. Beautiful friend zone from SQB there to defend that one off, and that should have been a goal, but they do manage to defend it, and that might be the lifeline they need.
Clearly worried about the friend zone gadget on the side of this community, but nonetheless, you can't miss those opportunities, and now finding themselves in a defensive position. Coming out of it now, though, and that was definitely a moment that they should have capitalized on, but they can rekindle this for 3 versus 2 now. The aggressiveness shows its form again. Super passing, gadget pop for Naui. He gets Philip, but nothing more than that. The ball's still there, but the respawn Stel is going to be able to push back from this.
Yeah, just getting them out, pushing them back, and throwing that ball back into the corner. Super strong Gero, he's going to be able to get so many heals off the Gasser heal there. Philip's going to go jump in, and that leaves them susceptible in the goal. SQB is the only one defending, has his super, but he's not going to survive much longer. Now he just baits out a few shots. Gero picks him up. He's going to wait out the time a little bit longer as well, and 1 minute 10 for Emea Fantasia to get an answer, or they're going to be in an awful position.
Yeah, Zeta are back in control now, recovering, patching themselves up with a band-aid here and there, but they are in the lead. 1 minute remains, and that's a great super from Meow. Gary gets the pick up. Now he goes in trying to find Stel here, but just playing ring around the rosy on this little bit of tile. If Gary wants to pass the Meow, he could on the left-hand side, but chooses not to. Just wants to keep the control. And that is ultimately what Emea Fantasia's got to break out of if they want to be able to just tie things up here. Meow on the left-hand side, creeping forwards again, but suppressed and taken care of. That jump is forced out from Philip, and he's going to go down for it. Trying to make some space now in the mid, but not going to happen. 3 versus 1. What can SQB really do in this position?
Yeah, he kind of lost 25 seconds now as well. He's in the back lines. They can just surely keep this ball in their control and win. Zeta going to be able to clean up the back line now, and the super thrown out towards the ball, stopping them from grabbing it. 15 seconds. They've got to get the kills, get up the map, and get the goal. There's too much to ask from Emea Fantasia, and it looks like Zeta Division are going to be going 2 sets up, cleaning up the ends, cleaning up that left-hand side as well. Now he might even go for the goal here. Gero just going to rub it, salt in the wound, and go for a little trick shot there. Ball slots in, and Zeta Division takes set 2.
Now it's starting to look a bit more convincing for Zeta. 2 sets ahead now in our first match of the day, which again is quite a pinnacle one, because if Emea Fantasia make the grand finals today, which again is looking less likely now, but ultimately if they were to make the grand finals, then that would then force Navi out of an LCQ spot. So they are literally watching from the sidelines now, hoping that what continues on will be in knockout. But it has been close. You've got to hand it to Emea Fantasia for getting a game in each of these sets. But the reverse sweep against a team like Zeta it's going to be a really, really tall order. I mean, not to say it can't be done. I mean, Zeta Division themselves have exited in the quarterfinals twice this year as a result of 3-2 scorelines, you know, against SK in April, against Reply Totem in July. It can be done, but the question is, can it be done by Emea Fantasy?
Yeah, I was going to say, that's SK and Reply Totem. You know, they are two of the big teams. And I'm not saying Emea Fantasy aren't a big team, but from recent results through SPS, through BSC, they're just not Zeta level. And I think they're showing some of the best gameplay they've showed today. But the bracket was not friendly to them whatsoever.
Oh, holy stats. Oh, my word. I mean, Emea Fantasy made some moments, but Zeta Division really locked in and secured those takedowns. 18 for Meow, now with 15, Gary with 13. I mean, Gary himself had the entire equivalent of that of Emea Fantasy's combined for himself. I mean, the DPS galore on the side of Zeta. And ultimately, when it comes down to the stats, Zeta always have continued to shine through set by set in this series. It's hard to see how they don't close this out in the third set and potentially final one. Emea Fantasy have had a good run, but I just don't know how much more they can take.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just so rough for them to be having to make the finals and being paired up against Zeta Division in the first. You know, you want some momentum if you're going to be facing a team like Zeta Division, not just coming straight in first game of the show and being placed against the best team in the region. We're going to be heading on to Flaring Phoenix in knockout as the decisive one. It's either going to be a 3-0 or the start of something possibly special for Emea Fantasy.
Never late than never. I mean, for Emea Fantasy, if they can bring things together, but it's going to need more than just a good draft here. I feel the mechanics are going to have to be absolutely on point. Shelly RT and Tick banned by Zeta. It's the Grey, the Brock, and the Grom there of Emea Fantasy. First draft in is going to be Gene. Obviously, with the Vision gear in the mid, it's not a bad shout, but Squeak definitely still available here. Cordelius absolutely can cause a huge ruckus on this particular map as well. But I think the Grom ban for me is probably my favorite on this map. It can just provide a lot of information and also just very hard to kind of work around. But definitely a response from Zeta needed in the mid, and there's a lot of opportunity to be able to, you know, do just that with Bells, with Ambers, to be able to break open the bushes as well. And you know, there's a great deal which can cause a problem to Gene. Bo going to come in, don't necessarily mind it, not to everyone's flavor or taste, but it brings them the results. And with the mines in the mid, it can be definitely difficult for Genes to push up against that. You can also break open the bush massively so and provide that crossover. But Zeta, I do feel like, you know, it's a safe pair of hands. Body going to come in for more of those assassination attempts to keep the long-range affair as well. I quite like this from Zeta so far. This is a good draft.
Yeah, listen, even if I do question Bo a little bit, I've learned to never question Zeta. So I'm going to go with Zeta and say, what a pick, what a Bo pick. I feel like it's absolutely exceptional. And then obviously the Bonnie behind it. I've got no questions about that whatsoever. The Bonnie's a very solid pick no matter where you take it, really. Gene, on the other hand, I really, really like Gene. The scouting ability is really solid. I feel like I can do a great job in the mid here. Can be able to just show so much of that bush and be able to pinch so nicely as well. When you can get the pull, it's going to be great. Sprout, we know throwers are absolutely incredible on Flaring Phoenix. But something like, you know, I was going to say the Grom or Tick usually pick, but obviously with them being banned out, I feel like it's pretty solid.
It's definitely the best go-to thrower. It's adventurous to be picking it into the Bonnie, but nonetheless, I don't mind it here. It can work pretty well and provide that control and that scouting ability, but it does have a tendency to be overthrown by more aggressive ideas. And if Zeta wants to double down on that when it comes back around to them, I worry just a little bit. Macy for Emea Fantasy. I still am not a fan of Macy. I know that East Asia are starting to pick it up a bit more and having some good results with it, but in certain places, in certain modes, it's got that ability for sure to be able to suppress those, you know, wall situations up close and personal. But then the Barley response coming from Zeta, which is, I think, a great shout for me. I mean, ultimately, surely going to have the healing tonic to hand on this particular map and mode, and that's going to provide more survivability. It's going to bring back more control for Zeta. I think it polishes off this comp pretty well, and I'm still on the fence for Macy. I want to see it bring some big results, but this is a really tough spot to bring it in for Emea Fantasy. They are putting a lot of faith in that brawler. When it comes down to it, I think my side is more with Zeta's comp. I think it's a bit safer, but that could also be its unraveling if Emea Fantasy do get this right and can be showing more aggressiveness, get some good gene pulls in as well for sure, and protect that Sprout. That is going to be the #1 priority here.
Yeah, well, we'll see if this Barley can just keep them back enough, or if Stell's going to be able to excel a bit more on this thrower. Barley shot's coming through now and just keeping both of those back. Look how suppressive that is. And I mean, having the Maisie over here, I feel like the thrower versus thrower matchup would surely be more in their favor. Having Maisie over that side against someone slow who they're going to be able to get the shots off against. We haven't really seen too much from Bo here, but he's just doing a great job of scouting. And when he gets these mines, it's going to be so good for shutting off one of these lanes.
Just QB taking a lot of hits on the left-hand side and struggling to find much of an open door, as Gary can just sit here till the end of time until Philip gets the pull, I guess. Meanwhile, Stel's just trying to creep forwards on the right, pushing back now just a little bit. Meow, though, getting some good aggressiveness onto Philip as the gas comes in now. A push has got to be made here. Gary will stay alive with the help of the healing tonic as well, get the takedown 3 versus 1 now. Stel is all alone and can't really do much. He's got to escape the gas and try to not feed anything more in terms of utility over to Zeta. And that's going to be round 1 going the way of Zeta.
He tried to feed no utility, but in the end, Meow managed to get some mines, which they're not going to complain about whatsoever. 2 over the right side. Gene was just trying to fly a bit under the radar there and try to get a pull off, but now the mines are being placed down nice and early, breaking up some of this grass and stopping Gene from being able to stay in there with the pull and kind of take someone by surprise. Meow needs to work for another set now for this late game, as we saw how influential they were by getting a stun onto Stel in that previous one. They need something like that to happen again if they want to win it.
Yeah, we need to get connections from Philip 100% and at the right time to the right person. Ultimately, Meow being the prime target. Go for him now, absolutely so, but the missed ball, I mean, it was deflected potentially with the gadget, but nonetheless, it didn't even connect and didn't even give themselves the chance. That's a terrible spot to find themselves in. He's got to re-earn that now, and the gas not far away from things. That's not the prime time, and now he's going to jump in. Yeah, I think it's the right move for it. Another wall, though, placed from Stel. Low HP, the last call in from Gary will secure him, but SQB surviving on just a sliver of HP on the top left-hand side, and that might be enough mines triggered for the most part. Gadget as well. Lovely footwork, but can he get the HP down the right-hand side? Because Zeta are doing a wondrous job of staying in the mix, and they do, and then it's game, and now a match point going the way of Zeta.
I mean, the one pull that hits get them both killed. I mean, Bo just comes in, gets the shots off, gets the kills, and makes it a match point for Zeta Division. They're in an absolutely wonderful spot now. And I mean, you know, the Maisie, it had some moments during that one. Nice dash to avoid the mines, a good super to keep the teammate alive at the same time. But after that, just not much to come out of it. They did a great job of managing to seal that Barley kill a little bit earlier on, because we know how difficult that is with these unbreakable walls in the mid zone. And I mean, Stel stepped a little bit out of line. If a Bonnie's got super, just stay away or stay near a teammate.
I've got to hand it to Emea Fantasia though, because they held themselves a lot longer than I was giving them credit for, but now the pressure really is on. They cannot afford to lose around here, and already Zeta have pushed up so deep here. Gary can just tap over this wall. Stel is a problem and a concern, but he'll actually go down, over-aggressing somewhat. The jump in from Naui will secure 2. Beautiful work from him. SQB's got to make a hero play here. 177 HP and the super to seal it. That'll be Emea Fantasia taking it around. It's the start of something, but it's a big mountain still to climb here, Trav.
I mean, it was a beautiful play. There's no two thoughts about that. But at the same time, massive over-aggression there from Zeta. Gero stepped a little bit out of line and got punished for it. Now he's just trying to work for another super yet again. Gero has his last call as well. Going to be able to throw that out and get some great zoning if he needs to. But this Sprout against Bonnie matchup is just so tough for him to do anything, because he can just eat so many of those shots. And it's not the same story over the left-hand side.
Yeah, double stacking there from Stel and Philip. Might go some way now. He's got wall especially, but Gary's still a problem with the last call coming in. It's going to force everyone over to the right, and we are really depending upon a magic hand pull now from Philip. No gadgets to the hand of Meow, and oh no, that's not it. That's not the one, Philip. Gary's going to survive on, stay in position, and this is going to be a lot of aggression coming the way from Zeta.
But we know what SQME can do with this brawler. We saw him do it in the last one, and especially with the super. Still got gadget to hand as well if he wants to go for it, but he doesn't even block him off. The gadget does not work there from Stel. The wall fails. They all fall down. Stel, the last one remaining, and now even got his super. Gero gets that final shot onto him, and now it's 1 round between Zeta and the game.
And also 1 round between Navi looking in LCQ as well. We cannot forget that if Emea Fantasia do not progress beyond the quarterfinals into they need to achieve the grand finals for this to happen. Navi will inadvertently lock themselves in for LCQ as well. So watching from the sidelines, they are licking their chops as we speak, no doubt about it. but still looking for that pull though, as he's got to connect it more importantly this time around as Kimmy goes in the aggressive, gets the stop on Meow, but able to heal at the back of that and stay in position now as sure, you know, Emea Fantasy have got a good position now in terms of the mid control. Now he's jumped to hand though is a concern for me, and the last call available to Gary.
Yeah, this is dangerous stuff from them now, and I mean, they managed to get something from that super from Maisie, but the jump away there from Naui doesn't choose to go in, which is a little bit worrying. And now Barley just has this super, can throw it out, but still with the wall down on this side, it's a little bit dangerous for them. Now throws it out, Zets gets them zoned out the mid, and with a body back in this long-range form, it could be very dangerous. Meow's winning this matchup on the right-hand side, but gets hit by the poison. In comes those heals from Barley, going to help out his teammates here as well. Stell's going to go down the super from SQ Mido, gets the dash, tries to get all three. The pulls there from Philip, can he get it done? He gets the pull, can't get him finished. Zeta win, and Navi locking the LCQ.
Fantastic stuff from Zeta, looking pretty confident for the most part from start to finish. Emea Fantasy had their moments, but they were not able to secure it when it mattered most. And with that, like you say, Trav, Navi locking themselves in for LCQ. Emea Fantasy will go no further here today. They had to make the grand finals to cause an upset, but they didn't make it out of the quarterfinals. Much in keeping with their previous month's performances, let's be honest, as they have always failed to make it into the semis. And they're losing to Zeta in March and in June, and now August to add to that. But they have had a decent year. They've been pretty consistent for the most part. They're qualifying for 3 monthly finals, 4 including this month. And I think for the most part, they can still be proud of this year's performance.
Definitely. I mean, they can be proud of today's performance. I think this might be some of the best we've seen them play. But I said a little bit earlier on, it's just against the wrong team. They've had the worst bracket they could even think of when they want to get to the finals. They need the momentum. They need the win in the sales when facing a team against like Zeta Division. So facing them a bit further on down the line, when they'd progressed through the bracket a little bit more, would have definitely been a little bit more to their liking, I'm sure. But at the end of the day, if you want to win, you've got to beat the best. And today, they couldn't be the best.
It was always going to be a tough ask, but they can still be proud nonetheless. But Zeta on the stats always came out on top. No, that was where at the end of every single set, it really shone through for me. And you can't really argue with that in any way, shape or form. Sure, some maps and modes are catered more or less towards stats, but for the most part, I think Kills does tend to bring in home the objective. And, you can't take that away from Zeta. Just on top every step of the way. Who was the MVP? It was Meow over at event.brawlstars.com, where you voted for it. And I think a solid day for him so far. And, maybe we'll see more from him as well in the semi-finals.
Yeah, we'll hope he managed to bring another great performance like that so we can see some more brilliant Brawl Stars today. But Emea Fantasy, it is the end of the line for them. You've got to feel for them. Their Worlds run this year has finished, and their LCQ run as well. So it's a bit difficult for them. It really is. But you've got to give them a massive props for a a great performances all year round.
Yeah, I think, for some teams this year, they've struggled to qualify. I think just, being able to solidify 4 out of 6, I think that's pretty decent going from Emea Fantasy. And, they had a great run, great start to the year. But as time went on, just other teams were able to really start to really shine a bit more. And speaking of teams that shine, Reply Total are up next, up against Mr. Dosar. This is the reigning monthly final champions, no less. And they're going to want to retain it. Joker, Maori, and Maru here today. Coming fresh off the back of last month's victory, they are looking better than ever. Last month, I have my money set on Foot Esports to win the whole thing, and Reply Totem were just able to make so many incredible plays. Doing the highlights reel for the month, honestly, it was hard to not just make it completely and utterly dedicated to Reply Totem's plays. And, again, it's hard not to see how they will not have another good month.
Yeah, great team play, wonderful mechanics. They've got everything, this Reply Totem roster. The only thing we see from them, very, very hit or miss. They didn't make the SPS at all. Never mind, they didn't make the finals. They didn't make the challenge season. So they needed great BSC performances, and that's what they provided us throughout last month, getting the first place and defeating Foot Esports. We'll see if they're able to do it again this month, but they are obviously already locked in for Worlds, so they're going to be feeling good.
Qualify for every single monthly final, no less as well. Mr. Dosar, Salty, Emric, and Ziaku. Now, this is a team that honestly are on the up. You cannot deny that they've got the mechanics. Sometimes some questionable drafts, and that's my kind of reservation. But qualified for February and March, they've never escaped the quarterfinals, and that's a little bit of concern. Lost to Reply Totem in March to a 1-3 scoreline, and we haven't really seen them since March, and that's another concern. But coming back fresh, Ziaku with the mix as well, I think think can really alleviate some of the pressurized circumstances that they would find themselves in time and time again. And this is the team that knocked out Navi in the quals, by the way. So I think there's a reason as to why Emeric's looking so relaxed, because that is a huge upset in itself.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you know, Mr. Dosa, they've been here. They've been pretty much here all year round. You know, they've made appearances. They've had some great gameplay. But at the end of the day, you kind of have to question if they've got what it takes to be able to defeat any of the top teams. They're kind of that tier below. They're always there. They always show their face. They make us smile when they're here. But they don't really get much further than that.
Qualified though for SPS. Can't say that for Reply Totem, but you're right. They are that team which have just kind of always sat below the top. And we're still waiting for that kind of pop-off moment, that really breakthrough, like, you know, a moment that they can really cherish. Today could be their day. I just don't know, having seen what Reply Totem brought to the table last month. But let's see. Let's not have any, well, I mean, obviously the event site is going to have some preconceptive ideas for sure, as only 2% more than Ever Fantasy's first matchup today, with a 4% margin over the 96 of Reply Totem fans out there rooting for their home squad. And that's tough. That's tough to see. I think it's a little bit closer. Yeah, not loads closer, but definitely closer. That's quite tough to see. Edgar, Ban out here, quite like that from Reply Totem, with the first drop from Nita coming in, as well as the Rico and the Barley bands, the Bonnie, the Shelly, and the Cordelius band from Mr. Dosar, bringing in the M's as well. Good starts all round.
You know, I like what they're kind of bringing to the table here. Nita's always a solid shout, but the spike, we know it and we love it. It's very, very solid at pretty much all round. It's very good all-round brawler. Great defensive capability, great offensive capability, and I guess that's the same with Ems as well. Friend zoner, the shots coming through. We're going to see the dynamite coming in, though, and we know how powerful throwers can be against the likes of Spike, against the likes of Ems, so we're going to need to see an answer a little, well, obviously from the last pick of Mr. Doza for that, but now they've also got to answer to the Buzz as well. And I don't think they've not got answers to the Buzz, right? They've got the Ems and they've got the Spike. But maybe you need more.
Great to see as well, everyone together in the Reply Totem camp. Obviously, there in the org home HQ. Buzz, I love the fact that they've also banned the Edgar, you know, by picking the Dynamite. They had that plan through Stu. I'm not a fan of Stu here. I don't really think it has a place in Pit Stop. I've seen it do terribly here, but against the Dynamite, it might not be the worst of ideas, but it's not going to do much, especially against the Nita. It's going to have a tough matchup when the Bruce Bear shows its face. Ultimately, that's going to be preserved primarily for the save. And it's an aggressive idea here from Reply Totem. If FA Mr. Dusar lose control and that Bruce Bear connects with the safe, Hive Bear is going to go to town and it's going to get shredded.
Yeah, but not just that. I mean, how much can Dynamite do to that safe as well? Mr. Dosa are going to have to be in control of a lot of the map because Buzz can wail away at it too, and this is a dangerous spot. It really is kind of like a conventional comp of Mr. Dosa versus something that's just, let's get damage on the safe by Reply Totem, and obviously the throw can be very, very good against the rest of it as well. I think we're seeing Long Dash there coming in from Salty. Maybe not actually, maybe I'm a little bit mistaken, but shots coming through, not able to get the finish off, but Maori now trying to get both of them. The super came through though, got a little bit of a kill there, but Maori's still continuing down this right hand side.
It's funny you say that though about Dynamite being left on the safe and how much damage can you really get, because in North America last month there was an instance where the Dynamite was left on the safe and got 100% of the entirety of it. Let's see, hopefully that doesn't happen this time around. There's a life clear up there from Joker. Leaving Zaku on the safe might be a bad thing, but Mario is now spawning in to help defend things off, and we'll get a lot of consecutive shots for it, and as quickly as that, almost 50% of the safe down on the side of Mr. Dosar. They've got to start to pick things up better here. They've got 29%, not too shabby at all. Salty, question mark, does now start to move forwards and evade those shots, but I was worried a bit for his connection there.
Yeah, it was either the best bait ever or his connection kind of wavered. One of the two. Friendzone comes in, but then now a gadget from Joker there to go forwards as well. Gets the trade, can't really complain about that. They do have the lead, but Emmerich with some great pressure now and getting some shots off. Super goes towards the safe. You got to question if they maybe needed that for something other than the kind of trickle damage it does.
Good connection from Joker goes in and does come out as well. Damage gear in play, but nonetheless able to heal off the back of things and support Mario on the left. Goes down now, but just bought enough time to ensure that left-hand side lane is still taken care of. And now Bruce going to connect. Nice gadget pop as well. A little bit here and there, but it has made some space for Mario to come in now. Consecutive shots are raining in. Damage gear as well. Joker from behind as well. Comes in, but not able to connect with the safe himself. It's a takedown, leaving it a 2 versus 1, 2 versus 2 now that Maui is coming back into the mix. But so far, so good for Reply Totem, itching further towards this first game win.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't complain about Joker's play there. Got the kill, deflated the pressure, and got his super back. Just looking to try and stop feeding now, but the gadget comes through. Nice from him, gets the stun onto Emerick, but no kill there. Xiaoqiu pushing forward, and they've got the time to be able to do it. They've got the DPS to be able to do it, but have they got the pressure needed?
Connection will be there from Maui. Gets the stun, follow up as well. Big bomb, and then Emerick, the left-hand side, able to evade it, though. And he's able to stay in position now as well. That's a good connection from him. Able to keep Reply Totem back, and damage still coming down here. Salty on the right-hand side, getting a few taps here. Emerick surviving on, but goes down now, and it should be enough, especially now Joker's on the safe as well. And Reply Totem take the first game in pretty convincing fashion.
Very scrappy. There wasn't really that much to it, but at the end of the day, Reply Totem did come away with the win. And I would say, you know, Mr. Dosa, they had some moments. They had some good control. They had some good damage, but it was just those breakaway plays we saw coming in from the Buzz, coming in from the Dynamite. We even saw a little bit of Nita swiping away at the safe, but it didn't really do too much. I feel like the Nita maybe is the weak spot of the Totem comp so far, but for the slack that he's dropping, Joker and Maui are picking it up.
Yeah, Nita's one of those brawlers where it's not really too much of a concern until it's got super, and then you just cannot ignore it. Salty there with a nice takedown of Maui. Joker just trying to find the gap closed there onto Xiaoqiu, but can't manage it. Maui in the middle, forced out again. As for the most part, Mr. Dosa are taking care of house, but just not able to get the damage on the safe, and that's where the Reply Totem comp is really designed for it. Long dash again from Salty, just able to evade the situation. Gonna be feeding Joker for sure. He now goes on an Emerick, makes some space for himself, goes on the safe, and damage gear as well. That's gonna be some good percentage. 13% then for Reply Totem, the first sign from either side.
Yeah, 13% for a couple of swipes isn't going to be a complaint from Joker there. Maru not able to get too much done though, but we see a little bit of a push coming through, but with Salty there, can't really go too far, too aggressive, otherwise he's going to get punished for it. Super comes down now, but Joker's getting some of his own from that little radius that we see coming through, but it's only 13% damage dealt total on the map, and not a lot to show for it for the side of Mr. Dosa here, with still 100% on the Totem safe.
Salty's making this stupid work. I'll give him credit for that, absolutely so. And the long dash is definitely an interesting choice, like you say. But, hey, it is cutting the mustard for me. And going in again onto Maui. Keeping him aggressive, keeping him back, most importantly. And gets picked on the way onto Maru. It's going to allow Zek to come through, but he is stunned and can't really continue this aggression. Go down eventually, but still a lot of Reply Totems still standing. Joker's now cleaned up, and Maru's allowed to heal. But Maru is the problem on the left-hand side now with the Bruce Bear to hand. They've got to keep him back.
But all this Mr. Dosa control for no damage is a little bit worrying.
Yeah.
Not even a spike super on save, not even M super to get a trickle down. And obviously we've got Maru with this bear here, should be able to push Emerick back at some point if he chooses to, but super comes through from Joker, friend zone is there, gadget forward, might be able to get a kill, does just that, gets a little bit of deflation, but Maru's going to go down, not going to be able to get anything off either. We need some damage from Mori now, as Emerick's going to be able to get work done. Super onto save, 30% dealt. Super comes in from Joker, he gets the clean up. Nita Bear's still there as well, and surely this is a Totem game to win.
15 seconds. It's going to take a lot of damage, especially with the push coming in. Maru is the problem on the right-hand side. There'll be a split from Emerick to be able to defend against it, but nothing more than that. And they've got no time to go on the aggressive now, especially not to claim that back that deficit. Reply Totem will take this first set, and it's looking very good. A great start for them.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's the same as what we saw in that first from Fantasy. Mr. Dosa, they're the heavy underdogs coming into this one, but they're showing us something. Even if you know AOF lost 3-0, they looked very good. Mr. Dosa much of the same, and I don't doubt that maybe they're able to get a set or something like that if they continue playing this well.
Yeah, if they just get a draft that really strikes home, I think that's where Reply Totem did a wondrous job. They really planned their strategy. They knew exactly what they wanted to secure, and the picks that they went for weren't the most obvious of choices either. I think the bans were quite catered towards that, especially with the Edgar ban, keep the Dynamite safe. It was a nice balanced attempt to bring in the Stu, which again, Salty played fantastically well under the circumstances. Not the easiest of brawlers to make work at all in pit stop, but where they lacked was damage, realistically, especially in that second game. They're just not able to really get the team wipes that they needed to have to really get their hands on things, and got some great bit of control, along the way, and we're able to shut Reply Totem down a lot of the time in their advances, but just struggled to really land things home with their kit. It just wasn't really devised for it.
Yeah, definitely see it that way. Maybe a little bit too defensive from them and not able to get much damage across either of those games, whereas Reply Totem the complete opposite. It was all-out damage from them, and although they didn't get that much damage on safe, They did get the wins, and I mean, overall, the DPS from Mr. Dosa looking very, very good. 20 kills from Salty as well, but nothing to show for it.
I love it though. The fact that Salty was able to shut my ideas down, and the fact that I think Stu doesn't really have a place in pistol, but then comes out with that scoreline. But again, I kind of bring it back around to the fact that, you know, if the objective isn't played out, does it really matter to that same extent? You know, there'd be a fantastic thing to see in, you know, another game mode, but in Heist, it is all about just getting that Heist taken care of and the damage needed to be on it. And it just goes to show, with that many takedowns in Heist, to not be able to bring out the objective, you know, it just goes to show how well Reply Totem responded. Going into knockout though, for Bell's Rock up next, and there's still a chance, like I said, I feel for FA Mr. Dosa to claim back at least a set, and this could be the set to do it. Banning out the G and the Grey and the Cordelius, the Shelly, the Tick, and the RT for Reply Totem, the first early draft in. Mr. Dosa is the Bonnie, and that's a really solid first pick for me. I think it's pretty safe, but it also has that aggressive nature. And I think that's like probably the best first pick they could have hoped for, really.
Yeah, really can't complain too much about the Bonnie. We know it's very, very solid in the majority of places. Back over to Reply Totem. We're going to have 2 picks now, though, and with a lot of the different things planned out, they're going to choose to go with the Brock as the first. Still with them for the second, though, so they can add to this as well. And obviously, with Bonnie being quite slow, if they pick up a couple of long-range brawlers, then they're going to be able to do all right. But Mr. P, can't say that's what I expected.
Quite like it, though. It's quite good into the Bonnie, and over time, as long as they can earn that, you know, pulled spawner, it can go a long way. It kind of deflates ideas like B on the other side of things. Mr. Dosa too. It's definitely got a nice place in the draft that they've chosen for it, so I can understand it. I was on the fence a little bit for Mr. P for a while, but now I'm really on board with it, and I think it works particularly well on Bell's Rock as well. So Dosa got to be cautious. Yes, Squeak. Oh, that was left open here. I didn't even realize, and that is a really great pairing, honestly. I mean, more often than not, Squeak being banned out, it's not necessarily the kind of top flavor of the bans being Cordelius and Shelly, but nonetheless, it's definitely one that you've got to shut down on certain maps and modes, and Bell's Rock is one. Following up now with the third and final pick, and I think this is a really good draft forming here for me. A thrower wouldn't be the worst of ideas if they want to choose to go for it, to be able to obtain a bit of an advantage onto the portal spawner as well. It's going to be Bell. I mean, I don't mind it. It's not going to be bad here necessarily, but those portal spawners are still going to be an issue. Sprout, you know, Squeak between the walls can definitely get some damage dealt, so I can understand where they're going for with that, but it would have been the worst of ideas bringing in a bit of a thrower idea for control here as well.
Yeah, we'll see what Reply Totem do choose to go for. They're going to go something aggressive. Bring in the Carl. I do like it, though, obviously, against the Squeak, against the Bonnie. When they don't have those supers, it's going to be very difficult. And even when a Squeak has super, right, it's going to be difficult. But at least Bonnie can escape it. Same with the Bell as well. If you get close, if you get personal with her, she's going to be a bit of a tough spot.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a Grom on this map to escape the picks and the bans, which I think is a really strong one to have. But the Carl here for the Reply Totem definitely going to be able to go on the aggressive more often than not, and they play it so well, and it's able to just kind of like keep its own, hold its own on the left or right hand side here, and just kind of just exist primarily until the later stages of the match, and that's when it can really go in, protective pirouette more often than not on the super side. But nonetheless, both star powers are pretty evenly matched, I would say. An early break from Maru, just going to give it a lot of space for maneuver, because against the Bell, there's the wise choice.
Yeah, well, Joker being connected with early on, but it's really going to only tickle him at the moment. Not gets that much damage, but Maru puts himself in a tough spot, gets hit, has to pull back. Now comes the bounce, and does miss, but maybe it'll come back through. Almost did. And Maru was just standing, waiting for that to get out of the way before he moves anywhere at all. See a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Not really too many shots connecting, but Salty showing his worth.
Yeah, until Maru gets the Rocket Raid, he can afford to be a bit more aggressive, but if Maru pushes the left-hand side and Zach is forced back, and Salty then in the mid could be really in a bit of a problem. Emerick taking some shots on the right, still struggling to find that first sign of super. And he does need to obtain it pretty swiftly into these later stages, because that's really where Bonnie can thrive. Joker's surviving on. Flying Hook slow, but nonetheless still in the mix here. 400 HP, shooting wondrously well. The How Long For realistically here comes in again. Bit of a waste of a Flying Hook, but does get somehow the security of the right-hand side. Zek is incredibly low, but Emerick as well surviving on. And the first round will go the way of Mr. Dosa.
I was a little bit confused there. Does the pickaxe carry on if you die mid-Flying Hook? I was a little bit curious about how the kill managed to get killed, or if it was one of Maori's little pets that did manage to finish it off. I'll need to see a replay of that a little bit later on. But with Joker with super now, kind of puts them all in a bit of a tough position, because he can just aggress and go forwards. But Emerick keeping him back nicely, stopping him from making too many moves by these continuous shots connecting.
Mario just trying to squeeze forwards. Almost took 2 shots there. That would have been disastrous, but just the one gadget still available to Joker's going to use it now. Goes in, protects the pirouette as well. He should be able to come out with maybe a double kill for his time. Emeric shuts it down just in the nick of time, but only just. Maori staying in position, can't find the final shot. In the meanwhile, though, Maru clears up Xiaku, making that 2 versus 1, and that's the best possible outcome under the scenario.
Yeah, just heads into that gas, stops the super being fed to the Brock, but Mr. P does have another one, plays it quite defensive, far back. No gadgets left from Joker, which makes it definitely a bit more tough for him to make those kind of aggressive plays and almost get the double kill. But Rocket Rain comes down, not going to make any connections, and the slightest wall break did come through, but not that influential.
A lot of utility on the side of Mr. Dosar here is Reply Totem, who are behind in their supers. The Portal Spawn is going to be coming in, though, and that could be a prime time for Mary to use a gadget here or there, but I worry a little bit as Emeric might be able to jump in onto Mary here, and if Joker's not really able to defend it, it could be a problem. But they've got to wait for the time to do it. Ultimately, they're too close together at the moment. It would be a disastrous thing to go down in what is a good position for them to be in if they can just hold things out. Tech is low, though. He goes in now. Tamaru gets it. Perfect timing. A 3 versus 2 now for Mr. Dosa.
And the bounce shot hits there onto Joker. He goes down, and a 3v1 is not something that we're going to see Maori coming out on top of. Mr. Dosa going to be able to take their first game right here. Emeric trying to juke forward. The gadget is popped, but it's just not going to be enough. He goes down, and Mr. Dosa, they take the game.
That is a great one for Mr. Dosar, but it is the first of potentially some more to come if they can keep this kind of behavior up. It's not going to be easy. Reply Totem are that team which just know how to handle stressful scenarios. They bring up the communication. They start to just be more reserveful of what they bring to the table here. And I think Joker now having all 3 gadgets is going to be that big concern as he exactly
push up, and seems like he's just going to be pinned so heavily in spawn. The gas seems like might be the best option right now. Does go forward, provide Salty with that super, and this is a difficult spot for Totem now. They've gone from being on top of the world in the first set to being down in the dumps in the second.
A great opportunity, no doubt about it. We were saying coming to this set, this could be the one for Mr. Dosar to bring things back, and they are doing just that. Can they seal it, though? That's the question. They do not want to be 2 sets down at all. Great stuff from Xiaku, tapping massively so, but now forced out of position, low HP. Oh, and the rocket fuel from Mario was good, but the jumping from Eric is as well. 2 versus 2 now. A chance to heal up, recuperate. Joker's tapping into Emeric, and now to Salty comes in for the final blow, potentially, but he'll go down. Forced aggression, a bit overzealous. 1v1 now. We got an ultimate scenario between Emeric and Mary. Emeric comes back into tank form, and I think that's the wise choice. Bring back the range advantage and try to earn a jump for the later stages, but Mary is trickling him down, though. Walled Spawn is down now as well. This is a good position, actually, turning from a disastrous one from Reply Totem. They might be able to secure this.
I mean, as soon as he gets that super, he's going to be in a great spot. Tanks so much, and the gadget does a heck of a lot as well. Great plays there from Maori. Joker went maybe a little bit too over-aggressive and put his team at risk, but we know that he knows that his teammates are going to be able to bring stuff back.
Fantastic from Mary, honestly. I mean, those scenarios put you under a great deal of stress, and he was able to thrive off the back of things. Now, just 1 round away from getting their first game, but as are Mr. Dosa from taking this set, and Reply to them cannot miss the trick here. They've got to be absolutely on point and really just secure 1 singular kill to give themselves an advantage here. Anyone will do realistically.
Yeah, well, still got a gadget there from Joker available as well. Super comes through from Maru on that left-hand side. Gets quite a lot of damage as well. Brings Emeric down to 2 shots, but he's answering back and getting some great connections through. Salty trying to get some shots in as well, but managed to pick up his super along the way. Mary's going to be the one who's just going to be sitting behind these, but can't go too close, otherwise the bouncers will start to connect. And now Squeak pinching across, not bringing it down just yet. It's going to require another shot, and during that, Xiaku's going to get hit. Gadget comes through as well, and he's doing everything he can to be able to defend this. Joker goes in, gets 1 shot, manages to get the shots for the second as well, and just like that, Reply Totem have gone from a terrible spot to a great one.
How did they do it? I mean, honestly, it's beautiful to watch. The way the Reply Totem just seem undefeatable in certain scenarios where more often than not other teams would crumble for sure, but that was a bit too close to my liking. a chance now to rekindle things and maybe even bring another set into the mix and be 2 sets up here. Mr. Strosa have got more work to do, and that makes this even more interesting now, and lessons to learn as well, no doubt about that. Zaki pushing forwards very aggressively here. Has the shield, but no longer there. Joker almost picks up the kill. Luckily gets the tap onto Mario along the way to keep him in the mix, but they've lost control now on the side of Mr. Dosa, and Reply Totem getting themselves stuck in firmly into the mid.
Yeah, well, now the shot's going through. Super comes down. Rocket rains there from onto Emmerich, but not getting a lot done. The residue in a bit of a useless spot now as they do back off, and Maori's very, very low. Has to be cautious. It's just backing off, waiting for some spawners to come in as well. Needs to get that, and Joker just still has gadgets in hand. Not going to be complaining about that, but already Mario used all of his, and another Rocket Rain available. He's tapping so hard, but now the gadget being used by Emmerich starts to push him back, but Mario says no to that and rains down some thunder.
Yeah, Mario's been tapping this left-hand side really consistently well, but Joker goes in aggressive, gets a lot of value for it, but again, will he come out? He gets 1, he gets 2, he's going for second to get a 3rd, he won't do it, but his teammates are there, and that's what's crucial and key. Reply Totem now 1 round away from getting 2 sets in the bag, and Mr. Dosa, they were so close from being able to get a set to be able to even things out in this series, and now it's dwindling.
I mean, this is a tough spot for them now, but they're making some changes. Sides are being swapped. Bonnie's coming down the mid, and Squeak's coming down the left. Not going to be the best matchup against the Brock, though. He's being outranged, but constantly Maori's getting knocked up on a bounce out of nowhere. Reverse polarity from Jaku picks him up and makes it a 3v2.
I love that gadget. I really do. I hope it gets a buff, because it's just so enjoyable when it sees great plays like that. And now it's given Mr. Dosa the advantage. This could well come down to the final round, but it's not over yet. Reply Totem have got some utility. Joker could go in for Flying Hook. We prefer to have Super at the same time as this. They're just trying to earn it. If Mario can get a Rocket Rain as well, it would help out considerably so, but Emmerich would much prefer to hold on to his Super for the next round and just secure this the hard way. Here's the Flying Hook coming from Joker. He gets the Super off the back of that connection. Will he get a kill for it? He finds it! Salty goes down 2 versus 1 though. I don't know that Mario can get out of this. Surely not, right? There's no way that he can be able to 2v1 this. He will go down. 1 round in it. It's going to be a set for Mr. Dosa, or 2 sets for Reply Totem for whoever takes this round.
I mean, Joker may be too over-aggressive, but I mean, it was worth the try, I guess. No supers for Reply Totem, though, and 3 on the side of Mr. Dosa. Worrying spot for them, but Salty needs to throw this out and try and get some value. Emmerich with his jump as well. Obviously, Joker did just use his super, but I think he probably got quite a lot back off it. The shield kill being used up quite quickly by these great taps of Emmerich. And Jaku now trying to push forward, mark onto Maori again, and this is what always makes him work. There goes the super in from Joker, the flying hook, the jump from Emmerich, but he goes into no man's land, lands, and can't do anything. Over aggression coming out, Salty remains, but 2v1 is not going to be going his way, surely. Joker looking for the pinch, and these porters are coming in like nobody's business. 2v1 in the top left, and where can he go? Absolutely nowhere, so he goes down, and Reply Totem are 2 sets up.
My word, Reply Totem were thrown into the fire, came out blazing in a good way. 2 sets ahead now. Mr. Dosa may have just had their best opportunity there and wasted it. I mean, that was looking like a set if I ever saw one, and I don't think Reply Totem will give them another chance to get one. I think they want to secure things in Brawl for me. But my goodness, I mean, they just really were able to just come out swinging. And I like that Joker on that final attempt with the flying hook and the super coming in, came back out that time around rather than just kind of going in and just trying to get damage. I think that really did help those final moments to secure themselves. And the jump, it sort of baited the jump to the body as well. They were able to then, with the help of Maori, secure the takedown. And that really did help out considerably so. But Mr. Dosa came so close there for a set, but they are now 2 sets down, and that might be too much to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, Joker made his moves, and he made some great ones, but at the same time, he made a few over-aggressive ones, but we're seeing the good ones here. Wonderful plays from him, and, you know, overall, Totem were just playing great. Mario was tapping so hard, as you mentioned. Mori had some great moments as well with these porters coming behind, and obviously, how clutch was it when, if they lost it, if they lost that 1v1, where he was marked, where he was in a really bad position, if he lost it, Mr. Dosa take the set, but that's what started the clawback from Reply Totem.
Good stats as well on the side of Reply Totem, for the most part. Really, really solid for me. Mario there with the 188 DPS throughout, really shone. But a team effort, I think the comp on the side of Reply Totem just seemed that more to me. I mean, Joker's role is primarily just to go in, aggressively get some damage to allow then everyone else to come in to get the pickups of the scraps. And Mr. Dostar just were not able to turn things around off the back of that deficit. I think just losing that game when they were just one round away from obtaining the set just wasn't enough to rekindle things. It was reset. Everyone from Reply to them then had all the utility back and able to just make better use of it. I think Joker had a bit of a rough first game when it came to that, and then later on just made it shine. Going in then to Brawl for field goal. This could be the last set of this series if Reply Totem keep this up, and they may have just blocked out the one remaining opportunity for Mr. Dostar to be able to reclaim a set. But with a good draft here, no doubt about it, this could continue on. As we've said, Mr. Dostar are making moves. They are making plays, creating opportunities for themselves. As the bans come in, there's first draft of Cadillac, and that makes me worried already. Didn't even get to see the bans. Stu, Nita, and Crow for Reply Totem, Barley, Shelly, and also there the Willow for FM Mr. Dostar. And I think the Willow is quite a good ban as well, because Reply Totem do love to play it, but they also like to play a lot of other outrageous ideas. Primo is a big one for them, and I hope they've got a plan for that if it shows its space.
Yeah, I'm not sure a Brawl has ever been selected that fast. Cordelia is instantly coming in for Reply Totem, and you can't blame him for it either. Look at those win rates. Well, 94% win rate for Dynamite. And I mean, considering how unplayable Dynamite is on so many maps, for a map like this, for him to have 94%, it's a good sign overall. But Squeak did come in from Mr. Dozer as their return to that Cordelia's pick. And they got another one as well. They're going to have to heavily play against that, otherwise it's going to run rampant.
Macy gonna come in, and that's not the brawler I was hoping for. Again, it's probably actually one of those maps the most where it's best catered for her. I think if you're gonna play her, probably play her here. Or Brawl in general, she can have better moments, but again, I think there's better options still available here if they wanted to consider for it. I think B, Ems, there's a lot of the mid control which I'd be more entitled to choose over the Macy. Reply to them coming in. There's the B. Will it be the Primo to back it up? I just kind of wonder. It's such an aggressive idea, which they do champion a lot. Dynamite going to come in. I mean, I'm pretty sure the win rates from last month and previous months have been devised over the course of global. So every sort of region combined into some stats. But they made it work in pit stop. There's no reason to expect that they won't make it work here again. And they know how to play it best. So I'm a bit concerned, honestly, for Mr. Dostar here.
Yeah, as am I. Definitely not the best. They've got Cordelius in the 94% win rate Dynamite. You've got to be worried about Carl. Probably one of the better answers. Flying Hook, super, able to avoid so many of these Dynamite shots. Definitely going to be solid. But, I mean, can that really bring back everything that they have pinned against them by Reply Totem? I'm not sure. It's going to have to be one heck of a game from Jaku, I feel.
It really is. I mean, it's a final pick, and you've got to be honest, the Cordelius could easily cancel out that aggression. You know, if Zeku goes in on the wrong person at the wrong time, and the Cordelius is just there to just literally super and just deflate everything he has to bring to the table. You know, it's a tough ask. I just don't really see a world that you don't ban Cordelius here. I mean, throwers are strong. Willow, sure, can even score goal opportunities with her super, but I think you've got to ban it. And already Maru just going straight in, holding W, getting value for it, and giving Reply Totem already such a groundwork in this match. Maru doing fantastic work on the right-hand side as well, these connections and just control. I mean, they're just coming out the gate swinging.
Oh dear, that's all I've got to say here. Jaku's going to go in, but the break from Maori, the strategy there from Salty keeps him alive, but how long for? Stun, everything gets thrown at him. Jaku's there to pick up the ball, but he can't even super that out. A pass to Maru or Mori, and a goal will come out of Reply Totem.
I mean, I'll give it to Salty there to defend that goal, which I was certain was going in regardless, but nonetheless, is it going to be enough? Because Reply Totem are already smelling the blood, already pushing forwards, and Maru just trying to connect on this right-hand side. Salty, of course, in the round, but Maru, in the meanwhile, is pushing forward so aggressively and causing a problem. Stun available to Maru. He won't connect it. Beautiful gadget again from Salty, and it's a team wipe. Mr. Dostar come out of that situation on top. Amazing from them.
Yeah, but the deflation instantly there as Cordelius comes out of spawn. That's something they've got to be scared of. Stay out of the range of the Shadow Realm. Otherwise, they're going to be getting dragged into it and not have a good time. There you go, and a few mushrooms are laying there for Maru to pick up as well. Get some heals. Gadget Pops gets the stun off, and the mute obviously as well. I mean, dragged back into the Shadow Realm once more, and now Maru just picking up some more mushrooms. More shots hitting him as well, and this is difficult for him now. Another mushroom, more heals. But Jaku does survive and even gets the kill.
This is a great response from Mr. Dostar, who have not really been in this game until now. Joker just flashing super there, won't connect it though, and that's going to be chance then for Mr. Dosa to push forwards more aggressively. Good help from Salt. He can't find the follow-up though. Now with the gadget he can, and the super. Maru's connected. He'll go down to 150 HP. Can they secure this? Mr. Dosa, Salty's in the realm. He needs to get out of this before he can get a chance on goal. He's getting taps into Maru, but just can't find the space. And that was a great super from Maru on to defend that situation. They're not out the woods by a long shot. With that super from Joker and the follow-ups from Maru, though they might just be. Zeka survives on, goes down now, but can Emea score from this? Off the line! Great defense from Reply Totem, and surely safe and sound with 10 seconds remaining.
So scrappy, but this is going to be a match point. Ball in the corner. Totem managed to defend it. Slow's going to be missed by Joker, but it's not going to matter. Cordelis picks up the left-hand side and drags Carl into the Shadow Realm. No time for him to get out, and Mr. Dosa in a terrible spot. Now match point to Reply Totem, and almost yet another sweep is coming.
That's what I mean about Cordelius, you know, it's just one of those brawlers that can just deflate so much, and you can see there, the one chance realistically that Mr. Dosa had to make a goal-scoring opportunity count and just pulled into the realm, and that was the first pick by Reply Totem, and it wasn't banned, you know. Of course it's going to be the first pick. Rattled Hive early in for Joker, not going to find, though, very much. A bit of positioning power potentially here as everyone's clustered now. Now he'll find the value. Great work. Emmerich survives on, though, and Zaku on the right-hand side as well. He might be able to get a flying hook out of this position if he wants, and just to go for Maori. I don't necessarily mind if it's a 3 versus 1. The ball gets clear, and that shot will get the takedown. The ball was not going in regardless, but nonetheless, they've alleviated the situation and defended. That was a very early start. That was 13 seconds of sheer aggression from Reply Totem.
Yeah, really nice stuff from them. Gets brought into the Shadow Realm, though. It's Jaku who's going to be up against Maru here, and he's got this gadget available. Gets the mute off as well. Gets the kill. Might be able to get the cycle. Can he drag anybody else in? He's hit, and he does go down. But Macy, I think he was using the super there and didn't manage to get it off, so he wasted that. But Jaku coming out of spawn with the super. Still got flying hooks. Emmerich's got the super. Still got gadgets too. They're not in a bad spot. That early aggression from Totem was so scary.
Really was. Great gadget there. I like the residue there. Mr. Super there from Maru, and he goes down. This is the best chance realistically for Mr. Dosa. Fly hook in there from Zaku. Goes for the super shot off the line by Joker. A bit misplaced potentially here as Maru can now continue to defend this. It might be the better just to kind of weave it forwards, but against the B, it's a tough thing to call. I mean, realistically there, though, Mr. Dosa had options, and those options have now exacerbated themselves.
Yeah, ball straight back in the corner from Joker, and Maru just trying to get another super here as well. Emmerich down this left-hand side. All Totem are pretty confident in the position they're in, and now super comes through, gets in the realm, gets the heals. Yaku gonna get the takedown though, but he followed up, he was muted, he couldn't get the super off, and wasted it there. Rattled Hive, last one from Joker, gets big connections on the Maisie, deflates this push nicely. Super coming out of Maori there, and he can't avoid that one. Great pickups, 40 seconds on the clock, and you know, the first signs of Totem managing to push out since early game, but quickly shut down here by Salty as he picks up Maru.
So much action, but no goals have been scored here. And in overtime, I don't like Mr. Dosa's chances against the B. There's a great bomb there from Marius, continuing on, gets the stun follow-up as well. And that's a wide open goal for him, but the slow is there. And that's going to allow Mr. Dosa to respawn. Reply Totem have got to be able to whistle this down even more so. But Mari continues on. Follow-up shots again. And look at this. It's going to be a goal. Reply Totem has scored it. And there's not enough time for the response. Mr. Dosa are going to be exiting in the quarterfinals. Reply Totem will continue forwards, and they make the semi-finals.
Can't say we expected any difference, but that was a great performance out of both of those teams there. Reply Totem just seems so heavily in control throughout the majority of it. Knockout, they wavered a bit, but back in Brawl Ball, they looked so strong off the start. First game, perfect. Second game, little bit more sketchy as Mr. Dosa seemed in control of most of the map there, but at the end of the day, it is a 3-0 to Totem. We expected it. These first two results have gone the way we thought they would, but we saw much more of a fight back from the opposing teams.
I want whatever Maru's having today, because like towards the end of that, it was just disgusting. There's no other word for it. Some great plays from Mr. Dosa. We got to accentuate that. They're really wearing that matchup, and like you said, no, honestly, very similar from what we saw with Emma Fantasy earlier, making moments for themselves and not getting trampled over like many might be expecting, especially over at event.brawlstars.com, with that 4% margin that people were expecting might be able to cause an upset. I think they really did themselves justice, and I mean, what an amazing set though to finalize the series. It had it all, honestly. And like, I mean, the back and forths were just so exciting to watch. Ultimately, Reply Totem coming out on top was what we kind of expected as last month's monthly final champions. It would go a long way to say that they are likely to make moves again today. But for Mr. Dosa, I mean, that is not a better way to exit the year.
It's not. They've had some great moments this year. They've showed up multiple times. They've showed up in other competitions as well. As I said, it's the same with AOF. They show their face, but they don't do too much with it. And Reply Totem obviously come out on top yet again, 3-0. I mean, they won last month. They've showed us great performances month in, month out. So it's kind of what we expected. But at the end of the day, Mr. Dosa, they've put on a great show this year, and I couldn't be more pleased to see them in this last monthly.
Well, question in my mind is who was the MVP from event.brawlstars.com for Reply Totem? It's going to be Maori. I think that's wise. Judging especially from that last set, I think it makes a lot of sense. And we're 2 for 2 for our predictions over there as well. So get in there quick for the next match before it begins, guys. You want to make sure that you get all those tier points in towards that pin this month, and of course, claiming back previous months if you've been a bit behind as well. We are now 2 quarterfinals down, 2 more still to come, and it's already been a quick start to the day, but I think that might be slowing down as we get to these next ones. Up next, Foot Esports take on A&R. This one is set to be an absolute banger. You do not want to go anywhere. Be right back after the break. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship, where we are in the monthly final of the year for the Emea region. Teddy, bit of an explosive way to start the day, wasn't it?
Absolutely. So we had some great moments from our underdog teams, but I mean, so far it seems like going safe in your predictions is the right way. But for the next 2 quarterfinals, I don't know if there is a safe way, Ark.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The EMEA region always brings up some unexpected results, that's to say the least. But nonetheless, I think for the most part, the upper bracket side of things was expected. But nonetheless, valiant attempts from Fantasy and Mr. Dosa. I'm not claiming any sets, but nonetheless, they claimed our hearts, and that's what matters most when you're not really in the LCQ world spots realistically in contention. But esports up against A&R. Up next, Humble after that take on SK Gaming, and this is where things get really, really interesting. Let's touch on Foot Esports and A&R. Foot Esports first, qualified out of, well, this is their 5th monthly final of the year. Made the grand finals though in July, the month just passed, and almost secured it against Reply Totem, but took the loss. That was their best performance to date. They've always made the semi-finals, Teddy, and it's hard not to see them do it again, but again, upsets can occur. And the last monthly final of the year, what are your thoughts?
I mean, first of all, I gotta love the Lena hair because, you know, he didn't have much of it if you look a couple of years back. Love the look, love the curls as well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Foot are a team that, you know, despite a slow start to the year, are looking more and more deadly by the minute. Last month made it almost all the way. Feel like this month, I mean, on my predictions, I got them going all the way.
Well, they made the challenge finals as well for SPS, a guaranteed 40 additional points, but they did beat this team in quals to make it into the monthly finals. A&R, Rama, Nob, and Mabius. They're a fierce squad, no doubt about it. I sometimes kind of wonder whether they're fiercer on social media than they are in the BSC, but nonetheless, coming in today, feeling confident about it, and sometimes confidence can be key. And ANR, of course, they did also make the Challenge Finals alongside Foots. They are guaranteed that additional 40 points at minimum from there. But this is a grudge match for sure. Nonetheless, ANR and Foot Esports bashing horns a lot this year. We've seen a few exchanges over on social media as well. So, I love Roma's approach, though. I mean, he just likes to stir things up. He doesn't really mean it.
He likes to bring up the heat, even when it's not necessary. But I love that you bring up the social media, because Rama asked for this match, which, was a bit of a show of confidence or overconfidence. But he wanted to face Foot. He wanted to show the world this month what ANR is capable of. I mean, I'm down to see it. I'm all here. My eyes are wide open, ready to watch this quarterfinal match. But Rama better deliver on his word.
ANR, of course, have made grand finals themselves back in March. Zeta lost 1-3, and they are the #1 seed actually going into the SPS as well. So that's a very, very solidifying position for them. They've proven themselves there, but they've got to prove themselves here today if they want to cause that upset. Again, Foot Esports are on the cusp of greatness here. Very, very close to a world finals spot. 71% on event.brawlstars.com feel like this will go their way. The 29% that say ANR have got what it takes, but that is the closest that we've seen today. I think the ANR realistically are a little bit further forwards as well. Again, going back to the qualifying stages of this month's monthly finals, Foot Esports did lock themselves in for today based on that 2-0 scoreline, and ANR looking for revenge from it. That first pick of Tara, the bans being Crow, Cordelius, and Shelly for Foot. For ANR, the Ems, the Nisa, and the Poco. Otis' first pick for Foot. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one. I mean, on Double Swoosh, it doesn't do too badly, but there are definitely a lot of brawlers that we tend to see a bit more often early into that draft. Probably just taking some safe measures against some of the tanky ideas that might be brought in the mix. Some of the tank counters, Shelly, Cordelius, Ems, Nita, all already taken out of the equation, and you're not really going to be rocking a B here anyway, so I can understand their reasoning, and they'll go for the Jesse to follow up. And I know I've been called a Jesse hater plenty of times in the past, but I am a changed man, Ark. And slowly but surely, Jesse is growing on me. But, it's still not exactly one of my favorite picks. So it's made some leaps. Still, I mean, if they can prove it to work here on Double Swoosh, I'll be gladly, shown the path by Foot Esports.
I can't allow this, Teddy. I just simply can't. I mean, the amount of times that I'll be giving you some grief for it, it comes out on top, and you can't be siding with me on this one. I think it's an interesting place for Jesse. I'm not sure whether it's the place for Shelly. So I think so far, for me, A&R, I've got what I would like to have under my thumbs. I mean, the Squeak, Tara, great combination. Squeak here as well, especially going to get a lot of value, but they are choosing to leave the bushes up, and a third and final pick from Foot, if it is that Amber or something along those lines that can break, then I kind of worry just a little bit. But I've got to say, it feels like Foot have got a strategy in mind, and the question is, will they be able to unhinge what A&R are bringing in terms of brute force? Surge here is a very underrated pick. We haven't really seen it come back into the full force that it used to be on Double Swoosh, but I don't mind it here for A&R. It feels like they're cooking something up.
Yeah, I kind of like the Surge, to be honest, because, lots of bushes on Double Swoosh, which means that, first of all, you get to kind of sneak up on your opposition to try to get towards that second and third stage, which is usually where you want your Surge to be, at least, because we've seen countless games of Surge where he doesn't go past stage 1 or, too late into the game. So I kind of like that. Plus, speed gear is going to help to mitigate for the slow speed in the stage 1. Amber, I mean, that's going to be the complete opposite job, right? Removing every single one of those bushes as soon as possible, and I'm here for it. I mean, it's a proven success on Double Swoosh to just get rid of those bushes, bring up the Amber, and get the job done.
Yeah, Foot may have just won me back over, honestly, because that is going to eradicate so much of what A&R are wanting to use as their, assassination material. And once that goes down, if the Surge especially doesn't get off the stacks, but nonetheless, I'm assuming maybe it's on it. He's one of the more aggressive players, but nonetheless it could be Nob as well. Let's see Nob on the Tara, rather on the Squeak. Yeah, maybe it's on it. So he is going to be able to go super to town. The question is, will he be able to go too heavily into Foot and allow for a potential takedown? So far, it's a nice residue from the mid from Rama, as Nob clears up the right hand side as well, and a 3 versus 2 is a good start here from A&R. 4 gems in the pocket already, and the 5th spawning in, but nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, early on, the sticky residue is going to be a nightmare for Foot to deal with. Don't exactly have any ways to get rid of those walls either, so those choke points just get removed. There's a final gadget left, I believe, for Rama, but I mean, at this point, damage may already be done because they have a 7-gem lead. Foot Esports yet to pocket in a single one, and Rama has a super as well. Lena is going to be able to connect to mute, but not really any follow-up as Mebius gets 1, gets 2, and A&R are getting dangerously close to countdown.
We saw time and time again last month, Lenan just stealing gems, but I don't think this is the brawler to do it today. 10 in the pocket for A&R, and a convincing start. Nob in a great position, gets the takedown onto Lenan, and has got super still to hand, and Drake sucked in now. He's going to have to gain a lot of value from these shots, and he's slowed himself. That is going to be the first game going the way of A&R, and again, this is the starting hand for Foot Esports to get their World Finals ticket locked in. If they go all the way today, they will do that. For A&R so far with that start, they're shutting the very idea down at the first hurdle. Got to keep it up, no less, but that is very convincing for me.
It was extremely convincing, really. I kind of want to backtrack about that Jessie pick real quick. No, I still like Jessie, don't get me wrong. Double swoosh is an interesting place to bring her into, and we only saw her first turret, I believe, in the last 6 or 7 seconds of the countdown, which is a bit of a problem because the turret is kind of like half of her kit, and you need to get the value off it earlier on. It gets some valuable slow. Semantic, though, going full W key on that right-hand side and get 2 picks up from it as well. So Foot Esports in a wonderful position for now. Let's see if Drake can get that turret, and yeah, he'll get it like a minute earlier than in the previous game, and I think that can make quite a bit of a difference.
Bad positioning for it though as well. Maybe this will be able to secure it. Will he go down now, but the pickup will be there as well. Speaking of value, yeah, Semantic absolutely just poured in value for his squad on that right-hand side earlier, but got to keep it up. And honestly, I'd much prefer a bow mid here. I know it's not to everyone's flavor, but bow here is so good, and it's just a solid pair of hands. Breaks the bushes along with the amber. It would have surely have done a lot more, but Lenan clears the left-hand side now. They'll be able to creep forwards a bit once the slow has exacerbated things down and get into a good position, the stronghold here. It's the best we've seen Foot so far. Davis shooting these shots, though. He's got no stacks, remember. Once this gadget's depleted, he's in a really difficult spot. He might have the speed, potentially. I'm not too sure, but I don't think he does. Yeah, he's on his own sitting dark, and if keep depriving him of that, then that could go a long way here.
Certainly so. A&R not quite as far behind anymore, but still dangerous. Only 1 gem for the countdown. The pull is going to connect onto Rage, but he's able to survive that anyways. No follow-up from A&R. The 2 gems, 1 picked up by Semantic, 1 by Lena, are going to lock in that countdown. Drake found the 10th on his own as well, meaning that A&R need the kill onto Drake no matter what if they want to interrupt. But looking at the map, nobody even remotely close to the action there. And that is going to be a very strong way to strike back for Foot.
Yeah, that was better. Absolutely so. I've got to say, though, a lot of that positioning control came from Semantic on that right-hand side, just able to alleviate 2 players, and that did bring things forwards in a big, big way. So they've got to be able to do that same thing again. Depriving Mavis of those stacks was absolutely key, and if they can do that again, but Mavis is already getting a lot of shots here, and 1 shot away from Super now, I think, as well. That was not the best of starts for Foot here, and got the gems for it, but they've lost that control in the mid, and that could be costly.
Yeah, that early trade is probably going to be favoring A&R just a little bit more, getting Mebius closer towards his second stage, only about a shot away or so. We'll get it now and gets to jump in and the kill as well. Good value from him. And now with the man advantage, they are able to create a little bit more space for A&R to build up that gem lead, up by 3 gems now.
The tire's healed, but it's still a bit of a waste. It's just going to buy a bit of time, but not much more than that. With 6 gems in the pocket for A&R, and another residue into the mid from Rama. It's going to force their Drace to, be making that choice of, do I want to go into a Paradise spot by getting the gem and going forwards, or going slow and already being able to be much help. And Lenan sucked in the left-hand side, gets the mute off in time for Nob. She's going to be tickling down with the poison, so Drace knows his position, but not much more than that. Rama's going to survive on there. Maybe it's again getting those stats, getting the maneuverability, the range, the speed. It goes such a long way, and they fed him way too much, just like the first game. And as quickly as that, countdown for A&R, and in a commanding position here. I don't really see a way that Foot can really push back, but they're going to try their best. And now on the right-hand side to take down, but he's lacking in range. Drake has got no turret on the left-hand side, and that is going to be it. Game 1, set 1 goes the way of A&R.
So far, A&R are delivering beautifully done in this opening set, and Foot had a fighting chance, but it felt like in this third game, A&R were able to just, lock down their positions, be a lot more consistent at shutting down Semantic as well. We saw him in game 2. Semantic was the man that was able to open things up and, get some sort of opportunities for Foot to succeed. Game 3, A&R just completely shut any of those aggressive ideas down.
Yeah, it was like in that moment where Samantha cleared up the right-hand side, it allowed the Surge to have to respawn in. You can really keep a Surge more at bay with 0 stacks, slow maneuverability, coming back into the mix. It's a much easier thing to have a handle on. And then it just was depleted so quickly, as maybe it's just held W off the spawn in that third game. And I don't mind the Jesse pick. It's not a bad one. It's used a lot in North America to great avail as well. And Drake does a lot of the drafting for that very region as well. They're going to kind of have that moment with the turret would really kind of shine it and come into its own. But I think kind of better in hot zone for me a little bit more than it is there in double swoosh. But nonetheless, statistically, Foot didn't look too bad. I mean, in terms of their takedowns and kills, edging a little bit over A&R. But again, the objective was just play better by A&R. And it's a dangerous thing to hand a set over in that first instance to A&R, because again, a team that really thrived with the back of momentum, and they've got that to hand now. Going into Canal Grande, a tough bounty map too, if they are able to land a solid draft here and keep that pressure on, but might be in trouble here.
Absolutely. Draft is always very important, but I feel like Canal Grande is one of those maps where it can be even a little bit more important than on others, because you can quickly get checkmated if you are not careful with how you draft this one out. But we're ready to jump in, and our bans are going to be Shelly, Cordelius, and Eve for Foot Esports. A&R banning out Carl, as well as Barley and Gray. I like the ban so far. Still some thrower ideas open, and take first pick, kind of to be expected at this point.
Yeah, I like it for sure. I do. I think the Carl band's really quite key here, as is the Gray. I think actually all the bands are really, really solid, on point for what I'd expect to see here for me. I mean, Gene potentially still now available. Brock going to be playing a vital role, I feel, as well in the mid. Maybe some little shining stars, like a Buzz coming in as a bit of a shock idea. I mean, A&R are probably that team that do bring in those kind of aggressive ideas more so. But I think you've got to ban Carl here for Lenan. He's so dangerous on it. And I think A&R have read that really nicely here. Squeak kind of come in for Foot. Nita as well. I love the Squeak. Not necessarily as much of a fan of the Nita, but again, if it is fed, can gain a lot of value. But A&R are going to have to be cautious on that side of things to not do that.
Yeah, Nita is an interesting one. I mean, probably the only bounty map where it is really playable, or it has been for a long time, rather. Just a very good duelist, playing around those walls and those bushes. It can get some really good work done, but keeping some distance is going to be key here, and Gene is a good approach to it. You called it earlier, and I really don't mind it. Just need to get a complementary pick with it to make sure you don't get overwhelmed, because having a Gene in a defensive position can sometimes be a little bit dangerous, a little bit scary, because you just don't really bring up that much damage per second.
Potentially Ruffs here is a combo that A&R have run before, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. I mean, against the Squeak, it could be troublesome with the sandbags, not going to provide much value, but Otis is going to come in for them. They're scared of a tanky idea, and I think that's the best brawler that you can realistically bring in under the circumstances to defend up against it. I mean, Sam would be a prime choice for Lenan, and not really necessarily the Ashe. They tend to deviate more towards that Sam pick, and if that was a consideration for Foot. I think Lanan's face might be hinting towards that. They've been red, and do they just dare to go in with it anyway? That's kind of like a question now. I think range is the safer bet. Bell would be a solid shout here. Clustering can occur a lot on Canal Grande or throwers. I mean, Sprout can have a great time of things, and there it is. I love that. I think that's going to provide some value, but again, can be more harmful than good, especially for Nita as well. Combined with that in spawn side, if you're losing control, how do you get out of that? That's the question. I think this is a really good comp from A&R. To be completely honest, at the right times, they just landed the right picks, and it's a really good draft for A&R. I think Foot Esports going to have to do a lot of work and a lot more communication on their front to really land this. If the Sprout pops off and they've got control, then it should be relatively easy sailing, and it's just that concern on a map like this. If you lose that control with limited range on the side of the Nita, and you know, if you're deprived of that super, which is really your saving grace, let's see how it fares. But I think A&R got the safer comp, that's got to be said.
Yeah, I'm with you on the comps. I think Tick as well is going to be just a little bit of a superior thrower, so the Sprout last pick is a little bit worrisome to that extent. But as you said, it can pop off, it can do some big stuff, and there's going to be the kill from Drage on that right-hand side. They got the blue star as well. A bit of a missed opportunity from Drage there, but he will be saved. Yeah, I was a little bit scared that Drage was going to go down to that Tick head as he missed that first shot, but all good for now. 3 stars lead for Foot.
Semantic is gonna, go down to the Tick mines there. And meanwhile, maybe it's on the right-hand side with himself. Drake on 4 stars now and the blue. And now the wall helping an arm, but Brawl will get some value off the back of that. And I do worry about these tickets later on down the lines. Good connections though again from Drake, and the follow-up secures things. 7 stars now to 4, plus that blue. But again, one gene pool can turn things around so quickly. And if the team are not all together for those moments to eradicate the tick heads when they come in as well, as I imagine Thickhead being ran by Rama. Can't quite see on the gadget front, but nonetheless, Foot Esports got the lead for now, but this is the comp that can fall very quickly.
Bear is going to be placed down. Semantic going a bit over aggressive there. Will get punished for it. Only 1 start setting both teams apart. Vengeful Spirits will find a connection onto Lena, but not enough to take him down. Survives with just a slimmer of health. I think the mute might take down the Squeak, and indeed Drage falls with 5. Now suddenly it was a lead for A&R, but quickly turned around by Lena with a wonderful kill on his part.
Just the blue star separating things out, and for that reason Foot can't go too aggressive here. They'd like to, but they can't risk it. Nice wall from Lena, but the right-hand side leaves them very susceptible to damage, and he'll go down. But the trade is there as well. The blue star remains with Foot, and that's crucial with 3 seconds remaining. They might have just about done it. Oh my word! Such a close one.
Good stuff on both sides, really, but I want to commend Foot for getting those quick trades, because multiple moments we had A&R getting a kill, seemed like they might just get away with it and fall back, but as they're falling back, they lose a player, the trade comes through, and suddenly Foot keeps that lead. Now, what worries me a little bit for Foot is if A&R have a better start, because they were like quite a couple of stars behind in the early game. Maybe we have a different story, but so far control-wise, I mean, they're being hurt like sheep right now.
Oh my word, disastrous stuff, A&R. Great positioning from Drage, so much value. Lenan was absolutely on point as well, and it leads me back around to this. My question mark is with this Nita pick. I don't know whether Semantic is going to gain the value that he was lacking in the last game, but he really is a bit of a wasted pair of hands at the moment, because it's really all Lenan and Drage that are just keeping things under control at bay, and I think that's where the majority of their value is going to come from here. As long as they keep Semantic unfed, then he doesn't really have a place for me.
Well, if they find openings like that onto Lena, A&R not in as bad of a spot anymore. Kind of surprising that there wasn't a single kill off that insane positioning that Foot had in the early stages of this game. 50 seconds left on the clock, and Foot are on the back foot. Kind of for the first time in this set, the Tick Head will be taken care of quite easily by Foot Esports, and they are closing in, they are getting closer, and A&R's defense gotta hold up.
Great gadget again from Drage, locking that right-hand side down, and this is where Semantic might be able to come into his own a little bit, but if the pull is there for Nob, and he lands it! Semantic goes down! 4 stars hands over to A&R, still the blue with Foot. They can get Nob, that would be a lifesaver for them, but with 20 seconds, Lenan low HP. Drake's got another gadget though, that could be the game-changing moment here. again, a wall available to Lenan as well, but time is trickling here, Teddy.
It absolutely is. 10 seconds left. Rama low HP. Lacerai is going to be popped. All three players under assault, but another kill from A&R. And that will be the final one now, as Semantic goes down and A&R strike back, picking up game number 2. And I think the gene pool kind of locked it in there towards the end. Getting that pull onto the Nita just released so much positioning, created so much space for A&R, and they were able to just hold on to that defensive line.
It's a tough thing to watch, and Foot have got to hope for a miracle here, honestly, because A&R are learning as they go, and they just going to leave Semantic again just to stay out of his way, because ultimately, if he's not fed, he's not a problem, and they can just focus in the meanwhile onto Lenan and Drage, and like he goes down immediately there, giving the lead over. Maybe this might come out of this alive, and he does with the help of the healing puffs as well, and it's really going to come down to the Squeak Gadget and Lenan, and we saw in the previous game towards the end that wall actually blocked out Drage from being able to do his thing because Lenan went down, and it's a tough thing to make work. It's basically a 3 versus 2 here, and the Foot are in a world of hurt.
Yeah, a good drop from A&R, but can it carry them until the end? The Semantic is low HP, able to get out of there. Nice kill onto the Gene, but Mebius gets a trade as he finds Drage. And the blue star is going to be favoring Foot Esports for the time being. Lena is low, might have to concede some more space there as well. And slowly but surely, A&R are making their way back south.
Well, Semantic's doing well to make the opportunities that he's got. Count Ram on the right-hand side goes down to Drage, and Semantic can just get a couple more shots, but again, A&R is so good at depriving him of it. In the meanwhile, all forcing themselves to the right-hand side, which is going to provide a lot of value to Lenan if he lands the shots, but the tick head is available, and that's where Drage requires that kind of support to defend against it. Slowed as well, there into the mid. As a result of that residue, I think Drage got... I think that might be the last one. If not, there's one more left, but I think it could be the last one there. And A&R are just slowly pushing back Foot into this spawn side area. Semantics alone on the right-hand side. Drage has got to help. No more gadgets for Drage as well now. So you've got that 6-star lead, 2 stars differential, but A&R in a great spot. Not lands this pull. I mean, Semantics muted. The ticket will seal it. 7 stars to A&R, 2 stars in it. There's still time.
Yeah, gym pool available as well. The Bear trying to tank it. Nob is low HP and no opportunity to pull. That's gonna settle it for Canal Grande as Bounty goes to Foot Esports.
That Bruce Bear couldn't have come more in the nick of time, and it actually was able to provide that cushioning that Semantic needed. That was like the one moment that Nita had any of a moment in that series, but my word, I think Foot got let off lightly there, I'll be honest. I mean, they made it work, and that's what a great team is made of, honestly, when they know that they've got outdrafted, but are able to still work around that kind of handicap. And I mean, it's a bit of a strange thing to call Semantic a handicap, because he is not. That Brawler is. He is not. I mean, he is like such a mechanically gifted player, and Foot had a plan, and it just deviated as the draft took form. But nonetheless, we're able to avail on top. We're now tied up in terms of the sets, and honestly, after that second game, I didn't expect to be saying that.
Yeah, certainly so. A&R looked really good in this set, but Foot just able to get some more consistent early games, I think, that helped them just build up that better positioning, and A&R just never really able to lock them in the same way. I mean, if we even look at the game that the A&R won, they were cornered at times. They had to play incredibly defensively. Foot were never really put under that much pressure, it felt like.
Great stuff there from Foot, surviving on. Yeah, Semantic with the 1 kill. I mean, it was kind of expected realistically there. When you look at the DPS on the side of A&R as well, very much up there for maybe some Rama. And again, just one of those instances where the statistics, and Drage is pulling his weight, honestly, massively so. And just, again, despite the DPS, it was like the map control that was really where the keys lied in the Foot Esports comp, and just ensuring that A&R had like limited options for Lenan to come in to be able to get the splash that they needed. That control was really what won them that set, and it shouldn't have been a set which they should have won realistically when you look at just the draft. And you've got to hand it to them for that. That is going to be a huge lift coming into Heist. Safe zone up next, and a chance to refresh that draft and come up with some more traditional ideas. I think in terms of this one, the longer range affair is definitely which is going to be more able to cater towards them. Is Sam left open, I wonder here? And it is. I wonder whether I wonder whether for Esports is going to bring in Lennon for that Sam pick now as like a third and final idea. Brock's going to be the first one. I think play it safe to start with for sure. 8-bit's a really nice starting hand as well for me from A&R. The band's been Cordelius, Colette and Shelley, Cordelius, Bell and Bonnie for Foot.
Yeah, I think this is one of those instances as well where the brawler, when raised, don't necessarily reflect the most realistic sort of draft approach, just because they might not have been the most picked brawler. Sam, just a little bit more situational, few teams willing to bring it in, but when they do, it can be very deadly. We'll see a Carl brought in by Foot Esports. I like that for sure. Usually gonna be something that Luna likes to play, so this could be ruling out any potential Sam ideas, but I wouldn't rule it out completely either. Carl is a very versatile brawler. Most players know how to play him at least decently, so that shouldn't be ruling out a Sam just yet. A&R going to be bringing in the Eve, which is an interesting one, a little bit more situational, but it does offer you a little bit of extra space, as you do have those little rivers or ponds, I guess, to navigate through, and basically some terrain where you're the only one contesting that space of the map.
Yeah, they can't really go down at this stage in the draft, so it could be just like that idea to have as a bit of safety net to decide now whether they want to bring it in. I think they probably will do now with well, potentially with the Daryl showing its face, or maybe something stronger for defense. But I mean, the Daryl here is smart because with Cordelius banned, which is basically the best counter to that idea. Obviously, the Carl is going to bring in the flying hook and do a similar thing, you know, by going on the safe and just focusing on the objective. I kind of think that maybe Foot might approach it with Sam, but it's a tough one to call, honestly. If not, there's not many long-ranged options still available under the current amount of bans that there are. Lou, okay, I mean, they're thinking about defense. I was thinking maybe more Spike, just to have, because Lou is so situational tools that Daryl pick, and it's definitely a good, solid counter, but it's a tough thing to see actually on this kind of map and mode. Maybe not to people, maybe the chat's going crazy right now, I'm not really too sure, but it does make sense. They're looking to hard counter the Daryl, and you know, ideally Lewis is going to sit back and just stay on that position and just freeze him out. Maybe to get a bit of positioning power, can do some other stuff and lock down the middle a little bit, force things to the right, buy some time. But I mean, they didn't really have much of a choice, but I would have preferred to see a Spike.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach for sure. I mean, it's kind of getting Lou out of his comfort zone when it comes to the map as well, as this is just not really a typical Lou map. It's been seen before, I believe, in NA a couple of times this year. So far, though, so good, as Luna gets the first block on the top side of the map, and some follow-up damage on safe as well. They just can't bring him down just yet before he gets a couple more shots down. Semantic with a super, everything is gonna land onto the safe as well, and we have a bit of a lead now for Foot Esports, as A&R did manage to have the Daryl slip through the defense and get some damage of his own.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like you bring in Lou with this sole reason to defend against the Dow, but the Dow still slips through. So it's going to be a tough thing to make work. Otis would have been a good shout as well. Lenan now going in to get that damage, which they do need. Lenan has got to keep cycling in. He's got to keep landing super and getting over that lake, using the flying hook for that. And they've got to be able to secure some of these takedowns along the way to alleviate these pushes. Not going in. A huge amount of damage for A&R here. Nob survives on. Almost 50% left now on the Foot Esports safe, and it's a very close matchup, but as time trickles on, I don't like Foot's chances here. They've got to keep Lenan cycling forwards and trying to secure as much damage as they can, because if that 8-bit lands itself onto the safe with the damage booster, it's going to be devastating, and he's doing that. He's putting in his weight, doing wondrous amounts of work. Now it's Semantic and Drake behind it. They can get the damage that they need as well. A great position for Foot. They should be able to seal this even right here, right now.
Yeah, super from Semantic, not quite gonna do it just yet. 600 HP left, and it's A&R with all map control. No more gadgets from Lena either to try to slip through and get some more damage on save. They have a damage booster, not gonna be lasting for long, but Nob is on the safe. He gets frozen, will go down. Mebius with some good dodges, gets his super off, trying to waste some ammo, buy some time. But for now, it does seem like Foot might be able to settle it. The call shot not quite going to find the range. It is such a close affair.
It really is, but Roma is frozen out. Great loot value there from Drake. Follows up with Thompson to Mavis. The egg will not be enough to tank it, and that will be the final bit of damage. Oh my word, it's a lot closer than it seems in terms of the draft, I've got to be honest. But will A&R have learned from that along the way? You know, Lou is definitely an out there idea, but I understand the madness behind the method. It is there for sole reason, and it was cutting its cutting its work. Let's see though, as we go into our next game where the foot can bring back a set here, and again, their drafts are just a bit out there and a bit crazy, but that is kind of working more often than not for them today. And even with a bad draft, they're able to show that they can demonstrate the abilities of the mechanics behind it to come out on top. It's a great start early on from foot, getting that mid positioning, and really are even much better off than the last game now. And Semantic, rocket fuel into the mid, love that, breaks open the bushes, they can see everything coming, and already Lung going in. Great stuff, 10% damage, just a little bit here and there, but nonetheless, they've got some great amount of utility behind themselves now.
Yeah, getting rid of the Daryl now as well just kind of deflates this counter-attack immediately. So Foot, even though they didn't get a ton of damage, there's no way for A&R to strike back just yet. It's going to be a defensive damage booster. Plays down for Rama, but not one that will last very long. Eventually, the hatchlings also will be taken care of. And now Nob is just waiting for an opportunity to go in. He had some in the previous game where Drage would go down. Immediately Nob goes in for the save. But right now Drage is playing it a bit more defensively, a bit more safe, and making sure that he doesn't leave those opportunities open for the Daryl.
Great pinch there onto Mobius, and Semantic's having a great game, and it's great to see. Again, what a difference, what a great thing a difference of a brawler makes for him. And now Novice escaped through onto the safe. Rama's got the damage booster as well to hand. If he lays it down and goes to pop an extra credit gadget, could be so much damage coming in. It's a very tight game here, 66 to 68%. Maybe it's now just bringing that edge of a lead now for A&R, who still continue to hold firm, but great shots from Semantic onto that damage booster, eradicating the issue. And again, the pinches are on point. As quickly as that foot have got back control, they can now start to aggress once more.
40 seconds left on the clock, 6% lead for A&R, but not gonna last for long, as Luna is in position to deal some more damage, looking to get Rama with it as well, and he will take him down. Finds a double, actually, as Mebius is next in line, and Nob is able to eventually get that trade. But now suddenly it is Foot with a 12% lead, and A&R only have about 15 seconds left to find the missing damage.
The freeze wasn't great because Mavis can go over the lake, and now Nob coming in. It's going to have to be a solid defense, and they've already got the lead on the side of A&R, and Nana's got to go in, and Drage has got to defend. There's still maybe a little bit of time, but it's going to be a huge push, and that's not going to be enough. They need another little pickaxe swing or a rocket along the way, but Foot will drop the game, and that is all tied up now in this set. And what a crucial moment we are now finding ourselves in as A&R are clawing things back.
Every set incredibly close so far. Very back and forth. This one will get them closer towards victory. Let's see who's going to be able to do it, as early on A&R conceding a lot of space, not even really contesting the mid, looking to play defensive from the get-go and try to get some sort of counter-offensive build up on that. But Mebius is going to go down. Now suddenly there might be a chance for something big to happen early on for Foot. However, not the most damage on safe either. Let's see if they can hold on to any sort of control, because right now they're quite low HP and Nob has a roll.
That was a great freeze from Drage. I'm surprised they didn't get more damage off the back of it, to be honest, like you say, but nonetheless, find themselves on defense now with the tools to be able to defend, and that's the key realistically here. As Rubber Cruise Tools, extra credit popped, but there's the stun, and it actually deflates a lot of what he can have brought to the table there. 86 to 84 now, and a bit of an open window. If Semantic can secure Mavis, but great jukes from him, and he gets the takedown onto Semantic, making it 3 versus 1 now onto Drage, and A&R are really starting to make this work.
Yeah, big push coming in now as well. Hatchlings will be easily taken care of, but this push still caused 47% damage to Foot Esports is safe, and they're behind by quite a bit now. Need to be very careful with this mid control. The damage booster is going to be placed down. Mebius is a good position to play off, and they're now trying to sneak through, and he's dodging wonderfully, but eventually Rama finds it, and that's a lot of utility burned on that Carl for not a lot of value.
Yeah, I agree. It bought a bit of time, though, for Semantic and Drage to do their thing into the mid, but as quickly as that, the respawn is there. Semantic low as well now. Maybe it's might go down here if he just sees a rocket, jumps away now with the gotta go and lives to fight another day. But it really is A&R who seem a bit more in control now, a bit more confident with their comp, and that is key. But now if Semantic and Drish can just squeeze forwards to allow Lenan a chance, but no, they're behind the situation. Another damage boost goes down. There's a great stun, beautiful takedown, but it's left Mavis and not on the safe. Damage raining in at the back of the gadget. Lenan comes in, beautiful stuff, but is it too little, too late? Only 9% remain, and but way behind in this game.
But esports need a push of their lifetime if they want to turn this one around. Mebius is going to go down. 3 players. 1 goes down. However, Semantic is out. And the damage is just not even close to being enough. A&R are going to be locking in set number 3 with a statement and a half.
As you were saying earlier, Teddy, on socials, A&R said that they wanted this matchup. And at the moment, Rama, his eyes have never been wider. They can sense it. I don't think it was a bad draft from Foot, I'll be honest. I mean, I can see, I can understand what they were going for, and they proved it worked in the first game. Ultimately, for me, A&R were able to just adapt around it, and that's really quite the key here. They were able to learn from what Foot were trying to achieve and just overthrow it with just constant shutdowns. Lenan is more than capable of doing the same as the Daryl is on the other side of things, but in that third and final game, you can see they just shut him down so more often than not, and at least get the trade. That's what you've got to achieve. You allow then the Daryl and the 8-bit to cause that problem, and that's exactly what happened there. Again, were there other options? Sure. Otis, Spike, absolutely so, but I don't mind the loop. It's a hard shutdown, but the difficulty with making it work is realistically that when you're not doing that one thing that you're designed to do, which is to shut down the Daryl, you're not able to necessarily do too much to add to the mix, in terms of damage on the safe or shutting down other lanes. Against the Eve especially, I mean, Mavis was able to work around that more often than not, and that's why now Foot find themselves a step behind. They can absolutely bring this back. I mean, it would be very, very familiar for us to see this go to a 5th and final set, but at the moment, A&R, they are looking very, very good today.
Stats-wise, it is very, very close, but A&R are just going to be out-edging them a little bit. Kills-wise, 16 on Mebius, some good value over there. 13 also on Rama. Overall, the DPS is higher on Foot, but it makes sense, right? They're facing a Daryl, they're facing a tank. They're going to be getting more hits off. So far, though, 3 sets, and all 3, I believe, went to a third and final game. Expecting the rest of the series to continue the same way they started.
Such a close one. This has got to be a squeak ban for me. I'm just going to come out there right away and say Drilling Beatles for Hot Zone up next. I want to see Shelly, Cordelius, squeak banned by whoever does not have their coin toss. It's definitely a tough map. If you lose control, Poker as well can have its moments. Not necessarily often banned. It was Squeak. Wow, okay, Cordelius escaped through. That is interesting to me. I mean, Shelly's actually still open here as well. Jesse banned Barley and Poco by Foot. By A&R, Squeak, Stu, and Crow. And A&R have left open a lot of stuff here. I mean, they can definitely get a Shelly in next, potentially with the Pam. I don't mind Pam. It's not necessarily a first pick when you've got 2 to have. It's, for me, not a bad shout to have as the second pick. I mean, surely Shelly's an insta-lock here, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, no, okay, maybe not.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Shelly is really good. I don't know. I wasn't feeling it. I can't explain it, but it is a bit of a weird, because I was thinking maybe they're gonna, leave the Cordelius open because they have a plan. But right now, I mean, those are both brawlers that will lose that 1v1 in the Shadow Realm like nearly 100% of the time. So I don't know what the plan is here from A&R.
Well, Foot might bring in a Sam. It leaves the door open to a response, of course, from A&R. But ultimately, I mean, it's interesting to see Foot ban a lot of what they actually like in this kind of matchup. B going to come in. I don't mind it. I mean, against the Pam, though, the healing station, it can tank some of those shots, but certainly can clear up a lot of the problems on the lane side, especially against the Bell. Let's see what they're thinking as the third and final. Are they going to be thinking tankier options? That's the question. I mean, a lot of this is already banned out. Bo is not going to be what I think they're going to be taking in myself. Not necessarily what I would mind, but I think there's better options still to be had on this particular map, for sure. But I think surely Shelly, right? Shelly or Sam, or one of those two, or... I mean, Shelly is probably why they shouldn't already go in with the Sam. Gray to come in. I love that. I think to stay away from the ideas of them, yeah, because they can just see that A&R have got third and final pick. Now it could be the Shelly, but nonetheless, I think Gray's actually a very good shout.
Yeah, I kind of like it as well. I mean, you have some wall-breaking opportunities and can get some nice snipes from afar. Meanwhile, also have some good control over pacing, as you can jump in to finish a low HP player or go for a bit of a flank. I like it. I like it. Let's see what the final pick is going to be from ANR. As you mentioned, Shelly is still a big brawler here that is open. They are going to go Meg, which I haven't seen a Meg in a hot minute, but it's still viable, just not really in the same kind of space that it was a couple months ago. So I'm really curious to see how the Meg is going to play out.
Earlier today in the East Asia region, I saw a Shelly not banned or picked in what was Hot Zone, but it was Ring of Fire. It's a very rare thing to see, honestly. But nonetheless, probably her weaker of the modes. I'm surprised, as they would have been a good shot from ANR, but maybe no potential hard counter. Meg has not been a brawler that I've seen outside of the mainland China region. And I'll be honest, they were working to a build that was a couple of months old. I mean, it hasn't really deviated into the Emea region since it got nerfed. But ANR clearly think that it's got something which is being potentially missed, and that's a big swipe from Nob. He's still going to be able to contest the situation. A team wipe for ANR as quickly as that. And Foot having to respawn and get back in this game, that was a very, very dominant opening hand.
Certainly was. Nestek also going to be creating a little bit of space there. Drage is going to get rid of it, but not without tanking 3 shots for that to happen. Drage will eventually go down, and Semantic went in for a flank after he exited the Shadow Realm. Couldn't really find much with it, and he's gonna miss his super as well, so he's kind of just stuck there in that position. Eventually now finds it, and so far this is a very dominant start from ANR.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they're almost 30% away from just securing things and moving on to match point. And realistically, for me, Cornelius has a good matchup against the Meg. I mean, he can just dismantle her and just keep her out of Meg. But, I mean, ultimately, there's so much on the side of ANR to retain within the zone. I mean, even if Meg goes out of Meg, if she's still a problem to be there, then you're going to be able to capture the objective as quickly as that. Oh my word, are Foot in trouble. They made the grand finals last month. If they make and win things today, they'll secure themselves into the world finals. ANR are about to stop that from happening. I mean, you know, it's just crazy to me that Foot are on the cusp of looking themselves in for worlds, and then ANR come in and say, yeah, we want this matchup, and we're going to stop you from doing just that. I mean, they claimed on social media before this match that they wanted this. And I mean, it shows why.
They came prepared. They came prepared, and so far, Foot, I mean, I'm sure they came prepared as well, but not to the same extent, can tell you that much, as they weren't ready for what has been coming here. Semantic is able to take Rama to the Shadow Realm as well. Nicely done. 2v2 now. One that Semantic wasn't able to close out just yet. Drage low HP, gonna try to heal back up. Believe he has a shot now as well, and he's gonna get him out of mech. Eventually Rama will fall, and Nob is gonna be a bit of a sitting duck once he gets out of Shadow Realm.
That's what we need to see from Semantic. Oh, Nob survives there as well. Wow, I mean, Semantic's got to stay on that Meg and just keep it, getting her out of mech, and there, they've actually cancelled the super as well. So Foot are in the lead now. Pick up from Lanana is good, and now Rama's the next one in hand. Brought into the realm yet again by Semantic. He's really starting to pop off now on this Cornelius Big like he should. And that was what ANR was so good at shutting down the last game, but this time round, not as much. Now is a chance for the potential turnaround as Drake pops the net stake there on the bottom right-hand side. And that's going to allow ANR to push forward to start to claim back this deficit. The team wipe is there, but have got to shake this one up or it is all done and over.
ANR not far behind percentage-wise now. They have the control. Shadow Realm for Nob, and he should be going down with ease there for Semantic. He's left in a 1v2. Isolates Mebius now. Can he take him down? Is a real question. They're so close to the finish line. But ANR are catching up. Only a couple % behind now and about to overtake it. Can they lock this one in? Semantic trying to stay in the Shadow Realm, but this is not gonna be happening here for Foot Esports. They're not quite gonna be qualifying for Worlds just yet. ANR, I mean, just appreciating the confidence from Rama. He wanted this matchup. He won it.
I mean, hey, if you get what you want, That's all that matters, right? But devastating for Foot. If they won the monthly finals here today, they would have secured their world spot. A&R have to bribe them of that. Is it out of the question? No, absolutely not. I mean, Foot have qualified for SPS. They've got themselves into challenge finals where anything can happen. They're guaranteed at least 40 additional points, but as are A&R. I heard on social media that A&R are going to be bringing in Casey for that matchup, so that's going to be a slightly different roster for A&R for sure. But nonetheless, what a huge result here today when it matters most. I mean, A&R are giving themselves the best possible chance here. You can't deny it. Some great drafts from Foot. I don't mind the outlandish ideas that some maybe on the Twitch chat might be having a bit of a riot over. I could see what they were aiming for, but A&R just played better. And at the end of the day, that's what gets you wins. That's what gets you sets. That's what gets you through to the semi-finals.
A&R also less risky on the drafts, and even the drafts that they didn't necessarily like clearly win, they were still able to leave a big impact. So overall, I'm very impressed by A&R's performance today, and at this point, all I am waiting for is, you know, a tweet from Rama showing all the casters predicting against them.
I mean, bring it on, mate. Bring it on. You know, when it comes down to things, when it comes down to being face to face with people, though, people change, Teddy. You know, that's the thing. You know, and I'm all about the face to face. You can see it there on Lanan's face. Devastation is all he says there. And Semantic, yeah, in that second game, really started to pop off. Got 6 kills to his name, and he had to do that. But look at Nob. 14 takedowns for him, 245 DPS. Drake, though, got a fair amount himself, and you know, it was just a little bit too late for Foot. They needed to implement that Cordelius in that first game to give themselves a bit more of a chance, a bit more of a lift, a bit more confidence coming in, and A&R shut that idea down so quickly. In the second game, they started to bring things back really nicely, actually, and then A&R shut down the dream, and now Foot Esports' chance now rests a little bit in the wind, and you know, anything can realistically happen now. There's so much on this leaderboard that can change in the EMEA region, especially with SPS and BSC points up for grabs. Rama getting that MVP, and he'll be proud for that. As we know, not just one of the biggest talents, but one of the biggest mouths in the BSC. And we're sure to hear more from him later on today.
Fantastic series from A&R. And once again, dude, that Cordelius trap, you know, leaving it open for first pick and then being absolutely ready to deal with it. I mean, A&R, it just felt like they were a step ahead throughout the entire matchup. Yeah, it really was. I mean, big confidence, and so far, definitely, you know, warranted.
Well, that's ruined our predictions and our clean sheets over at event.brawlstars.com. We're 2 for 3 now, if I'm not mistaken. But well deserved. A&R played it better and just held their own. Their confidence has never been a problem for them. It's their mechanics that are always on point as well. It's mainly their drafts, but today they got that right. Up next, we got Humble versus SK Gaming. And now, this is going to get super interesting. I mean, Humble were not far behind Foot at all by about 12 points, I believe. Very, very little in it. They're up against SK Gaming, who again have had their great moments. They've also had their down moments. Let's touch first on Humble. Lukey, Tomsy, and Cyclone, realistically, recently have looked better than ever, I'll be honest. Last month, they reverse swept A&R in the quarterfinal stages and really did a great showing for themselves. They have been doing relatively decently, you know, this year. They qualified for every monthly final and had 2 semi-final appearances in February and July. I mean, they are genuinely on the up at what could be the best time for them. I mean, they were 4th from the leaderboards, 283 points to Foot's 295 coming into today. I mean, this may be a golden opportunity for them to capitalize.
The thing is, they actually could. They actually could, because even though they did not qualify for SPS, they could end up above them in points for now. And if it would underperform at SPS, there might be some room here for Humble to perhaps go to Worlds, but it relies on a lot of intricacies and, you know, subtle details going their way. And, well, we can't call it too early, but it all starts with winning this match.
This is where it begins for SK Gaming, for iChaos, Yoshi, and OPE. A position which they found themselves in a great deal over the years. Today, though, it's going to be absolutely on point. Again, bottom of the leaderboards at the moment, but nonetheless guaranteed 40 points in SPS as well to add to the equation. They've had some decent performances this year. Qualified for 3 monthly finals. This is their 4th. Made the grand finals, of course, in April. They lost to Navi, but nonetheless, making this grand finals so key. But they've had some quarterfinals exits as well in June to Foot Esports on a 2-3 scoreline. But they almost qualified in the upper bracket in the qualifiers this month as well. Lost to Reply Totem on a 2-1 scoreline. So they have looked a lot better recently than they have before. But sometimes they get a bit shaky. And that's my reservation for them at the moment. And again, maybe in the home environment, things might be a bit more relaxed. They've often been in the SK headquarters, and sometimes that's maybe put additional pressure on them. I'm not too sure. But nonetheless, today they're going to land the mark.
Yeah, I love that you call them shaky this year, because it is a weird thing to look at. If you look at the previous years, SK Gaming would be the incredibly consistent team, and Humble or ex-Dogster Lobster would be the team that wasn't consistent whatsoever. This year, it kind of feels like the roles have been reversed, and Humble have been more consistent, not necessarily, you know, amongst the best teams in the Emea, but consistently qualifying and securing some form of results, whereas for SK, it's been all or nothing. And this month, I mean, it's their chance to show they got it all again.
And of course, they've already locked in their LCQ spot already, but they can also cause a huge upset. Over at event.brawlstars.com, 85% of people voting on the side of SK Gaming to the 15% of Humble. But I think it's a little bit closer than that, I'm not going to lie. Where the Humble have been playing recently, I just got a feeling as we're going to Brawl, our first set of this series, Pinball Dreams will be the map, and this is an SK kind of map, to be fair. I mean, there's a lot of choke points, and Rico will have a great time here, but I don't really feel like SK are going to bring it. Bans already in. Squeak first pick that's left open here. My word, SK should have banned that. Barley, Shelly, and Cordelius to the Dynamite, Barley, and Willow of Humble. That's a strong starting hand. I mean, that is a great first pick for Humble here. With some win rates as well across the global scene. Shelly obviously right out on top on 74%. The El Primo at 73%, which is actually kind of surprising, but it is a map that does cater towards it in the later stages of the draft. Of course, no, SK would probably be championing a Sprout here later on if it shows a potential opening, an opportunity to seize, but first pick, Nita, going to play it safe on those left or right-hand side lanes, because surely that's not going to be played in mid, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't mind it per se. I'm still expecting some sort of thrower to maybe be showing up, just because, I mean, it's the one Brawl map where you usually have one, and Barley has been the best option. It is banned out, so won't be seeing that here. Stu is going to be their pick, potentially with some wall breaks as well, or it's going to be the speed zone. Not entirely sure just yet. It might also depend on if there is a thrower that gets thrown into the mix by Humble. But so far, to me, that Squeak pick is just so strong, because it is a map where genuinely, it's not just that there's 3 lanes, there's only 3 choke points on the map to contest that mid. So if you manage to shut one of them down, suddenly you have a lot less worries to have for that mid control. Ash gonna be their pick, and that's gonna be ramping up the aggression in Humble's favor.
Well, I'm not too sure on this combo for SK so far. I mean, I'm a bit reserved on it. The Ash is definitely bold for Humble as they approach their 3rd and final pick, but there's got to be a bit more range to SK. They're got to have a bit of a mid. Maybe the Stu is going to be planned to have that mid lane control, but I mean, certainly now with the Ash coming in, Crow going to come in for Humble, which is a really nice one for them. Slime Toxic can provide a great deal of value on a map like this, and certainly for those goal scoring opportunities, but no wall break on their side. Now, no sign of it maybe on the Stu potentially for SK. Speed Zone's always going to provide some good value for sure, but those lane sides are really where you get those stalemates, and the break from the Stu would be definitely advantageous in that scenario. But I mean, I like what Humble have got so far, I'm not going to lie. Carl, they might have swayed me a little bit more towards SK, actually. It's not a bad shout for them. They needed to have something in that mid. It just wasn't really going to thrive without it. And yeah, that aggression going to go a long way here.
Yeah, I like the Carl. Interesting comps here. I was still kind of expecting maybe even a Tick to be showing up, or a Sprout, but I mean, it is also risky to bring it early into the draft, because if there is any sort of wall break, it's going to be a bit of a nightmare for that lane. Nevertheless, I feel like both sides have their merits here. I think it's gonna depend quite heavily on how SK are able to shut down the Ashe, which could have some very dominant matchups if they're not careful.
Big early slow to Yoshi, putting him very vulnerable here between Cyclone there and the Squeak. Tomsy there doing great work on the top right, top left hand side as well. Going in now, so the aggression there is the break from Chaos, using it on defense though. Has to realistically under the circumstances. OP then comes in and clears up so quickly there. Great aggression onto Tomsy, continuing it on, and that's alleviated that entire push. Great stuff from OP there, allowing now the Bulls to come forwards and get themselves a bit better into this mid scenario.
SK Gaming looking to find an opening, and Ikeos is gonna try to range that by opening up some more walls. Ball still kind of just stuck in that bush. A nice connection from Luki and some small lane switch-ups across the board on both sides. Jumping from Cyclone, he does go down. We'll be able to connect to Poison on 2 players, but it's a 2-on-2 at the end of the day.
Good defense. Chaos on the left-hand side, there's still a problem. Tomsy clears it up, and yeah, they've got to get rid of Yoshi. They've got to get that Bruce Bear either baited out and taken care of now, or could be on the receiving end of it later. And it was a goalless Cyclone. Yeah, he's back now. A bit worried there, standing completely still. But so far, so good. SK are very good at control-based scenarios. With OP now coming into the roster as a result of what was a good few months ago now, really has lended a lot more aggression. There's the Bruce Bear coming out, and Thomas should be able to take care of it relatively easily. So Yoshi will have to gain back another one. Meanwhile, it's like SK might even be waiting for overtime here, and I don't think that scenario is going to potentially favor them very well. But OP coming in now on the right-hand side. He's got the flying hook to hand, super to hand as well. It's a good spot for SK to find themselves in now, especially if Yoshi can get Bear.
Overtime is slowly creeping up, but we might not even see it as we have 2 kills coming through for SK. Only Tomsy left in defense, and even that's not going to be lasting forever. SK Gaming find a goal, and Humble only got about 12 seconds left to try to do something. They will get a low HP player, maybe even a second to jump in now as well. But can Tomsy get through? No, not quite. It was close, but not quite.
Just on the line there. Devastating to see. It almost trickled in. But I think it was a valiant attempt nonetheless. Always going to be a tough thing to score that, but great stuff. Early start there for SK. Good momentum that they can bring in, but I love that OPE play. Honestly, it just made such a big difference to the way the game played out. And from there on, let's see though, as we start things fresh, an early residue from Luki, and realistically that opening hand where Humble have got a great opportunity ahead of themselves to try to seize, but SK to start to whistle out of this and gain back control. Once 2 more are gone, then Humble are in a bit more trouble with this Squeak pick, but in these early moments it can just bring so much value to their side. For the most part though, it's SK that are getting more off the back of things. OP can't be too far away from Super now. Tomsy low force back, and that's going to allow Yoshi to bring balls to the right-hand side as well. So I like things so far from SK, despite going down there, and decent spot.
OP gonna corner up the ball around the mid side. OP is low HP now as well. This could be the opening that they very much needed. 2 players only in defense. Yoshi low HP as well. Tomsy is able to get it through just before the bear stuns him. And Humble get an early goal.
Early residue in the mid again. But this is where SK thrive. But just by having this positioning power over things, they can just take their time. And they are a very calm and collected team. That's a great shot on there from Luki. Fantastic work from him. Now Humble pushing forwards in a big way here. I mean, this could be fantastic from them. Oh, that connection onto OP coming in. And he's already so low, he might even go down here as well. Tomsy's shot can't find the angle though. And SK will still survive. Finally, Chaos goes down. The bear might just come in the nick of time here, realistically, because that slow is huge. OP goes in with the flying hook and the super, but Cyclone just jumps away with ease. Humble are looking better and better at the moment.
They're looking so comfortable right now as well. It's not going to be easy for the Nita against the Ashe either. It was time slowly ticking. SK Gaming need to be on the move. They need to create some space. But so far, Humble doesn't grant them any sort of space just yet. Yoshi trying to creep up that right side, but getting shut down before he even gets close to the fight. Ope will go in here against Luki, but he should be going down to the poison, and really not much of a push at all there at the end from SK Gaming, as Humble strike back and take game 2.
Great stuff from Humble. Gotta say, it's always a close affair, like historically between these two teams. Going back to SPS in the final challenge day, it was a 3-2 scoreline. SK did win it, but it was close along the way. And Humble are starting to fight back. Wants to get warmed up a little bit more. That's an early residue there, but a great flying hook awareness there from OP, knowing that it was coming. Nonetheless, though, Tomsy is there to ensure the takedown, and that's going to put Yoshi out of position massively so here. He'll get some value of these shots. Will go down eventually. Chaos passes the ball to the corner. Tries to get some time to his team, but opening hand is so strong. Tomsy continuing on. He's got full HP now. The walk-in is there, and Humble scoring 25 seconds. SK have got to start to really to get control over this situation.
25 seconds in, Tomsy managed to get 3 kills and score. Phenomenal stuff from him, really. They need to shut him down and not leave those sort of opportunities open. And this is a sort of counter-attack that might just grant them a goal, though. Cyclone trying to shut things down a little bit. Tomsy will get stunned. Bull is in an awkward position. Yoshi trying to reach for it. The pass doesn't go. Luki intercepts it, and for now, the defense from Humble is going to hold.
How did Luki find that angle? That connection was saving. So saving for Humble there. My word. What a defense. I think Cyclone got off a slow just before the jump as well, I think. I didn't see it back, but Bruce Bear coming in now. It's not over. The defense is still going to hold here for Humble, but we're all tied up. The slow is huge onto Yoshi. He might even go down for it as well. He's slowed. Ah, he can't get the ball. Is there enough time here for Thomas? I don't think there is. Realistic to land the shots that he needs. Chaos will get it in. We're all tied up, but literally next goal takes the set.
50 seconds until overtime. Yoshi has a bear looking to aggress. The stun will connect. The bear will eventually fall. Tomsy playing it defensive. Ope trying to go for a play with that bolt, but it's not going to work out. Ope is able still to get a kill, making a double actually with that bear stun. And that might be the goal they need, but some awkward passing. And yeah, that's going to go through. Chaos is the one to slot it in and to secure the opening set for SK Gaming.
Great stuff towards the end. That was a needed pass as well, because he would have surely gone down in the walk-in, but Humble played some amazing defenses. The fact that SK were able to just overcome it nonetheless makes me concerned a little bit here for Humble, because that was really, really good defensive work. I would say that I enjoyed the defensiveness there of Humble arguably more than the aggressiveness of SK. I mean, time and time again, they were able to foresee a lot of the, like this here from OP coming in. I mean, it wasn't this one, it was another one later on, but like the way they foreseen a lot of what OP brought to the table, honestly, was just wondrous to see. But I think OP was the man of the match for me there from SK. I mean, time and time again, just making the space. That great moment there was just almost defended. And this, I think later on as well, that squeak connection that Luki managed to obtain on the defensiveness, I mean, it really was so crazy to watch. I think it was this one here, but it just really, for me, Humble are making this so close, and they're giving SK a run for their money. I mean, Luki down 13 kills as well, the most of anyone that series. It's going to be one that's going to come down to the wire for me. If Humble can just kind of like shake off the dust of these defeats, I think they can definitely bring back a set here.
It was an incredibly competitive opening set, and Humble, yeah, as you said, I think it's going to be a bit of a mental fight in the next couple sets, especially if they were to lose the next one, to remind themselves of how close they are to turning this match around. But the draft process for our next set is going to be very important to set every chance in their favor. So far, it's not the start that Humble were hoping for, but honestly, they were very close to securing a victory here, and yeah, they need to keep that into mind for sure.
Well, historically, it's always been a pretty decent game mode for SK. We've got to bear that one in mind as we move on forwards. For Humble, sometimes their drafts don't land the mark today, though. I'm quite liking what I'm seeing. They didn't hesitate to land Squeak first pick, and they might even get the opportunity to do it again if SK leave it open on Crystal Arcade for gem grab. It's going to provide a lot of value if they manage it, but maybe they'll lock it down this time round. But nonetheless, those side lanes and the bans and the picks here are so vital, honestly. You've really got to land them. And I think Cordelius and Shilly's a must ban here for me, along with the Squeak, but let's see. And they are all banned out. Actually, that exact ban on the side of SK. So the need to the Carl and the Spike there of Humble. So surely Humble with first pick, and they do Rust. I think it's a really solid one. One that we often forget a lot in the EMEA region on a map like this, but it can just bring up so much space. And like that, maybe not the best place to draft it, maybe because SK then can just have something more long-ranged in that eventuality of it being broken open. But, I mean, I think the win rates here for those Brawlers, I'm not too convinced we'll necessarily see those three. Macy's probably more of an SK kind of idea that they might like float around sometimes, but maybe for Humble as well. I'm not too sure necessarily, but I think there's better options regardless. I mean, B here in the mid has a great time. I don't know, yeah, Gus is great. I mean, Bo, I still think has got a place in this particular map too. That's a very good starting hand from SK.
Yeah, I like the Gus. It's been seen here a decent amount. Usually going to be a mid. Let's see if we have any of our lane picks there that will be facing that Ralphs. And as you said, I think Ralphs is still in a pretty decent place on this map. That's been overshadowed just a little bit by Gray, offering, you know, also a lot of support, but as well as some of the wall breaking that you typically want that Ruffs for. It's going to be a Tara that will be brought in, and I mean, it's a good brawler to deal with the sandbags, and up close it will win against that Ruffs, but it needs to get up close. Let's see what the reaction is going to be from Humble.
Tara's great, but realistically could prove troublesome if they can break open the right-hand side and the left-hand side as well. It's not necessarily a big ask, but nonetheless, it might change their approach. B, I think, is a fantastic mid, honestly. You can't realistically go wrong too much against that, but got to be a bit aware, though, with the Gus against the Kooky Popper gadget. That can really be a problem for me, but I think SK's comp is more daring a little bit. They're quite evenly matched, no doubt about it, but this has realistically got to be a side lane here for Humble, and I think it's a troublesome thing because wherever they go, it's going to be responded to by SK. It's kind of a tough position in the draft for them in that respect. But I mean, Spike is not the worst of ideas. It's more of a safer idea. Ems, though, I really do like here for Humble. I think it's going to be fantastic. But again, you know, it can be countered. I mean, Carl is available here. No, it's banned out actually by Humble. I stand corrected, but and the Spike too. But you know, Ems is a good shout. It's a really good shout. You can just force the aggression into the mid if you can clear up your lane side. So SK got to be very concerned about that.
Yeah, also two are anti-tanks on the side of Humble, so hopefully for them, dissuading any sort of aggressive or over-aggressive, shall I say, ideas. And it's going to be a Sprout, so more control-based, and a bit of an interesting one here as well. Not necessarily a brawler that I remember seeing in a hot minute on Crystal Arcade, so I am quite curious on how that's going to be playing out, and really wondering what kind of lane matchups SK is hoping for with that Sprout. Not sure.
Bit weird, but in the hands of SK, I don't mind it. You know, it's like when they bring in Rico somewhere that most teams wouldn't play it. I mean, if it's IKAOS on it, then it's like, it's going to be a good day, you know, and it's probably going to be him on it for this. You know, I have not really seen it, I'll be honest, on this particular map. Could play a potential mid-roll if they want to swap out and deviate towards a potential scenario that's aggressive. This double-sided, talking about aggression between Cyclone and Luki onto OPE, and they've forced out two support from Beyonds already. He's only got one more gadget left and might even go down to this, and he will. So that's not the best lane side already from him. Tom's, in the meanwhile, is struggling to IKAOS as well on the right-hand side and just keeping things at bay. And it's going to win it off. So I'm curious to see where these walls are going to land now from Chaos, as that could be crucial as to whether I kind of like the pick. And now I'm kind of liking the pick. I mean, that's force looking tied to the left, but you also get an angle onto Yoshi still. So, and that slow's going to connect there as well. Nicely done. It's a bit of a weird draft, Teddy.
It definitely is. I just love the execution though from SK Gaming. Yoshi joining up with IKEOS on that right hand side just to build up that control and set IKEOS up for success. And afterwards, IKEOS helping out on the left side with some really good walls that offer a lot more control for Yoshi down in the mid. Just very, very strong ideas from SK Gaming, and so far, Humble, they have yet to really find an answer.
Yeah, look at Chaos. It's that right side lane. It's not even up for contention. It's just completely shut down, and Chaos is just building himself a little castle there. I mean, he's untouchable. Thompson can't even get close. I don't think Thompson's got... Has he landed anything in this whole entire game? I don't think he has. I could be wrong, but I mean, that is dominant stuff. I mean, what a weird out there kind of draft from SK, but it just goes to show you the power of third and final pick. And I mean, you know, we see this debate a lot on socials as to whether first pick is overpowered, whether the last pick is better. I mean, that if there's any example as to why third and final pick is often better, I mean, that says a big story.
It certainly did. I mean, just not really the place you'd be expecting to spread. I love the lane change up. I love that they are trying to, you know, keep things fresh and bring in some new ideas to catch our opposition off guard. And so far, early on again, I mean, it's all the control in the world, really, for SK Gaming, and maybe not anymore, but enough to get 4 gems before Humble got there first.
I mean, OP's just gifted, realistically, some stats for Thompson to have at the end of this game, actually. I mean, I think he would have had a donut if it hadn't been for that lane swap, but I don't know whether it's working out as well for SK, despite the gems all going towards them, apart from the one with Lukey. IKEOS patiently waiting for this wall as well, and now it goes down at just the right time for Cyclone to be forced around, wasting so much of his time and just continuing to tap away and whistle him down that bottom left-hand side. Might even get the kill for it. He's going to be pretty low, yeah, 1,500. But starting to establish himself a little bit better. Air supply drop's not going to really help him out too much either. And Yoshi, despite being low, will be able to still contest the situation, especially with that clear up there. Thompson's the last remaining hope, but it's not going to be enough. SK should be running away with this countdown.
Countdown locked in now. And Humble, I mean, not even going to try. They know it's over. They know that this set is going the way of SK, just like the first did, but this one even much more dominant as well. It's gonna be 2 sets now, 2-0 in favor of SK Gaming, and I think that the draft was incredibly clever from SK Gaming, but what I like even more is you can tell how prepared they were to play that comp as well. How they were ready to, you know, switch things up between having the Sprout on the left and the right, but also the setup that they had with their mid player, and something you see quite often, but the way they set it up was just so efficient, worked out so well, and provided so much value across the board, because the hard part for the Sprout is getting into that bush. Once it's in and your position is far away, I mean, holding it is the easy job, and they made sure that they had every single chance of success on their side, and it worked out wonderfully well for SK Gaming.
Yeah, who would have thought Sprout third and final pick on Crystal Arcade would look that good? I mean, but in the hands of SK, it's easy to see why as well. You know, IKEOS is such a phenomenal player on it, and honestly, I mean, what a smart idea to bring into the mix. I mean, no one saw it coming. We didn't see it coming for sure, but I am surely going to remember it. That's what matters as well. And here we go with the stats. You know, IKEOS for 7 kills with a Sprout, who's primarily there for control. You normally just tend to see a bit more on the DPS. We obviously do as well, but to get the kills as well, to add to the DPS, that's really quite something there for Chaos. And, you know, realistically there, Tomsy, yeah, we knew he was going to have the worst DPS. And again, I'm pretty sure that OP gifted it to him in that second game. But this is starting to look dangerous for Humble. They've got to stop SK running away with this. And for a team that, like I said before, I still stand by it, that drafts are kind of like their weakest area. I mean, that's looking back at the previous set to what SK brought to the mix. They've got to match that. They've got to beat that. And that is not going to be an easy order at all. SK looked a bit shaky in that first set, giving up a little bit too much here and there in Brawl Ball. Got to back around full circle towards the end. But that was a different case in Gem Grab. That was looking far more convincing. It just goes to show, if you give SK what they want to have, they're going to trample most teams more often than not.
With foot out of the equation in the quarterfinals. That was the opportunity and still is for Humble to try to make a move towards that world final spot. As miraculous as that would have to be, they need to win this match, and that means 3 sets in a row now, just to make that even the slimmest of possibilities. They will need a full-on reverse sweep. They are still locked in for LCQ, so it's all good for Humble, but they have a chance of making more out of this BSC year. Let's see if they can turn things around in set 3.
Gonna bring our minds back as well to last month as well. You know, for me, Humble, you know, being able to reverse sweep A&R, who on paper are very similar to SK this year. I mean, they've pretty much got, you know, extremely similar stats, qualified for the same number of monthly finals, both made the grand finals once. You know, they are very similar. I mean, in terms of their play styles, that's where things differentiate a little bit. SK are much more about control, with a little bit of aggression from OPE, but they've done this once. They can do it again. And we've seen that face on Thomasy before, and it did change to a smile when they just were able to gain a singular set. So all is not lost. You've got to be able to brush things off in terms of that gem grab set, which was disastrous for Humble. I mean, they didn't really get any opportunities for themselves. So that's always tougher to come back when it, you know, to come back from when it comes to those losses. But for me, SK are a team which can crumble, and we've seen that this year. We've seen some inconsistencies on their side. So if Humble are able to exploit that, able to get just a solid draft in their hand going into our next map, Kaboom Canyon for Heist, this could start to tumble out of control. But you got to say that last set was so dominating for SK.
Yeah, we were already a bit scared after Brawl how the recovery would be on the side of Humble. It's going to be a whole lot harder after this gem grab set, where they just had nothing going their way. Didn't really stand a chance from the first second until the last. It was all SK gaming. Now, Kaboom Canyon is a little bit of a less draft-heavy map, I would say, where you can kind of get away with, you know, some more safe drafts and try to just, you know, play it about mechanics and skill. And I feel like that is the sort of approach that Humble would like to embrace at this point. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad place to be here for Humble, but you have to remember they're 2 sets behind. So no room for mistakes whatsoever from this moment till their last.
Well, for Humble, do or die potentially here. Got to really bring things back under control. Because like we were saying, so close to foot on the leaderboards, and at the moment not able to gain a singular set of SK. It's not looking good. Battle first pick from SK. Bans being Crow, Bonnie and Colette for Humble. Bonnie, Carl and Squeak for SK. So I think it's a pretty decent starting hand, to be fair. I mean, the Bonnie I think is a must ban here, Crow especially as well, but still definitely Brock I think can have a massive place now in looking at those bans that are on the table here. There are some crazy, more outlandish ideas, but I think that's one of the more safer that's available to these guys. Amber, for sure, I think absolutely has a place, but maybe just not necessarily all the time here. Dropping off a little bit in this region, more so in NA, but nonetheless, Eve going to come in for Humble. The hatchlings is primarily where I think her strengths lie, especially, of course, with the lake being able to have more maneuverability and access to the safe. But yeah, the Brock combination, really like that from Humble. I think Brock is definitely the safest way to go for me. Eve, each to their own. I don't necessarily mind it. I'm not massively a fan of it. I think it's not really first pick material, but if you have got the coin toss, then it kind of makes sense to kind of pair with the Brock.
Yeah, I don't mind the Eve per se. I mean, it will depend on how the draft lines up. But with a Carl ban as well, like, and as well as Squeak, actually, there's not going to be the most sort of AoE damage that can easily dispatch of every single one of those hatchlings in one go. So, well, I mean, Shelly can take care of them quite well. So that's going to be an interesting one to bring in here. Shelly has been in a deadly place for a while now. This is one of the highest maps where it's really not shocking to see it. I just kind of left my mind for a second, but it really makes sense. I mean, huge middle bush. What more could a Shelly ask for?
Yeah, when Shelly starts to come really forefront into the meta, the phrase that I was always using was that I've seen her played in Kaboom Canyon. If you can play her there, you can play her anywhere. And just bringing it back full circle now, SK bringing it in here. Jessie as well. Very North American ideas, and I do quite like that. I love it when regions start to just take ideas from others and start to really show their worth, especially in East Asia as well. Just gets a lot of play rates here as well. Very dangerous on the safe if left untouched, and Humble have got to be able to ensure that they take that particular brawler down with a lot of amount of haste behind them. Amber is going to come in for Humble. I really like that from them. And in terms of the draft, I think SK have got a safer idea with the Bell. I mean, maybe into the hatchlings, it might struggle a bit. The hatchlings are going to trigger those nest eggs if it's brought in on the gadget side for her. So maybe reverse polarity could have a place in that respect. At the same time, if they keep the Shirley back, it could go the way of Humble here. I just have a feeling that SK have got a comp here, which it can go from bad to worse very, very quickly, especially with that Jessie, especially with a Shelly pop-off moment. So I think for Humble, they've got to be very much concerned around those things and start to just keep that control at bay. They've got to play this in the mid and nowhere else.
Yeah, both teams do have that sort of, you know, pop-off potential as well, where they just get one team wipe and suddenly there's loads of damage coming through on that save. But I'm kind of with you, where I feel like it could be even a little bit stronger on the side of SK. If there is a turret that's boosted up, I mean, it can be a world of pain. So far, Yoshi not able to get in range, and Ope should be going down, but actually finds a kill, and that could be kind of huge, because now he's going to be going towards that save, gets a couple shots off, and so did Yoshi, getting that save down to 17%. Cyclone will go down as he popped that nest egg. Probably didn't really expect it to be placed there just yet. And for the time being, it is SK Gaming with a 4% lead.
Stuff from both sides. The rocket fuel to break things open from Cyclone there. OPE, Band-Aid just in the nick of time there as well. Still going to keep the Clay Pigeons range onto the safe to get more damage. In the meanwhile, it's Chaos as well, tapping on that top mid as Traders there onto Cyclone. Staying out of harm's way and just trying to get a couple of shots whilst his teammates come back in. So now OPE does join the mix. That speed of the Shelly, still without the bush, still able to juke around these shots, and look at OP's now closing on Cyclone, gets the kill on Cyclone, lands onto the safe, not done yet, gets Lukey as well, and Tomsy's for dessert. I mean, what is going on? How would have got to shut OPE down better than this?
Ope just getting in, getting 3 kills, and I mean, he goes out the hard way, but regardless, value is there. And right now, Humble are on the back foot. They have 40 seconds to turn this one around, or it's going to be a match point for SK Gaming.
Better onto OPE, but maybe too little too late, though. Lukey is finding Chaos. The 600 HP, but now shielded up as the hatchlings do come in to slow the advance of OPE. In the meanwhile, though, it's the damage which is lacking still for me from Humble. If Cyclone can get close, they can just secure it, but OP just going to use that wall to his advantage, and with no break there available to the gadget side of Cyclone, no rocket fuels to hand. Oh, that's perfect! Tomsy gets the double, they can push forwards now and land some shots as the Incinerary is going to come in so clutch here, but is there enough time for it? This body's now blocking the path, and that is not going to be enough time, I don't think, at all. SK defended just in the nick of time there, and moving on to match point.
A close one, but not close enough for Humble. Match point favoring SK Gaming. And the mountain is getting taller and taller here for Humble. They need this game, they need the next one. And then 2 sets after that. That is quite a big task. Quite a lot to ask for. Ope immediately low HP though, and a gadget from Cyclone just securing it. Trying to get that early control and maybe some early damage on safe, as Yoshi surely will end up falling as well. Eventually to Cyclone, still able to find a trade. Yeah, it took a second. Cyclone has a super to get some extra damage on safe as well. So far a good start from Humble, but it is going to be SK, which is a little bit more control now.
Good burn there from Tom. He's just 120 HP now, so OP pushing up as he should. Just another gadget there, just tries to get the burn but can't find it as the Clay Pigeons are popped by OP as well, and he's not done yet. Finding his way round to get a little tap onto Tomsy and stays in position. Just keeps him low. Can he finish it off? No. But nonetheless, Humble. Oh, that's a nice little tap from Yoshi. Might be able to get a super off here. They've got to shot this down quick. That wasn't the place I was expecting. He's playing it very cautious on that turret front. Yeah, right?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if that was the play from Yasha. I mean, nevertheless, SK still have the lead, and Luki is going to be shut down. So it's more of a missed opportunity than a big mistake just yet. But if Humble are able to come back, I mean, those are the sort of moments where I feel like he definitely could have had a lot more damage onto that save if he placed the turret down earlier and towards it. But for now, it all seems fine for SK Gaming, as they have a very big lead, and I think Luki has already given up as well, as he knows it is over for SK Gaming. The turret finally going to be placed down, and SK lock in the 3-0 victory.
Solid stuff from SK. Back out in front and moving on to the semi-finals. In convincing fashion, let's be honest, Humble had a great opportunity, no doubt about that. They really could have caused an upset here today, but it wasn't to be. No reverse sweeps to be seen, no single set to be seen here today from Humble. Just the one game in Brawl Ball, and after that, I mean, it was all SK. Not much more you can really say about it. Some really smart drafts, the mechanics to back it up, and Heist, you know, that's when they just looked so firmly in control. Sometimes they waver from that, sometimes they deviate. Their confidence this year has been definitely questioned, but certainly today, as a starting hand, it was not. That was convincing for them. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how they handle things against ANR later today in our semi-finals.
It's going to be a tough semi-final for sure. But so far, SK showing up to today. Strong, very, very convincing performance. As you said, the opening set was definitely very competitive. Could have gone either way. But the next two sets after that, I mean, Humble just very quiet in the following two sets, and SK Gaming was a well-deserved victory. Ahead in the draft, ahead in the mechanics, ahead in the game plan, and the stats here are going to be reflecting just that as well.
Didn't really give much of a look in. It was a shame to see Humble just stop, you know, as kind of early as they did, because you can turn those things around, but they were just so deflated, defeated completely by what SK brought, and I just felt like at that moment in time, maybe it was warranted. You know, they just felt like they just had no look in, and that's exactly how it felt from pretty much every set except for that beginning opening start on Brawl Ball. But Chaos had such a good set, I've got to be honest. I mean, he really did, not just there, but in every set leading up to that one as well. I loved his sprite. If he's not MVP, I'm gonna riot. Absolutely. There you go. You guys saved me. Just when I was at the brink there, you brought me back around. Event.brawlstars.com coming in for the win and making sure that I'm in check. Love you guys.
Lovely stuff from SK Gaming. I mean, very, very strong performance on their end. I think they can be very happy with that, but I think they're aiming to go all the way today, and we'll have to watch semifinal number 2 to see if they can even make it to those grand finals.
Quarterfinals all done and dusted. Semi-finals up for grabs up next. Cannot wait to see who comes out on top today. We've already seen some huge upsets. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more chaos still to come. Coming right back after a short break. back on the grind. Boring.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get rolling.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship. We're still here in Emea throughout the August monthly finals. 4 games are done, and they've been absolutely incredible. Some not so close, a couple a little bit closer, Teddy. You know, what are your thoughts on those first 4? That's a bit of a tongue twister.
Well, to be honest, the scores are fairly one-sided across the board. I feel like Emea Fantasia actually played quite well against Zeta Division. I'd say that it was clunky, but there were some moments where they really popped off with some really beautiful plays. It wasn't enough. You need to be more consistent than that if you want to beat Zeta. Mr. Dozat just didn't really have much time to shine against Reply Totem, and as much as Foot tried their best against A&R, they were always one step ahead. And same kind of went for the SK Gaming versus Humble match, where SK Gaming through in and throughout were in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I feel like for those first 3 at least, there was like some serious competition from the opposing side, even when they did lose, even when it was a 3-0. They looked very good doing it, but that last one definitely seemed a bit more SK-sided. But let's talk about the next 2. Zeta Division versus Reply Totem and A&R versus SK. We put some predictions in, and I genuinely wish you guys could have heard how much Ark was crying in the break. Teddy heard it. He had to walk off and just leave because of how much he was crying about me saying he's copying my predictions, but it's day in, day out at this point. We seem to differ a little bit though, Teddy. Talk me through yours.
Yeah, as much as I thought that the British shouting over the prediction on a slight beat of Spike, lo-fi music was lovely. Zeta and A&R are going to be my picks for this one. I mean, as much as Totem did beat Zeta last time, I feel like Zeta, I've predicted against them too many times this year, and I don't want to do that wrong one more time for the final time of the year, really. And A&R, they just looked a bit stronger to me, as their opponent was also stronger than SK's in the quarterfinals, so I went for A&R, but honestly, both matches are very, very close across the board.
Yeah, they really are. I feel like it could have gone either way, but make sure to get your predictions in at event.brawlstars.com, just as we have done as well, to get yourself some bling, some coins, and there's sprays and pins as well. Always a good thing to get, but you've got to get them right. And usually, for the most part, we seem to be bang on. But recently, maybe a couple of those last ones could have gone either way, and I feel like these can as well. So I'm not going to back myself on any of these because I feel like I'm kind of just throwing them out there. Thought I was going a bit bold, but at the end of the day, that's just how it is. We're getting into this match now, though. It's going to be an absolute banger. This has finals potential, to be honest with you. Gero, Naui, and Meow versus Joker, Mori, and Maru. What an absolute phenomenal match this is, Teddy. Talk us through a little bit of this Zeta Division roster.
Garo, Naui, and Meow. I mean, players that until this year, they were familiar to the competitive scene, but no one could have imagined the amount of success they would find in the BSC 2023. The dominant team of the region. It's been a powerhouse so far this year, very consistent across the board as well, but not unbeatable either. And Reply Totem, they showed last month that they could beat them, so Zeta probably came here very, very prepared.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Reply Totem, Joker, Mori, and Maru. They looked very, very good throughout their quarterfinal match, and I'm sure they'll be looking very good again, trying to put a bit of a fight on against Zeta Division here, because time and time again, Zeta Division have won monthly finals. Reply Totem obviously won the last one, and it's been a bit of a while since we've seen Zeta come out on top, to be honest with you. But at the same time, they've done amazingly throughout SPS, doing so well, only losing to ANR in those closing phases, and Reply Totem didn't even make it that far, but they showed them worth in BSC, and I'm sure they'll be looking to show the worth in BSC yet again this month.
Yeah, for some of those teams, including Reply Totem, this is going to be amongst their final official matches until Worlds, which is kind of crazy to think about, since, I mean, they'll be escaping LCQ. Reply Totem are not going to be playing in SPS either, since they didn't qualify. So I'm sure they want to end the year with an absolute bang here in their home region, and, also show how strong they are leading up to the final LAN events of the year.
Yeah, I mean, they really do have to as well, and, looking really scary going into Worlds is a big, big thing, Teams want to be scared of you, they want to be, over-analyzing you, complicating things, and that's when you do manage to win. When you have that scare factor, which, Crazy Raccoon have, Zeta Division in past years, they've always had that scare factor, and it makes it really tough to beat them at a lot of events. We are going to be heading on to Crystal Arcade in Gem Grab as our first map and mode, though. I think it's an absolutely great map to start us off on between these two teams, because Gem Grab, it's very, very back and forward, and anybody can win it. But looking at the predictions, it's Zeta-sided, and considering how well they've been doing this year, kind of expect it, but I expect it to definitely be a bit closer than this.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a 50-50, to be honest. I mean, so far, if you look at BSC, Zeta has beaten Totem more often, but if you look at recent results, it's been Reply Totem that's been a bit more consistently on top. But looking at our draft here for Crystal Arcade, it's going to be the first pick on the side of Zeta Division. They'll be going for Ruffs, and their bans were Carl, Sam, and Gray. Reply Totem, I'm banning out Shelly, Squeak, and Cordelius. I mean, so far on the ban side, I think it's quite fair. I like the Ruff's first pick. I think we saw it on Crystal Arcade in one of our previous matches in the quarterfinals as well. And I think it was followed by a Tara first pick by their opposition. So that's interesting. But Mr. P is where things will be going in a different direction. I like it, to be honest. Mr. P has been in a pretty good place. The best plane he's been in a very long time, to be honest. And I like where he is. I still don't know if he's necessarily like the biggest threat at a pro level, but he's much better than he was before.
Yeah, I feel like Reply Totem have been putting a lot of faith into him recently as well. We saw it coming on Bell's Rock in the previous quarterfinals match, so exciting to see if it does manage to work over here on Crystal Arcade. Zeta Division is choosing to go with something a little bit more aggressive. We saw Reply Totem pick up a buzz in their first game as well, and I think it worked quite well for them over in that pit stop set. So we'll see if Zeta Division are able to bring the same energy into this one as Reply Totem have done in the past. We are still on Zeta for their third pick, Crystal Arcade. Looks like they're going to need a mid though, seeing who's left, obviously, with Tara's pets, Mr. P's porters. I think Gene's kind of off the table for them now, which is what I'd usually say kind of go towards and grasp. They're going to go with the Gus, which I really don't mind either.
They can rock their own Zeta Division skin. I mean, it's not them that, earned it, but they still get to represent themselves, as Reply Totem will be going for their third and final pick of this draft. I'm curious what sort of ideas they'll have in mind. They need something still to shut down that buzz. Will they match it with some aggression? Kind of. With the Stu able to try to bait and dodge some of those pulls as well. I don't mind it. It doesn't have the best matchup against the Rough Stows, so they'll have to try to, shuffle around and keep the right matchups on both sides. But overall, draft-wise, I think both have their merits. And to me, it's going to rely mostly on how well the buzz is able to pop off, and on the side of Reply Totem, how well they're able to shut him down.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they do manage to make it work. I kind of prefer Zeta Division's comp a little bit, I feel, unless we can kind of see Reply Totem chaining supers and supers and supers with that Tara to be able to keep Buzz under wraps. But at the same time, you know, I think the Mr. P is going to be good, bringing in a lot of the spawnables, stopping the good shot, stopping the Buzz, getting as many grapples in. But it's starting off with Buzz on the Mr. P side, and that is not the start that Totem want.
They didn't see it coming. I mean, he went for an early gadget just to get into that bush, and I don't think they were ready for it. Completely caught by surprise. Joker trying to not feed that Buzz super, as eventually the shadows from Maru go through, and now is Chilo HP to really commit to a pull, to a grapple. Instead, I'm gonna opt to just go down and come back stronger.
Yeah, it's a bit tough for Mr. P to do anything on an open side, and even though, you know, it benefits from that open side, it's just so easy to dodge if there's no pinch from Joker there, pushing him into some of these shots. Now Gero following up the few shots as well. Needs to try and get one of these kooky poppers on the floor and get that gadget used, because that's always going to be very solid. In comes the super from now. He cleans that up, and they've got all three lanes at the moment. Reply Totem still have 4 gems though, so it's not too far out of reach if they start to make a bit of a break back. And obviously with Tara super, that's hugely possible.
Definitely so. The stun though, and that's going to be the kill from now. He gets shielded up as well, and he's going to be fed a whole lot of his next super as well. Doesn't quite manage to get it in time to take down Joker, but positioning wise, there's a lot of aggression from Reply Totem. Zeta Division still a gem ahead, make it 2 now as well. If they can get 3 in a row, that's going to be a counter that Reply Totem need a kill for to interrupt.
Oh, what a play from Naui there to get the stun and get the grab on the wall as well. That's huge from him. They've started the countdown, and with that last member of Reply Totem going down as well, Gero's going to have 10 gems over his head, so his teammates don't need to stay that passive either. And with a shield on Naui, it's going to be tough for them to come back. Does miss the super, but at the same time, 5 seconds on the clock. Not sure what Joker and Mori can do here, and they can't do anything. Zeta Division starting off strong, taking the first game.
Well done by Zeta Division. Not the easiest here to deal with that Stu as well, but they did wonderfully well. However, I feel like some of their success and the early gems they were able to pick up were due to that sneaky Buzz play on the right-hand side and getting into the bush before the Terra was able to spot him. Let's see if they're going to be able to make that happen once again. They're a lot more careful. Yeah, they know. Now he is going to be spotted super early on and taken down with ease. Nicely done by Reply Totem.
Yeah, so I think at the same time they might have grasped that left, but they don't have much control over the right now. But considering they have mid, Joker's going to be able to pick up a good few amount of gems. Ruff's going to get a shot into the mid there onto Joker, and if we follow with another and a shot from Gus, they might be able to bring him down. Does get him low, and now the gadget comes down from Meow as well. Bounces around the right, take down Mr. P, and the wall break and power up. He's going to grab it for himself and maybe let Gero get one in the future.
Gadget popped by Maru will waste some ammunition. Some teamwork, they're able to take care of it. However, control going to be favoring Reply Totem. Joker low HP, needs to be careful, but some good dodges, and he'll still alive. Shield popped onto Meow, trying to push up that right side just a little bit more. Not really able to find a ton of control from there just yet, as Maru as Pool goes for it. Now he gets shut down once again, didn't get the chance to use his super, and Gero is being chased by all of Maru's shadows. Eventually, Reply Totem now building up a really healthy lead.
Shield onto Naui now and gets him in a good position. Super straight to Mori. Cycles as well. Joker's there for the taking. He gets it yet again, and it's Naui making the play once more. Low though, and the Mr. P port is almost 1v1 him, but he goes for that last gem. Starts the countdown, but Maru's behind the pulls there onto Gero. Joker might be able to take him down, but I believe he got a heal there as well. Beautiful stuff. Now he's tanking. 10 seconds on the clock and a shield. Great stuff from Zay to stay alive, but they're still under massive scrutiny now as well. Now he's still surviving. They can't bring him down. The Mr. P porter might do it at 1 second, and the takedown's there. They get it. Maru retrieves a few gems, and Reply Totem stay alive. Might even start accounting for themselves here.
Unbelievable stuff across the board. But it is Reply Totem now with a countdown. A Stu Dash available as well. He's going to try to overextend his presence in the mid to get that 11th gem. However, it's not going to work out. Now Zeta Division 1 away from evening things out, and that's going to interrupt that countdown for now. Let's see who's going to be next to initiate it. It does spawn on the side of Zeta, which is a little bit of a problem for Reply Totem, but they can just even out by picking up the next one.
Yeah, well, Got this on the floor now, but no gadgets left for Gero, and pull there from Maru is going to be dangerous. There it is, the double pull might be there, but no, Gero narrowly avoids it, but now he's got this super over the left-hand side, sorry, and these Mr. People is really giving him a bit of a tough time, but they need this next gem, and it spawns on the reply totem side. The stun's there, but Mori survives on reply totem, looking to even things out, but they are under some serious pressure now coming in from Zeta, but I don't think it's going to be done. Joker gets away, and reply totem take game number 2.
What an incredible game. Reply Totem able to steal the gems from the gem carrier in the first half of that game, bringing them back, and incredible teamwork as well from Zeta to get that countdown all the way to its last second. The Reply Totem still managed to shut it down, take down both players that were carrying gems, and eventually take this one home.
Well, it's triple left again for Totem, or at least one of them down the mid, whereas Zeta are taking a bit of a more spread out approach. Joker now having to retreat, got the speed zone up to try and help him out along the way, but now he, around this right side, did have a free side, and coincidentally, Zeta did kind of triple down on a rough lane, which is probably not the best of ideas, but now he's getting his super just off being in the vicinity at the moment of Joker, eventually going to go down, but not without Gero getting a shot and a gadget onto Mori there. I feel like maybe that gadget was a bit useless, didn't do too much, put too much pressure on anybody, but now he's got the shield now and should be able to make some good moves.
Dash in from Nawi, he'll get the kill and no trade as he takes care of the shadow as well. So far, it is going to be Reply Totem with a nice and early healthy lead. Maru oversteps a little bit, will get punished as he is in a crossfire between 3 different players. Joker taking a fair bit of damage. Now he can't commit though, and he gets reset on his heal as well, buying some time for Reply Totem to retake that right-hand side. However, gem-wise, Zeta have caught up and are only 2 behind.
Yeah, this Tara Soup's definitely a bit dangerous though, and Joker now going forward this long dash, gets some shots on Gero, brings in 1 shot, and Maori still down the left-hand side, dominating Meow with this range advantage that he does have, keeping him low. Pull comes in on now, he doesn't get his super off in return to get the stun, and Joker, 9 gems in hand, might be able to start the countdown in just a second, survives it out, and Mori's going to start the count. Joker surely wants it from mid, but with Naui having this super, it's dangerous. Gets 1, but can't really commit to any more. Too low to make any moves.
Maori will fall, but it's Joker carrying all of the gems, still has a dash as well to get him to safety, defensive pull as well. Beautifully done by Reply Totem, and what was looking like potentially a quick set for Zeta was turned around wonderfully well in game 2 by Reply Totem. Again, game 3, it was a dominant win from Reply Totem, so amazing stuff from both sides. Reply Totem are able to take it home at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Reply Totem, they did look a lot stronger in the games that they won. I feel like Zeta in the one that they won, they looked pretty good, but overall, I think Reply Totem was just a bit more in control, whereas those ones that Zeta managed to win were just now even somehow popping off, and obviously they did have that countdown quite heavily in the back portions of their map, but Totem very controlled in getting them down, brought them down in the last second, managed to get Gero as well, and just taking a few of those gems, not being too greedy is probably the right approach, especially when there was a few laying in mid as well.
It paid off as well, because eventually they did bring that game home. And the next one too, so I mean realistically, Zeta Division, they were a second away from picking up that opening set. That Reply Totem managed to win 2 games in a row after that. Wonderful stuff really from Reply Totem.
Yeah, it really was. And we did see some great plays from Naui. Don't get me wrong, we saw him with a beautiful super in that first game where he just got the stun onto him, avoided the super by clipping himself on a wall as well, and it was really smart of him. But at the end of the day, Reply Totem going to come away with the set. Looking at the stats though, I mean, Joker with 10 kills, with Stu obviously with the mobility, you're going to be able to find a lot of those openings, but at the same time, Zeta Division had a fair few on the board as well.
Moving on to set number 2, it's gonna be Heist Safe Zone. And we'll see some more longer range brawlers potentially brought in. We've seen some throwers as well once in a while to lock in the top left and bottom right of the map. But to me, my favorite pick here is still going to be the 8-bit. I feel like it is so good, both at damage on save, at shutting down aggressive ideas, and at playing long range. Just kind of fills every niche area of that map, in my opinion.
Well, Safe Zone is the map, and we've got the 8-bit Squeak and the Sandban as well coming in. That's usually something we see aggressive teams banning out, or aggressive teams against them banning out. But Bonnie Colette, and the Bell banned out from Reply Totem. We do have that Zeta Division first pick, so we'll see what they do choose to go with. They're going to take that Brock, obviously going to have a lot of damage on the safe with the built-in Incendiary, and obviously some good range to go along with on this map as well.
I like the Brock as well. It can provide a lot of value. I mean, the wall break is always something that, you know, a Brock is going to be very useful for, especially on this map. But the damage on safe is also something to not overlook, as it burns down very, very quickly. We'll have 2 picks in a row now for Reply Totem to catch up and react, as Eve is going to be the first one. I don't mind it. It can be really nice to just hover over the water, create some space with your hatchlings, but Shelly is what I'm definitely more interested in here, as it's going to be ramping up the aggression by quite a bit.
Yeah, I do like the Shelly, but at the same time, it's going to have a bit of a tough time when those clay pigeons have ran out. So obviously, with the super fast movement speed, it's going to be very easy to avoid some of these Brock shots. But at the same time, if anything comes in that can possibly slow down, it's going to be very decent. But I feel like B's kind of off the table because the Eve spawnables might be a bit of an issue. But Penny's going to come in for Zeta Division. It's been a bit of a while since we've seen some Penny being played out. But when you get the mortar established in that top left, it does wonderful work.
It really does, and I mean, Penny is going to be great at dealing with the hatchlings as well, potentially using them in your favor, really, and creating even more space. So I think it kind of makes sense, but I'm completely with you. It was the fact that Penny is just a brawler we don't see much, if at all, at the moment, just because it's been nerfed so many times that at this point it's just not really a priority pick for any teams anymore. But we'll see Cordelius being brought in as Zeta's final pick, and that is going to be a strong one for sure. It's always very curious, I think, on those very open maps to see how Cordelius fares, because I feel like he either gets like so much value or none at all. So I'm very interested in seeing how that's going to be working out for Zeta.
Yeah, we'll see if it does, but Daryl's going to come in as well. And I feel like Cordelius is just good against the Daryl, so I'm surprised that Reply Totem have gone for that on the last pick. You know, if you get caught mid-super in a Cordelius, you're going to be going into that Shadow Realm and not really moving any further with that role. So it's a bit of a weird one for me, at least. I love the Shelly pick. It's always going to be probably, you know, still the best brawler in the game at the moment, but I feel like that Zeta Division comp feels more well-rounded.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's an interesting one for sure, because something to not overlook as well is for most of the defensive and anti-tank brawlers, it doesn't really matter if you're facing them as something like a Daryl, because you're just going to be rolling into the safe, and then instead of, you know, targeting the B, you target the safe. Here against Cordelius, if you're in the Shadow Realm, I don't think you can even hit the safe. So that can really shut down some of those ideas, and I don't know how that's going to be working out for them.
Great shots there from Gera as well to stop Maru being in that little pocket, but now he can't really move too far. Joker's very low as well, and Clay Pigeon being forced out to provide him some help throughout that mid. Gera was low, but did heal up quite nicely in comparison to Joker, who's still halfway healing and not even got there anymore, because Gera's going to find a connecting shot. Now he's going to be getting some super, but Maru's going forward, and now he might be able to get his super, and he's going to need it as well to keep him away from the safe. Does get it, and these mushrooms going to be helping him heal up along the way as well. Maru's still burning down, and now he's going to pick up the kill, get some damage up top as well, with Gero and Meow raining down on the safe.
Yeah, now he's just going to be permanently assigned to that Daryl and making sure that he doesn't slip through. He will get close though, but again, Shadow Realm, and Maru is powerless. Can't do anything to the safe, can't get close enough to Naui, and in the meantime, Naui is just getting his super back from standing next to him. So yeah, the Daryl pick is just not it. Very hard one from Totem.
Yeah, I think now he's going to be pretty pleased with just keeping him here, to be honest with you. Even if he doesn't get the kill, he might be able to cycle it out, as you said, just by staying in this range, and now does come out the realm, but going to get taken down quickly by Mori. Surprised he didn't use his super there. Obviously doesn't have the muting gadget either, because we have seen him jump already, so the little jump, the little turret coming down, I should say, little splash through there from Meow as well, and yet again, beautiful shots from him, but Maru dragged into the realm once more, and now he's looking for the kill. Did get some heals along the way as well, can't be far off cycling this, does get it and brings him back into the realm once more, stops him from doing anything, and with a 50% lead, I feel like Maru's just in a bit of a tough position to do anything here.
Yeah, he's gotten 2% of the safe, which is kind of crazy as a Daryl. You know, he's been around the safe so many times. He just can't deal any damage to it, and once again, he gets shut down. And I still don't really get the idea of the Daryl here. I don't see how they want to make this one work, but maybe there's something that I'm missing or something that we have yet to see from it, because so far it just hasn't been a high impact pick whatsoever, especially not as a last pick.
back into the realm yet again, and I think he can't seem to escape now here. He's got another super in hand as well, but Gera's getting some damage on safe, and Maru's just giving up there. Joker's just going to accept defeat, and they finish off the safe. Zeta Division dominating this one, unlike Gem Grab, and take the first game of the second set.
They need to change something on Reply Totem's side, because they really didn't have a whole lot to work with in game one. Drastic change needs to be made here, but I really couldn't pinpoint what, because now his job is just to shut down that Daryl, and the other lanes are just not being won either by Reply Totem. So if they can find something there, maybe they can make something work and try to, you know, bring some of the attention from the Cordelius towards them. However, so far it's just really not been that story, at least not in game one.
Yeah, I'm just so confused by this Daryl pick. Not getting a lot done. Here comes Shelly Super, though. Just breaking out a few of those walls. Joker's going to survive and move a bit further up, but 16% damage already has been done by Zeta Division. We haven't even really seen them up the map that far either. Good connections from Gera there to bring them down, but Shadow Realm is the answer yet again. From now, we're going to jump towards him as well and try and get a good cycle out on this one. Has it again and just uses it once more. Heals from the mushrooms as well, and this is surely going to be Zeta Division once more.
I mean, this is an incredible level of bullying, really, and it's so crazy that it comes off last pick on Reply Totem's side. It just, yeah, it's an interesting draft, very interesting draft, but it seems like this one is going to be pretty much done and dusted, as Zeta Division are just destroying that safe. Zeta picking up set number 2 and evening things up.
I mean, I'm a little bit worried now for Reply Totem, because that one was definitely more one-sided than that first set that went to Reply Totem was, and Zeta Division looks great. But at the end of the day, I think everybody conceded that was down to the draft there. What can a Daryl do against Cordelius? But Reply Totem have nobody but themselves to blame. Like, they took that Daryl as a last pick, and you've just got to question why. Everybody knows Cordelius can't do anything against, Daryl can't do anything against Cordelius, and that's elevated on this map.
Yeah, it was very extreme. I think that's a way to put it, because Daryl genuinely had the chance to do nothing. Like, it was a brawler that was completely out of the equation, and the other lanes were also being won consistently by Zeta. I think they got 10% damage on safe throughout the entirety of this set, which is so incredibly low, and I can't wait to look at the stats from Daryl.
Yeah, no, neither can I, because that was a little bit worrying. You know, we saw him do like 2% damage on the safe, and that was just because he got his roll before Cordelius got his super in that first one. I mean, that's even surprising to see him do like any DPS at all. I mean, obviously it's going to be all on the side of Zeta Division in terms of kills and damage, but like, at least they got some DPS on the side of Reply Totem, which is more than I thought.
In all fairness, for the most part, the Daryl and the Cordelius were more in a staring contest. You know, like, it's not like they killed each other many times. I mean, Mara didn't kill anyone, but yeah, it was just a lot of time and space bought, and all favoring Zeta so much. The draft, like, those big kind of oopsies, you can't leave that open. You can't make that happen in a semi-final of a monthly final. Let's see, though, if Golem Gulch for knockout is going to be the fresh start that Reply Totem hoped for after a pretty horrendous set.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Reply Totem can bounce back, or if they'll carry on with some questionable drafts, let's say, rather than just completely saying it was terrible again. It was just a bit questionable, you know? Gene, Shelly, and Tick going to be banned out from Zeta Division. Reply Totem going to get rid of the Bonnie, well, I saw the Brock. RT is going to be taken as their first pick. I think it's very good. Got the range, got the short range as well when it starts to close in, and Gray's going to be Reply Totem's last ban.
I like the RT. He's going to be able to also confirm some kills with his gadget, which can always be very useful if someone gets in a one-shot range, or if you can get value of multiple players and get a nice push together with your team after that. Reset their heals. There's quite a bit to offer with it. Gus is going to be what it's going to be facing, is Zeta looking their first pick. And I mean, Zeta love Gus. They play it very, very consistently. it makes sense though. It works really well with their approach. It's safe, but has some moments as well to try to turn things around and get some nice burst damage with a gadget of his own. So I like it. I mean, both fill the same sort of niche just a little bit. Obviously, more support on the side of the of Zeta. So I'm alright. I was at the Squeak as well. Is going to bring in even more utility. A slow approach by the looks of it from Zeta Division, but very control based.
Yeah, I kind of like it, but I think at the same time, if it starts to close in and, you know, we'd run out of residues and stuff like that, then Joker's going to be able to do a lot when he drops those legs and starts getting some damage down. We'll see. What they do choose to go with is their second pick and obviously third one after that as well. Back to Zeta Division for the last pick after all that, but should be coming any second now. And it's going to be the Grom. They're going to go with a thrower. Seems pretty smart considering who they're against. You know, you don't really want to be walking through those pathways when Squeak's spamming shots down them, so why not just stand behind the wall instead?
I like it. I like it. Final pick for Replay Totem is going to be the Carl, which would also have been a good counter towards towards their own throw. So I kind of like it. I mean, it's obviously going to be a great way as well to just initiate some heavy attacks and go in for some nice pushes. This Fang is going to be the final pick, and the stun is a nice counter to that Carl super. A lot of mobility as well, of course, and still more than most tanks an ability to hold on to your lane and keep some space. As for a tank, when you don't really have the range to tag your opponents or reset their heals, it can be a bit tricky to keep them at bay and not give them too much map control.
Yeah, I do like the Fang. I think I prefer maybe it's gonna be weird, but I kind of prefer Reply Totem's comp. I feel like the Fang it's gonna be good if it can, you know, lunge into the Grom and get a stun off on the Carl or something like that. But if it goes anywhere near that RT with super, it's gonna be dangerous territory for Naui.
Yeah, I have the exact same take, really. I mean, Arc copies your predictions, I copy your your draft opinions. But yeah, really, I feel like it makes a little bit more sense to me, the come from a Reply Totem. But we did see a lot of Fang again in East Asia earlier today, and with some pretty good success as well. So I'm curious to see if Zeta can match that level of play. So far they've had the more control, but haven't really been able to find big opportunities just yet.
Yeah, Maro coming down now, trying to get some pitches in, and obviously Fang with very small amount of range. And at this point anyway, when he's peeking around walls, it's definitely going to be a bit difficult for him. Now the Grom's rotating down to try and fight out against him here and stay behind these walls. It's probably a smart matchup, but they're just moving him across, trying to get him back on Carl, who's going to be able to feed him maybe a little bit of super with these shoes flying off. But as this gas starts to close down, it's going to be tough, and then Grom Bomb comes down and following up some shots as well. He's just standing in the residue. He doesn't care because he's slowed, so what? Now he's going to be able to get the pickup up top, but it doesn't matter because Mori going to avenge that death and take this first round.
Yeah, it took so long for the Fang to get his super that he just didn't really have any mobility to play with for the longest time. He does have it now, so if there are some misplacements, he can make something happen, and the stun, the kill as well, but he's only gonna find one. However, Meow gets the trade, makes it a second. Maro going in, though Maro finds one. Can he clutch this one up? I think he will. Maro turns it around and a Reply Totem take the game.
I mean, all I can say to that is just wow. Like, what a play from Maru there to know he could get it. And I mean, the flying hook towards them, straight slicing through the Grom, taking him down, and then a Squeak is a matchup that you expect him to be able to win, but still, to be able to pull that off 1v2 with no real help from his teammates, big thing for him to do, and a big game for them to take back.
That was crazy. I mean, it went from man advantage for Zeta Division, then man advantage for Reply Totem, then man advantage back to Zeta, and at the end it's Reply Totem that's still taking it home. That is crazy from Reply Totem. Absolutely popping off on that Carl Maro with some wonderful plays. Let's see if they can keep it up moving into the second game of Knockout.
Yeah, good shots coming in from Mori there. Has the super as well. So maybe be able to get some shots here. Hits one onto Gero, and Now, obviously marked up is going to be taking a lot more damage. There down comes that watchtower as well to get the scouting of the grass, and still has some as well, but maybe wants to use them to tank some of these shots rather than just using it to scout at this grass, especially when they know where they are already. Maru not that close to any supers just yet, I don't think, as now he's been pretty much just staying out of the way and trying not to feed, but now this right-hand side pinch is coming down. It's going to be difficult, but now Mori's there as well. In goes Maru, gets hit hard on his entry. Mari just trying to get these legs dropped and go for some damage, but actually going to be spammed down by pretty much everybody. He might be able to get two. He does. Somehow out of nowhere it works. Maru might be able to clutch up again, and he does just that. Somehow Totem win it, and they take the first round of this too.
Maru has got ice in his veins this set. Second round that he clutches up. Second round that really, it felt like he wasn't going to be winning with his team. And yet he does. Zeta Division, I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher to keep up the morale after you lose rounds like that.
Definitely so, especially when this one round can decide whether or not you're going to go in 2-1 down or not. Good shots coming in from Joker as well. Has this grumble. Mori got those legs again, and we know how much that worked in the previous one. Even though he dropped it, he got two extremely low before he went down. Now he's trying to make a push around this side, but getting hit now by the Carl, who adds another super to the reply totem side. 3 supers versus 0. If just looking like this, if we don't see any supers come out of Zeta, then it's going to go one way and one way only.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's looking rough here for Zeta Division. Ground bomb going down. Shield eventually onto Meow. And he's going to try to create a little bit of space. We'll find some good value, good damage, and a 2-piece actually for Zeta Division. Only Joker left alive, and somehow it's going to be Zeta to pick up the round.
Yeah, that was some really nice plays there from Zeta to be able to drag that one back, which looked like it was just going to go to Totem, but looks like we just didn't see any supers come out of Totem there. Carl still got his, RT still got his as well, and now trying to fly under the radar down this left-hand side, but eventually gets scouted out as well. Look at the lunge as well from Naui. He's waiting to try and use this, and with 3 of them there, it'd be some good bounces.
Waiting for the best opportunity. So far, not giving anything away just yet. 3 supers on each side. Everyone has super, but who is going to try to initiate something? So far, control-wise, it's all Zeta. They have control of the mid, reply totem locked into their spawn area. Super will connect from Meow, but not really much of an opportunity to follow up in that position. And Joker is in a tricky spot. Surely he's going to be going down, gets his super off, but it's going to miss anyways. Now he is getting taken quite low HP, but not committing just yet. Mari left in a 1 versus 3, and a stun is going to be settling it. How did Zeta pick up this game? How are they contesting this set? I mean, what an incredible match so far.
I mean, that was just a great comeback, to be honest. Like, absolutely out of nowhere, Zeta managed to win that second round, and that looked like Reply Totem were just going to sweep it, take the set straight away, and make it 2-1. But now it looks like Zeta might be the ones doing that, as they're 1-1 in this set, and it's 1-1 overall as well, obviously. So Totem need to rethink their strategy again, because it worked a couple of times, but now Zeta seems to have their number.
It's all even in this match, and as you said, grand final worthy so far. The quality certainly is, but this game is going to decide who takes the upper hand into set number 4. An attacking game has already begun. Some good tanks from Maori, but again, no follow-up, as both teams are playing very respectfully, making sure to not give too much away and not feed too many supers. Now, we would very much like his. We did see quite a difference between the rounds where he had his in the end game and the rounds where he didn't. Gadget plays down by Joker. Interesting. Now he's going to be quite low HP. Maru is going to be able to shut him down. It's a 2 versus 3. And surely, oh, super actually from Meow. Interesting. He tried. Used all he had. But it is still going to be Reply Totem to pick up the first round.
Yeah, I think he was just maybe hoping that Joker wasn't going to be connecting those shots, and he just did. He didn't miss in that position, and with a marked up shot from RT there, it was just pretty much a done deal for Joker to be able to finish that one off, and now 1 round is between Reply Totem and the second set. Only 2 rounds for Zeta Division, so still so close, but 3 supers on the side of Reply Totem, none on the side of Zeta. But it did make a difference last time.
That is very true. All they needed was the Gus super. Just getting the super onto, it was a squeak earlier, and he got a 2-piece pretty much just on his own. So if they can replicate that sort of success here, that could be massive for Zeta Division, but it's their backs against the wall now as Reply Totem are in the driver's seat and do need to be careful with how they will proceed. As we do see a sticky residue plays down. There's still another one available from Meow as well. Might have to use both in this final stage. As Maru is going down to the gas. Meow quite low HP as well. It's a 3-on-1, and yet again, it seems like the amount of supers does not matter to Zeta Division as they bring this one back. And it's going to be the final round of knockout to decide who picks up a second set.
It couldn't be any closer than this, and I don't think we could be asking for a better game either. It's just back and forward, back and forward. See who does manage to take this one and take the set along with it. Still, 2 supers in the hands of Reply Totem, only 1 on the side of Zeta, but it is in the hands of Naui, and we know what he can do with this brawler. Know how aggressive he can play, but RT's hitting some shots. Now Joker's going to slot into this favoured position once more, and it's going to be tough for Zeta to get out of this.
Yeah, it's a strong place for him to stand. And now as well with the RT super, if he plays near enough to Joker, completely deflates any aggressive ideas that now he might have in mind. For the time being, it's still just a tagging game, but the gas is going to be coming in shortly, and that's going to be forcing in the action.
Yeah, Meow's quite low, but Joker can't seem to find any follow-up shots, but Meow just still shooting, not healing up. And with that gas tagging him there, it's going to be difficult with the leg to drop. Mary TP's away from it. The gas takes down 1. Can Joker clutch this one up? He gets 1 shot, but not anymore. Zeta Division are going to take the set, and Reply Totem crumble in the tense moments.
This has to be one of the best knockout sets of all time, really. I mean, there were some excellent ones at Worlds last year, don't get me wrong, but this one was very special as well. Zeta somehow turning out on top of this one, even though it really looked like Reply Totem had it in the bag multiple times. They were just not able to close it out. Some incredible card plays from Maru as well, still worth pointing out. But at the end of the day, it is just Zeta and their teamwork that managed to shine.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, it just looked like, as you say, Totem were going to take it so many times. They had so many opportunities, I feel, to win these with the amount of supers they had. But at the end of the day, Zeta just capitalized on the team play that they have and how well now he's playing. You know, he went in, and even more, he dropped his legs. I think it might have been in this round, or I think the next round, but dropped his legs, and he still managed to get those kills by going past him. It was really nice from Zeta Division to manage to take that one here. Here it is. The legs were dropped, but double stun came through and just managed to slice through him with the help of Gero as well. And Joker just couldn't do it alone.
Stats-wise, it is going to be favoring Zeta Division a little bit, but I mean, what a close set overall. A very close match indeed. But now Zeta Division are back with the advantage. Let's see if Reply Totem can turn that around and push this to a set 5, or if Zeta can close it out in 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a tense one, this. Set number 5 would definitely be what we'd want. We want to see these 2 teams battle it out, because this is, you know, this is a finals potential match. We've seen it multiple times throughout this year. Probably the 2 strongest teams in the region. Both of these have locked in 2 of the 3 world final spots, so definitely up there at the top of the region at the moment. But we'll see if Zeta Division are able to close it out in Pinball Dreams on Brawl Ball, or for Reply Totem drag it to a set number 5. We'll find out in just a moment, but I kind of feel like after that one, Totem have let that slip, and Zeta might just run away with it.
It seemed like the momentum was in Reply Totem's favor in knockout, and yet somehow Zeta Division were able to remain ice cold, shut down any sort of hope that sparked on the Reply Totem front. The first pick is going to be for Zeta. They ban out Grey, Primo, and Stu. Reply Totem banning out Shelly, Squeak, and Cordelius. Maybe some openings for a Barley, which has been one of the more threatening brawlers on this map. Some range is always good here as well, around the mid area. Squeak is a big threat, but it has been neutralized by the ban process. It's going to be a Nita first pick, actually, from Zeta, which I think is a fairly interesting one.
Yeah, I feel like you've had some pretty tough opinions on Nita in the past, especially on Brawl Ball, and, you know, I kind of like it on this map. I feel like it's going to deter a lot of things, but with Primo banned out of the way, you know, it kind of narrows that down a little bit more. As Primo, you can see through those win rates here, is one of the big difference makers when it comes to winning on this map, and Nita would have shut that down a little bit more. Barley, another really solid pick, and that's actually not banned either, so definitely something that they might be leaning towards, especially with that Nita preventing him from the super. It is going to be quite a big thing to have, and they do choose to go with the Barley as their first pick on the side of Reply Totem.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I mean, I'm obviously not a professional drafter, but it's kind of the sort of ideas I would have had in mind as well with this draft. I would have gone Barley instead of the Nita, but then again, there are probably a couple steps that I'm missing on this plan for Zeta Division. They'll mix that up with a Crow, which I don't mind either. Don't necessarily think it's his greatest map, but he can get some good work down. His slows are always going to be very valuable as well. Let's see, though, this plan unfold from Zeta Division, because I feel like surely they got to have something in mind here if they decided to go Nita first pick over that Barley.
We'll see what they do choose to pick in return, but I feel like that Barley's a great pick, and Crow, you know, it's pretty solid. He's going to be able to scout out a lot of these bushes over the left and right hand sides and play that mid quite nicely, but Bonnie's going to be coming down from Zeta Division, and I like that pick as well. If you get the super, Barley's going to be in a bit of a tough place, and the same with Crow if the Crow doesn't have the jump away. So maybe a decent pick there from Zeta Division. They still need one more, and you've got to question if they need something a bit more aggressive that can just go aggressive with a click of a button rather than having to wait for Bonnie to get that super.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Willow might still be something they might consider here. Yeah, they'll go Willow. Okay, interesting. I mean, I kind of wish they went just Barley instead of the Nita, and then, you know, they probably could have gone Nita later on or something else, because I do prefer Barley over Willow here. But they just needed something to make sure that Barley doesn't have a lane to just sit at behind his walls and harass the rest of the map. So either the options are going to be get there by opening up the map, or have enough mobility to get up close, or just match his energy and have a thrower of your own. I don't know. We'll see the B as last. I was kind of expecting a B here as well, as the Emea does like to bring a B for the mid of Pinball Dreams. I don't mind it. I think it can be good, quite strong, and it does have a decent matchup, of course, as well across the board. So I'm quite all right with both drafts. I'm really curious what the thrower battle is going to be like.
Yeah, I feel like Barley is kind of favored as the best thrower, and we saw it in the win rates, right? The win rates of Barley was there and Willow just wasn't, so you kind of expect it to be the better thrower on this map, and with Willow it's going to be a bit difficult, I feel. But with Crow Lane, I'm not sure about that one. We're kind of just going to see surely the throwers win these out, but Crow's going very aggressive, but instantly dealt with by Navi and Gero pinching that one in, and now they move up even further.
Now, low HP, Gero might try to go for mind control, and he gets it done. As soon as the respawn shield from Maru goes away, he gets mind controlled by Gero. What a beautiful pre-shot. I mean, that was down to the millisecond.
Soup's there from Mori, pushing Gero back a little bit now, and the jump's available from Naui too, so just going to maybe want to hold on to that a little bit longer. Rasseltide getting some damage, but not that much. Now the jump comes in, Joker's going to be getting taken down, but traded out with that 3k beautiful shot from him. Meow trying to push up, and obviously Maru's going to get some damage in. He's going to be able to slow every now and again, but it's going to be tickling the Nita at the moment until he starts to get a bit lower. Gero now pushing forward, finds the pathway through, but doesn't get the shot at all. Last call comes out, bit of a waste by Mori, but at the same time he got the side, so who cares?
Maru is low after that kill onto Meow. Reply Totem have built up some nice control. Gero gonna get pushed down by Mari, and Mari is tagged up, but still gets away with it victorious. Zeta Division need to hold on for another minute, and so far it seems like that's gonna be a long minute considering how strong positioning is for Reply Totem.
Yeah, Gero now Just trying to push onto this Crow. Gets this big splash down with the gadget, but has the mind control but can't use it. Wants to hold off a little bit longer. Jump comes in. Now he needed to try and grab the ball there. Not going to get it. And Totem are going to equalize this one out. Burn down a bit of the clock as well, which is, you know, surprising to me because they've got a much better comp for overtime if you think about it.
Yeah, no, they certainly do. I mean, the Crow is going to be better than the Nita, and I mean, Bonnie and B is fairly even. So I'll agree with you there. 25 seconds left until overtime, and Reply Totem happy to play defensive until then. Let's see if now he's going to go for a jump in here. He will indeed. He finds Joker, no trade. And a missed shot as well from Maori. We might not see an overtime here as they push up. Now he slots it in, and Zeta Division lock in a match point.
I mean, what a turnaround considering they just conceded. We were like, right, they've got the better comp for overtime. We expect it to go to overtime. And Zeta know that as well, right? They know to go aggressive, so they don't have to go to overtime. And that's exactly what they do. They managed to secure that one nice and early on. We're going to a match point now for Zeta Division. And this is, you know, definitely make or break for Reply Totem now, as Zeta Division will move on to the finals if they win this one. And then, even if they do lose this game, they're still in a good spot.
Garrow with some good connections onto Mary, but he's low HP himself and eventually forced to back off. Maro pushing up on that right-hand side as Meow went down, creating a big opening. But no ability to capitalize just yet. Garrow, low HP. Garrow gonna go down. Mary will lose some more HP, but will survive. And now is going to be doomed in that positioning. 3 versus 2 right now. As they are cycling through those respawns. Always going to be one player down here for Zeta Division. Reply Totem just looking to find a big enough opening to get a goal.
And Garrow's starting to slowly push Mori back here down this left-hand side, but Mori just connecting a few shots. Has his jump as well, so Joker needs to be a bit cautious, but with Maru at his side, he should be able to survive it anyway. Jump goes in, but the takedown was there on the left-hand side. Mori's trying to help this push through, but Meow's still alive. The jump comes through. The interception's beautiful there by Meow. Gets his bear as well and gets the trade. Can't complain about that.
That was really good defense from Zeta Division, to be completely honest, because they managed to stop the respawn cycling and then get trade after trade, deflate the push slowly. Now, overtime, as we discussed previously, is probably not going to be in their favor, so they need to be a little bit careful with what the game plan is here. And with 50 seconds left, they have yet to really leave their side of the map this game.
Yeah, Willow misses that super as well, tries to get a couple more connections onto Barley. Does survive it out, so needs to heal up, but this Nita Bear is still there, and it's going to be a big help in pushing this forward, but heals come through for Mori now, and he should be able to pick up this left-hand side. Super goes in, last call going to miss, but actually gets the shot thanks to the connection. Nita Bear didn't do a lot at all, trying to find the pathway through, but the interception's there again, and they say no. Meow, the last one survived, but it's just Garrow, and I don't think he can do it alone.
Oh. He mind controls him. He gets the ball away, and for now, they're still safe. Incredible plays again from Zeta in this defense. Overtime's going to be coming up, and even though they get the team wipe, they're not going to be able to score just yet. Overtime might be where we settle this one.
He's surely going to be able to trade out Mori there as well, and if they can get a super, then they might have been able to make something happen, but now he actually pops himself back into that long range form, and gets the kill. The super shot was there from Meow, but can't do a lot with it. Burning down now, survives on 24. Crowburn doesn't get him down, and he has this bear. It's going to be a big help, but the slow onto Naui, and surely he falls. Gets the shot over to the left-hand side instead, and now the bear comes down, trying to walk up behind it. Shield pops as well. Faux fur being used, just wants this ball back. Trying to get a super there for Naui, but the shot is not going to go through, and the ball goes back in the corner, but Meow's still on a bit of a tear here, and Garrow pushing the left-hand side, not getting a lot done, and super available from him now, but it's just too little too late, I feel.
25 seconds left, and it's going to be Reply Totem with perhaps the last chance of this game to score. They're playing it safe so far, as now he actually jumps in. A pass back to Garrow. He has super. Is he going to mind control? Is he going to go for a charge shot? So far, it's going to be the mind control. Mari is going to be the one to slot it in as Zeta Division take this 3-1 victory and lock in their spot for the grand finals one more time this year.
I mean, they just won this finals again. They won 4 monthly final wins, and they made it all the way to be able to battle it out for that totem. Defeated, and they look defeated as well. Definitely not as happy as they usually are on those cameras, and understandably so after that loss. Mind control defeat by the Willow there. It's a difficult way to lose, but at the end of the day, what a defense it was from Gero to keep them in that game to start with, and then to be able to finish it off in the end as well. He really was the MVP, especially through that Brawl Ball set.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, a fantastic performance overall, though, from Zeta, but I love how we criticized the Willow pick a little bit, and I think that for the most part, Barley is the stronger pick on this map. But Gero, I mean, played that Willow wonderfully well. Look at that one. Like, that was some gorgeous stuff from him in this set, and it's not the easiest to do, especially when you are facing a Barley yourself. Barley doesn't need to land his shot, he just needs to lock down the area. If you walk into it, you will take the damage. It doesn't work the same way for a Willow. So the fact that he was able to shine so much is so impressive. And I mean, you know, the final nail in the coffin there as he mind controls Mari to score against his own team. Mari that had a wonderful set here as well, 222 damage, 11 kills, but it wasn't the kills that mattered the most here. It was getting those goals in, and Zeta were just able to find a couple more.
I mean, Zeta just played that so well. They waited for the moment, and they were under a lot of scrutiny for pretty much the entire game, but in the end they came out on top, and that's what really matters. Regardless of all the kills that Reply Totem managed to get, regardless of all the control they had, if they're not getting the goals, they're not winning, and that's what Zeta Division do best. Play the objective, and the objective is what gets you the wins.
Your MVP voted at home is going to be on to Naui. And as much as I kind of would have loved to see Gero get it for that final set, now we had a fantastic series as well. It was really a team effort. I mean, Knockout as well, you know, was every single player from Zeta Division shining and getting so much work done. So I'll still take him as the MVP for this one. And overall, I mean, a fantastic series for our first semifinal.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better game, could we really? As I've said multiple times, that's a finals caliber game, and even at that, it's a world finals caliber game, you know, between these two teams. They're the two best teams in the region at the moment, and I'm sad we didn't really get to see them meet in the finals, but we will see who is going to meet them in the finals throughout this next game. But Zeta Division have successfully made it to the finals of this region. A&R versus SK Gaming is going to be up next, and it's going to be an absolutely phenomenal one as well. We saw A&R take down Foot Esports, which is a big decisive match. A&R trying to catch up with Foot Esports at the moment for that race for the world final spot. And SK and Humble, it's more of the same. They're in the race as well. Humble got cut short, but SK Gaming, they still have a chance.
Absolutely so. I mean, A&R said they wanted to play against Foot Esports. They got what they wanted. They got the victory as well. I don't remember them tweeting they wanted to play against SK, so we'll see how that one goes. But my prediction was still with A&R just because of the sheer amount of confidence they showed against Foot. And I don't know. I feel like this could be their month to make it to the grand finals once more.
Yeah, the thing is, A&R actually tweeted they wanted to play against Humble because of the reverse sweep that Humble managed to get on them last month. They wanted a bit of revenge, so I think they're quite sad that SK Gaming managed to pull through. We all know what Rama's like on Twitter, and if you don't, here's his act. Go and follow him. It's quite entertaining to see, along with Nob and Mebius on his roster. They really have been playing very well all year long, and, you know, up there with a few of the best teams. They're one of the only teams who has the capability of taking a team like Zeta down. We saw it in SPS, so we might be able to see it through the finals today. But SK Gaming, again, are standing their way first.
Yeah, SK Gaming, a very strong roster as well. Not necessarily the loudest roster this year. I mean, they lost Semantic, so I mean, you know, that is gonna keep the noise levels in check. But Ikeos, Yoshi, and Ope, fantastic roster overall, and able to finally get some success this year after a very slow start to the year. They're in a much better place now, and they showed that early against Humble. Surely gonna be showing to do the exact same now against A&R.
Yeah, surprising. It's weird to not see them sat around the table, the SK Gaming table, where they usually are month in, month out for their monthly finals bootcamp. But this time we're seeing Yoshi at home, so I imagine probably the whole roster is as well. And you've got to question it if or not that is going to, you know, help or hinder them a little bit more. Obviously, against A&R, it's going to be a tough matchup no matter what. Even if they're at the top of the game, even if they're together and communicating perfectly, A&R's never going to be an easy matchup.
Absolutely. So I mean, A&R showed in SPS how deadly they are at the moment. They showed in the monthly finals as well that they can go very far into those brackets and take down any of the top teams. But they have yet to get that all-precious victory, that success that they've been striving for all year long. I'm saying all year long as if they were new from this year. Obviously, all of those guys have been competing for years now. But this feels like the year where they have been the strongest, where they've been at their peak mechanically, and with some clever drafts and a bit of a big ego as well here and there. They're definitely a scary team to face because you don't know what to expect.
Just a bit of a big ego. I think that's. I think you're dialing it down a little bit there, Teddy. If you see him on Twitter, you know he's got a massive ego, and that's just how it is. He has a massive ego for anybody else knowing. And I know that's rich coming from me, but Rama on Twitter, it's just different, all right? That's just how it is. It's just different. A little bit scary to see, and I'm sure SK Gaming are going to want to, put a bit of a cork in it, because he does talk a lot. And here we see Yoshi giving a bit of a homage to his. I guess he's still the fourth player, right? But at the end of the day, he's not really playing anymore.
No, he's been on the bench for a bit now, focusing more on content creation, but he's been with the team for the longest time as well, and in SK's greatest moments too. But he's always there if they need him to sub in. Are not expecting to see him have any playtime tonight, as we should be getting into our draft soon enough. I mean, what else to say here but that SK, they would love to get a grand finals appearance once again. They've been a bit shy this year, but the year is not over until the end of the day, and they still have a chance here to make it to grand finals and maybe even win their first monthly final of the year.
Well, Teddy, we predicted a little bit differently this time. I went for SK, you went for ANR, and obviously you were right throughout the last one, and me and Ark were wrong, so I'll give you that. But at the same time, why do you think that ANR are kind of the top dogs coming into this one? Because I feel as of recent, SK Gaming have been looking pretty solid, and that's kind of why I sided with that.
Well, I think it's a very even match, in all fairness. I predicted, according to my level of how scared I am of those teams, and I can already see a post of all of us predicting against ANR and ANR winning the monthly final, and I just can't see that. I just want to take that away from them. So I'm predicting in our own safety here. I'm taking one for the team. I think that SK is still the favorite for this one. ANR definitely got their chances though, but I'm avoiding just the controversies. I'm keeping us safe.
Teddy's predicting ANR because he's scared of Rama. That's the first. That's the first I've seen for someone predicting. But bans are in. We're heading on to Infinite Doom. My favourite map. Definitely not being sarcastic with that. Poco, Bonnie, and the Squeak from the side of ANR. SK Gaming going to ban out the Squeak, the Cordelius, and the Shelly. So I think it's pretty clear to see, even without seeing on the screen, who's got the first pick after seeing those bans. But Crow's going to be the first from ANR, and we love a bit of Crow here.
Yeah, you can give me 5 bounty quests. I'm still not going to be playing on Infinite Doom. Lovely bans across the board. Not bad at all. Taking out some of those very dangerous brawlers here. I'm thinking particularly of the Cordelius as well as the Shelly picks that can just be really, really up close and personal and dangerous. Tara is going to be the follow-up pick here. Don't mind it at all. The bushes are going to be great for her kit and get that mobility, and obviously the pulls as well. I kind of love as well how Gina's fallen off slowly across the last year or so, and we've been seeing more and more Tara to replace it and still bring that ability to pull and turn around games. So I think that is a really good addition here to their roster, as they'll go for the Brock as well for the wall breaks, and more often than not on this map, actually push breaks to just, make sure you have information on your opponents if they push up.
That's the thing, I feel like it's a little bit, contradicting. Going with the Tara who wants to fly under the radar in those bushes, get some pulls out of nowhere, and then Brock who's going to completely tear all the bush down. I suppose against the Crow, you don't really want the bushes to be there because of the scouting ability that Crow does have, and Amber obviously burning the bushes down as well. So ANR kind of adding to what Brock's already going to be doing and breaking up a lot of the map. I think that might help them out a bit if they can manage to duke this Brock out, and or if they do choose to take in something a little bit longer range. But at the same time, I love the Brock. I just think that the Amber return picks, it works quite often.
Yeah, I like it as well. I mean, it's going to be very efficient just at taking down those bushes, and that is kind of the name of the game on Infinite Doom. Similarly to Double Swoosh, to that extent, where making sure that you're either a terror in the bushes or that you remove them altogether from the equation. And Buster is going to be more the terror in the bush, in all honesty. Very scary if you get up close, very scary if you get in range of a pull. But besides that, gotta be careful himself about how he places himself and how he plays around the little cover that there is on the map.
Yeah, we'll see if he does manage to do it, but, you know, the same with Amber. Like, you're going to be burning the bushes down. I don't know why we're kind of going something that needs the bushes. B going to be picked up by SK Gaming, and I think that's a great pick by them. Good counter into a lot of the ideas that A&R are bringing to the table. If they can break up this map now, they're going to be in a great spot, because Crow's not going to be able to use his scouting. His range isn't as long as that, as long as the Brock or the B, and obviously the spawners can come in from the Tara as well.
I don't know which side to side with more when it comes to this draft. I feel like I like some of the ideas on both sides, really. Feel like both could really come out on top with this one. I'm really looking forward to seeing the execution here on both sides. We have some interesting ideas, but also some similarities in the way they can both destroy some of those bushes, and already they have started the party. And they also both have pulls, with the Tara and Buster both having the ability to pull their opposition up close. And I mean, there we go. Okay, A&R. I mean, what an explosive start. Holy.
Yeah, I think we kind of got to see a little bit more from SK here, breaking up the map, and he has obviously got some gadgets left in hand as well. Nob's going to pick up his super, though, as well, thanks to Mebius staying in his vicinity, but there's the 42 HP. Mebius is low. Super should surely come in, but actually doesn't. Burn down damage. A Crow's going to keep him quite low, but now the super comes in. Rama's falling so low, but actually survives out as well. Chaos needs to get him down here, or it's just going to get too far out of reach. There it is, and now the control's in SK's hands, too.
2 stars. Making the difference now. No, gonna try to get towards the super here. There are some big tags coming through, but Rama finds that Chaos and extends the lead to 5 now. Ope flashing the pool, but not quite gonna commit to it just yet. They have some utility to work with. The Tara pool is there. The Rocket Rain is there for Yashi as well. And charge shot now too for Chaos. Someone gets in range, they could get punished, but so far, not quite able to find that connection. However, the wolves are going to be out of the picture on the central area of their spawn, so less cover for them to work with.
Yeah, I feel like OP can surely pick this up with a double pull here and kind of go for it, but he's actually going to wait it out, just try and get a kill in the closing seconds, which is probably smart. Don't want to get hit by Crow here either, as he's going to get slowed down. There's the shot, and now the slow comes in. Doesn't actually get pulled in by that. I didn't even know that was a mechanic, to be honest with you. You've got the super, it completely cancels out a Tara pull coming in on you. But now SK just got no chance, because the jump comes in from Mebius there and not getting anything done. Get the kill, but still 5 needing. I don't think it's possible. They might be able to do it, though. Rocket Rain was there, but A&R hold on.
I mean, beautifully done by A&R. I felt like it was really even for the first like 10 seconds, and then suddenly there were 2 kills, as well as a blue star, I believe, going the way of A&R. Lots of value all around, and the Buster being such a threat in the early game before those bushes get removed, and even afterwards. I mean, how he played around that Tara pool, like, it's not very often that Tara pulls you and you're the one going away with a kill and your life.
Yeah, and also not feeding him much either, but the Rattled Hive coming out now from Chaos, just trying to get some shots in. Nob's going to survive this one out, though, but the control and star lead is now in the hands of SK, so it's going to be A&R who need to push in. The Pet's going to go down from OP and quickly dealt with, but that's actually 3 already used from him, but should be able to pick up Mebius here with a good pinch from his teammates. Rattled Hive being used once more, and there is the kill. 5-0, and A&R now are the ones in a bad spot.
Great adaptation here. The pull will connect onto Rama, and that's going to be a kill. A follow-up as well from my Chaos as he finds Mebius, and it's 9-0. We went from a dominant game for A&R to an even more dominant one for SK now.
9-0 is definitely not something that A&R expected to come into this game with. Rocket Rain goes over the top of that shield and gets some good damage in, but OP just pushing forward, gets his super yet again, and now might be able to rotate over to this right-hand side and get some shots in, but I'm sure Mebius will scout this out nicely. Even more burn down, the pull comes through and not going to get any connection. Slow down there from from Mebius as well, but actually takes a few throwing cards to the face in return.
Oh, taking a whole bunch of damage. And this game seems like it was over before it even started. 6 stars to Yoshi's name as well. What a performance from Emea, jumping from Mebius. And I mean, they'll get their first kill now, but they're still 12 kills behind. 12 stars behind, rather.
I mean, 6 of those will come from Yoshi, and maybe they get a team wipe and a bit more, and they might be able to bring it back. And I'm not even counting out at this point, but they need to avoid dying at the same time as well. Nob's going to get one burn down onto Yoshi here, thanks to the shots from Mebius. A&R's not going to connect anything other than that. Mebius needs to survive this one out now. Shots coming through, and there is the finish from SK Gaming. 21-7, and that is what we expected in the first. But A&R hold on, but SK had a better start in the second.
Yeah, it might also just be that having the early advantage just kind of like steamroll, right? And snowball SK to victory in this one. I think this initial fight might be very important, especially as those walls and bushes get taken out of the picture. They really want to get those early kills, early stars locked in and play off that. But Nob is taking so much damage already from the B. Needs to be very careful. And a second gadget already popped by Chaos, but no connections on that one.
That might have actually been his third. I'm not seeing any gadgets left from him or OP either.
Wow.
Yoshi's going to use all his gadgets as well. No more gadgets left for SK Gaming, and I'm sure quite a lot still in the bag for A&R. Bouncing back shots as well. Surprised they actually took some shots at him there, but at the same time, they're only 1-star up, so need to deflate some of this push, as it could go bad for SK Gaming, and it is going to go bad for them. SK OP is going to pick up his pull, but not really getting anything in return for it.
Let's see if they can find something on the side of SK. I like that A&R pushed up, keeping some of that space that they managed to earn in a challenging way. The Tara pool is something they need to be very much aware of, as it could turn around the lead very quickly. It's only 1 start separating both teams, so a single kill will turn things around if it's not traded.
Yeah, you're going to have to think twice about pulling in here. Nob's not going to be able to get pulled in. 2 of them do, though. And the follow-up is not even going to be damage pet on that one either. Now the lead's taken back, and Nob overextended a little bit. I mean, not really a lot could be done, because he needed to defend his 2 teammates who got pulled in. 3k hits onto Mebius, and Chaos has got all the stars. Well, he's all they need for a turnaround, but the pull comes in, and that should be Nob down as well, and that extends the lead to 6.
Great situation here for SK. Rama gonna fall as well to the rocket rain from Yoshi. Nob up close, but still caught off guard by OP, and the pool is gonna settle it here. 15 stars to 3 in favor of SK Gaming. They'll take the opening set.
I mean, I think deserved after that as well. They just played it a bit better. You know, A&R, they took a hefty lead in that first game early on, but from there, SK just looked better throughout the second too. So a big props to them for being able to take back this first set here as well. And A&R not going to be feeling too good about the start that they've just had there. But at the end of the day, still a long road for them ahead, and A&R can definitely pull this one back, because they still looked very strong throughout that anyway.
They really did. I mean, the first game was very good from them. I was quite impressed, actually, by how dominant they looked. But games 2 and 3, a completely different story, really. SK Gaming just reacting so nicely to A&R's game plan and able to counter it to near perfection. I mean, game 2 was perfect from SK Gaming. Game 3, just a little bit close, but still, I mean, 15 stars to 3, not exactly close.
Yeah, definitely not too close at all. And I mean, we saw some good stuff from the Buster, but I just don't know if that was the right pick. You know, they just picked it to counteract these Tara pulls, obviously, but at the same time, surely something else would have been a bit better, who could scout the bush and not get completely bullied for the majority of the game. Looking at the stats, though, 9-7-3 for the side of SK Gaming, 2-4-1 for the side of A&R, so definitely SK sided on the old stats.
Yeah, absolutely. So quite a statement in this opening set from SK Gaming. If we look past that first game, it was all SK, and that's going to be some nice momentum for them to carry on to set number 2. We'll have to see what A&R have in store for us to try to turn that around.
Well, we'll see if they are able to turn this one round. A&R, you know, they didn't look bad at all, to be fair. They looked pretty convincing, considering, I think, the composition they had. I don't know if the Buster was really it. I think they looked pretty convincing, all things considered, but SK Gaming just just drafted a little bit better in my eyes, and I think if they can carry on drafting like that going forward, they're going to be feeling pretty fine to be able to take down A&R here, especially if they keep on drafting the way they are as well. And Rama's starting to maybe look a little bit worried about his position right now, because, you know, they do want to go to the finals. They're still fighting out for this last world spot. SK, A&R, for all fighting out and already defeating Foot today. If they can defeat another one of their opponents who are running for this position, they're going to be feeling good.
Definitely so. Ring of Fire coming up next for some longer range hot zone action, although it can still get close and messy in those bushy areas and with some of those walls around the mid as well. Down the water slide as we head into set number 2, and a chance for a fresh start for A&R was just, yeah, I kind of agree with you. It just wasn't quite the draft they were hoping for in set 1. A chance here to draft anew as Shelly, Crow, and Stu are going to be the bans from A&R. SK Gaming have first pick. They banned out Bonnie, Stu, and Pam, and Squeak is going to be their first.
Well, you know, it does a decent job of kind of zoning out, but I feel like Lou does something pretty similar. Looking at the top win rates, though, we got the Shelly band out, the Stu band out. Sam still remains, and he is up there as well. So wouldn't really mind him coming through, especially into a Squeak or something like that, who doesn't have the biggest amount of DPS. It wouldn't really go amiss here, but I feel like they've kind of got to take something a bit more controlling first, and it's definitely one of those kind of like last pick surprising brawlers to come out. We'll see if A&R do choose to kind of switch things up and go a little bit more aggressive, though. Not that Buster isn't aggressive, we just didn't really see him going too aggressive. Poco's going to come down as the first, and you know, I don't mind Poco, but as a first, I feel like that gives SK a lot of capability of just countering this out.
Yeah, it is an interesting approach. I mean, I don't necessarily hate it, but as you said, I kind of don't know how much I like it this early into the draft. Might be revealing A&R's hand a little bit, but it seems like they have a plan that they're going to go Lou paired with it. Not sure how I feel about that, as Lou is not necessarily bad, but it's not really something that like I would, you know, imagine being paired with an early Poco pick either. So I'm very curious about how SK are going to be dealing with this draft.
Yeah, well, I'm liking the Lou pick a lot more than I'm liking the Poco, I'll tell you that, but we'll see if SK can bounce back. You know, it kind of prevents them from taking a tank or something like that out of their hands because of how good Lou is at kind of defending against those things. But Lola's going to come in, and obviously Ego and Freeze Frame can do a good job of tanking quite a lot of these Lou shots, and they're kind of playing the range game as well to stay out of having to just run in a straight line at this Lou and feeder. So I don't mind that pick from SK. It's been a bit of a while since we've seen some Lola, especially in a map like this, but I still don't hate it.
I prefer the draft from SK so far, but we still have one pick left for each, and those could make quite a bit of a difference. They're gonna go for the Cordelius, which I think is a really, I mean, menacing pick. We did see it get shut down earlier today, but will they be able to shut that down? A&R, they have their final pick. They need something that has the most good matchups or counters that Cordelius particularly well. Is, I mean, if they were considering going for a tanky idea, it's going to be a lot tougher to heal up the tank if he's in the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult now. Now I'm going to go with the Grey, a little bit of a TP in. I feel like that was kind of them who are lacking the DPS rather than anything else. Poco and Grey, not the most DPS, and you know, not that they're against anything tanky, but they've got some aggression coming in with the Cordelius, and if you can just take, you know, even a single one of these brawlers out of the equation, something like a Poco out of the equation, or a Lou when he's got that super, it can definitely make a big difference for the overall game.
Yeah, this is a weird draft for me, and are really like just no synergy between the brawlers at all. It's a weird one for sure. I mean, I really want to side with SK with their comp, but I'm hoping that A&R have something to show with this comp, because I'm not overly convinced, at least not in the drafting stage.
So well, it was a good residue early on. That's a great walking cane through, and now Chaos just trying to get some shots again. Thanks to that residue still being there. Medius quite low as well, but actually getting some good percentage on the zone. Not really got a lot of backup. Usually be the person in the back lines, not the front lines, but this time it's working quite well for him. Brahma's going to get a super early on, and Ope just trying to slot back into this mix, but actually gets caught on those breakable boxes.
He's going to be placed down in the zone, which I kind of like. Quick access in, but also quick access out if things get out of hand. Not quick enough for Rama, though, as he goes down, and now will be TPing back in, getting some more percentages as well. Trying to take care of that ego, but there's going to be another one placed down already. Shadow Realm now as well. And Ope is going to get out of it and jump around and might even find a follow-up here onto Rama. Rama gets him to 1 HP, but they trade each other out. It's still a slim lead in favor of A&R. With both players low, that heal from Mebius is going to have to come out eventually. And this would be the time for it. He is going to pop it eventually. Rama has super, but can't use it because Ope doesn't let him. And so far, I mean, A&R, they have the lead percentage-wise, but they've just lost every single bit of control they had.
Yeah, but that TP still remains. Not really letting him get to it, though, and Ope's very close to being stunned, but manages to avoid really nicely thanks to the speed that he's getting from it. Maybe he's going to go in. Nob gets the TP in as well. Ope having to retreat and come back. Not going to reach him, though, and actually gets frozen out there as well. And now it's A&R in their backlines, but it's Yoshi on the zone. Nob's eventually going to come back, but the heal keeps him in it. The ego's placed down, but no freeze for him just yet. It's actually close, 20% in it, and Ope's going to drag Nob into that Shadow Realm.
I am so confused by this A&R comp, and so confused that it's working so well. Really, I mean, I didn't really think of the TPs being such a great way to just get towards that zone and then get healed up and just overstay your welcome, really. But they still need 5%, and SK have been catching up, not with a walking cane, not gonna connect. Mebius is in the zone, though, has a heal as well, and that's gonna be settling it as A&R pick up the first game. But just like they did in Bounty, it was SK to get the 2 follow-up games.
And I feel like they should, you know, after seeing that, it just, I didn't know what I was watching at that point. It was just so scrappy. It was running in over and over again, and it was just working for A&R. I mean, the Poco, it's not like he's got anybody in front who he can just heal, you know? It's like a Grey and a Lou. They should still be falling down, but at the same time, it just seemed like maybe the Otis wasn't doing his duties well enough.
Mebius going to be taking very low HP, and Ope takes him down. Walking King connects, but Ope survives 400 HP, and for now it's going to be all SK in the zone. A sticky residue on the left side of the mid for A&R, and after they find a kill on that right-hand side, another Walking King, Nob going in and gets the kill, but is out of gadgets now.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a lead this time for SK. Nothing A&R can't come back from, though. They're just waiting this Lu super out and trying not to feed another in the meantime. Yoshi's going to use his super, not make any connections, but Ope just trying to make a push forward. Gets his super and surely going to be pushing towards. Maybe as here, 3 mushrooms picked up, jump over and say hello to these shots. Got another one as well. Drags Rama into the realm this time, and Nob's going to go down over the other side as well. Great stuff from Ope. Needs to cycle here and not let Rama place his super down. Does just that. And now it's Mebius' turn, surely. But this time, Ope might actually fall. Retreats nicely though and survives it. Ow.
Mebius will fall eventually, and A&R is still a bit behind. As I said earlier, it's nothing they can't come back from. But as we get closer and closer to the finish line, they might not have the time to do so. As SK are still in the zone, are still a threat, and Mebius will get out of the Shadow Realm. Thankfully for him, he is behind cover, he is safe. Nope is chasing Rama now. Will eventually get the kill onto him as well. Mebius will fall to Yoshi. And it's looking like SK are in a really good position to take this game.
Another super as well, and Ope's just cycling. This time he's played it so much better in the first at Question, but in this one it's so much better. Lu Super's just keeping him off for now. There's a little TP over to the right side there as well, but Ope's going to suck Mebius into this Shadow Realm now, and another Lu Super's placed down, but Ope just healing up nicely off these mushrooms and does get brought out of it, but can't be too far enough. A TP straight into the hands of Yoshi, who gets the takedown, but A&R are making a comeback.
Yeah, I don't know if that TP was on like, I don't know if it was intentional, but regardless, SK Gaming running away with this one, even though A&R are not that far behind. They need a bit of a miracle here. Nob does FTP, goes for 1, and they might still stand a chance. They need to keep SK off that zone. They're a couple percentage behind, and they might actually steal this one away. There's going to be a messy fight, a final fight, but one that A&R somehow will win and lock that game. And that's going to be a set for A&R with one of the wildest drafts I've seen in a hot minute.
I mean, Rama seems surprised he's won it himself at this point. Like, I don't know how he's managed it. SK just looked so solid throughout both of those games and somehow didn't manage to win either of them. I felt like the Cordelius at the start of that one was really popping up. Hope was doing a great job in that second game. The second game, he seemed to go back to his old ways and kind of not be, fighting in those backlines, dragging people out of important fights, and I feel like that was the issue. We do see NR even things out though, and this is going to be a difficult one for SK to swallow now, because I feel like they should have definitely won that one, and they just didn't.
They had some good chances, but somehow ANR made that comp work, and they did that with quite a bit of grace as well. Beautifully done. Good way to strike back as well and shut down that forward momentum that SK had built up after that opening set that was so favorable to them. A wild comp though, and I don't know if every risk like that is going to keep paying off for ANR. I mean, I'm saying keep. The Buster on Infinite Doom did not pay off, but their weird comp here did. So let's see what kind of approach they're going to have. I mean, holy Ope, 15 kills on his part. That wasn't enough apparently.
But the thing is, right, that's what Cornelius should be doing. That's exactly how it should be played. It's kind of just like 15 1v1s that he's managed to win that just don't really have an effect on the rest of the game at the right times. It's definitely a great performance, but at the same time, it just wasn't enough for SK to be able to bring this game back. It's definitely a difficult one to swallow, as I said, but moving on from there, we're going on to Hard Rock Mine in Gem Grab, and they're not going to complain about this one. It's been in the game for the longest amount of time, rarely drops out of that competitive map pool, so should be pretty confident for both of these teams, and this one's got to be a decision maker.
Let's see what they got in mind here for this draft, as we'll be seeing the first pick on the side of ANR, and they'll go for a tower immediately. The bans for ANR were Nita, Poco, and Carl. SK Gaming taking out Squeak, Cordelius, and Shelly. Across the board, like those bans, again, SK have been quite consistently banning Cordelius and Shelly on those bushier maps, those maps where you tend to see more flanks, or Embrace It, as we saw in the previous set was the Cordelius, even though that didn't work out. I mean, I don't think the Cordelius was necessarily the problem. Let's say, as Ruffs is going to be their first pick, and I like it. I mean, Ruffs is one of my favorite brawlers, so I might be a little bit biased, but it can still get some good value and deal well with some of those, very meta picks on these maps we see from the brawler win rates. Stu and Crow both have a pretty bad matchup against the Ruff, so I like it. We'll see the 8-bit as well. My favorite gem carry here, so far, I mean, SK Gaming is making me really happy.
Yeah, I mean, if he can't play Rico, he's going to play something else that can bounce around the walls as well. I like the Ruff's pick, but Gray's going to come in next from ANR. Obviously, back to their last pick now. I feel like we still need something in the mid. I don't think Gray's going to be much of a mid. Maybe just set up a TP to get them out of that position. It wouldn't be really that much of a bad thing, but something like a Gus, maybe something like that. They're going to go with the Sam and actually play that Gray through the mid. I don't mind the Sam, but it's going to feed Ruffs a lot of supers. They're just going to make sure that he doesn't get in those back lines as often as they'd like to.
Well, that's going to be some good aggression with that Sam. Looking forward to watching that. And we have a final pick from SK Gaming to try to solidify their draft, make it as Sam-proof as they can. In a couple seconds, we'll see their decision on that. And there goes Spike, which has been a pretty traditional Sam counter. But even then, I mean, Sam has a lot of HP. Will heal it up quickly as well, and if he manages to hit his super against the Spike, that's still going to be taking about 60% of his health away, so not sure if that's going to be enough. They do have some good damage. 8-bit deals a good bit of damage as well, and they have some wall break as well, but overall I feel like, I mean, if it's played well, the Sam here can still be a threat.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just whether or not, if he can get in the back lines, Spike's not going to be able to do anything anyway. It's the same with Ruffs. If it's pushed back against the Sam, it's going to be very difficult regardless. Just got to keep his lane and make sure that Sam's not going to get up. We do see the matchup of the Spike versus the Sam, and he is getting up straight away, straight into those back lines, but it's going to be SK. You've got to deal with him quick. Gets the pullback and gets the kill, and now he's in a good spot.
Yeah, this is a really solid start here from ANR. every gem that's been spawned has been in their pocket. Eventually, OP does find Knob, so it's a little bit of a light here for SK Gaming, and that's going to help as well that they have a damage booster now available as well, and they lose the gem carrier. Rama out of position, gets punished heavily, and suddenly every single gem is on SK's pocket.
Yeah, Nob's going to go down as well. Rama trying to make a fight in this mid here versus Yoshi, who's just going to retreat, fall back. He doesn't really mind if he loses that turret. He's got another in hand anyway. Maybe he's coming down this left-hand side and just trying to let Nob play out in a little bit of an easier matchup against that Russ. And he does get the control, same as last time. Pull comes through, going to get the spike down, but I'm not sure if that's really worth it. Yoshi alone now might go down, and Sam picks him up. Can he get out, though? Obe's surely going to be able to wipe him straight out here, and does just that. But now he's got 8 gems, and he's not the person who wants them.
Yeah, it's quite a squishy brawler to carry them as well, and doesn't really have any mobility to work with. Does have fertilizer that could come in handy. The Knob is going to get melted down by Ope. So far doing a really good job. A TP back to safety from Rama. Jordan was a pull as well, but not enough apparently to get that kill. And it's going to be a countdown locked in by SK Gaming. 15 seconds for A&R to interrupt it, but they already lost Knob, and this push is quickly deflating.
Yeah, Rama gets taken down as well there, and SK Gaming trying to answer back now after losing that last set, and after such a bad start to this game where Rama had so many gems, he dropped them all, and SK Gaming managed to claim them and claim the first game of Hard Rock Mine. Looked very solid towards the end, but if it's better off the start, then they're going to be absolutely fine. But if A&R can maintain those gems, then A&R might be able to pull something back here.
Who's a good boy?
Game 2. And a chance here for SK Gaming to double down, take back that set advantage, and put A&R in a threatening position once more. Early on, first 2 gems will be picked up by A&R. Makes sense. They don't have as long a setup time. They don't need a damage booster to really be that implicated in the mid-fight. But now that it's available for SK, it's going to be something very strong for them to play around with.
Yeah, well, Nob going to push down this left-hand side, make some great moves now. The turret's low, gets the takedown on both of them. And Yoshi managed to clean up, but walking came through there. Didn't do too much because those walls can't be broken, but oh, he TP'd out. I was so confused if he just TP'd in and got melted. I was like, what just happened? But now Nob's going to TP in. Mebius behind him as well. Gets the TP through, but instantly melted off the map. Pretty close, but Nob's going to go down, and now it's a 3v1, and Rama not in a good spot.
Yeah, definitely not much you can do from there either, and another rough Skagit in the final one. Gonna be buying some extra time as well. A nice gem lead for SK Gaming. And so far, this round from A&R not paying off. They might be able still to change things around, not trying to stay alive, create some space for his teammates to catch up gem-wise, and eventually they're only a couple behind, but with 2 that spawned in the mid, now SK suddenly back at 9 and 1 away from a countdown.
Chaos going to be able to drop this straight on Nob's face there, but doesn't actually get it off. And Mebius has got 1 gem, and that's all they need for them to start this countdown. But Nob's behind, maybe over-aggressing a little bit there. Steps out the line and gets taken down, but Rama gets 7, needs a TP and gets a TP. Not now having to use it as he retreated far off. But the TP comes in from Mebius, and the cheat cartridge away from Yoshi. Beautiful defense from him and a great bait out, but it's still as close as ever. 9-8. They've kind of got to stay in the mid.
It was a good attempt, but they need the next 2 gems here, and they actually will be losing 2 players. That's just not possible anymore. The next one will spawn. Yoshi surely will pick it up, and this is a disaster for A&R as SK Gaming locking this game and set. They're 1 ahead now and 1 step closer to the grand finals.
Well, I mean, SK just need 1 set. As you say, it's so close for them, and after feeling like they should have won the last, this should be tied away. So if they lose it now, I'll feel a little bit bad for SK, but at the same time, if A&R win 2 in a row, they'll have thoroughly deserved this spot in the finals as well. Pit stop is up next as well, so a bit of aggression for both of these teams, and we know A&R like to play that aggressive game. But talking about that last set even more, SK just seems so in control after, you know, after the first, Rama started strong. He had so many gems we saw him before there, just dies to Yoshi, goes down, drops all those gems, and from there, it was just all SK. I don't think we really saw much from A&R at all after that.
Yeah, we really didn't. And a lot of Einar's drafts have been very risky. SK Gaming playing more responsive and trying to adapt. And so far, doing a really good job at it as well. As Einar, they tried the Buster, it didn't work. They tried the Sam, it didn't work. Didn't manage to make the Poker work earlier. But I don't know if, you know, playing in such a coin toss way is going to be paying off if they do it again. Let's see in just a little bit what kind of direction they're going to go towards, if they want to try to play something a bit safer, a bit more traditional, because, I mean, even though Nob did get 7 kills, Mebius only got 1, Rama only 2. And even the 7 kills from Nob are lower than every single player kill count on the side of SK Gaming, with IKO sitting on 9, Yoshi and Ope sitting on 8 each.
I mean, let's put it this way, if the mid gets 8 kills, then he's done something right, put it that way, because that is a great performance from him. Heading on to pit stop in Heist now. Very offensive mode, and I feel like that can help A&R out of this tough spot quite a fair amount, as they are usually quite an aggressive team, as we've just seen in that last one. Not playing the Sam, if you can play something similar, a tank or something like that, then they're going to be all right. But SK, if they can play their defensive game with a little hint of aggression in there, I think they'll be fine too.
A&R first picking the Bonnie. It's an interesting one here. I mean, we've definitely seen it work, and it's not an unusual either. But their bans were Carl Edgar as well, which is worth pointing out, and probably that we pretty much only see in pit stop at the moment. As well as, of course, the Rico, which has always been quite decent here. And we'll see the Dynamite, actually. Barty was banned, but Dyna is a really good option here as well. Can deal a lot of damage on safe, as both destruction and some mobility. So I definitely like it, and I want to see how SK Gaming play that one out.
Yeah, we'll see if they manage to make something happen with it. I do like the Dynamite here. I think it's up there. We saw it played earlier. I think it was by Reply Totem maybe in their first game, and it worked an absolute treat for them. So we'll see if KS then. SK can do the same. M's going to come in after that as well, and I do kind of like that, preventing some tanks further on down the line, and with Bonnie as the first pick, I feel like they're going to need some tanks to go along with that. A little bit of aggression to go along with the range. I think that's not a bad first pick, but we'll see if A&R continue this on.
M's to shut down any aggressive ideas. A super as well can definitely help keep some control around some areas of the map. Play around those walls nicely.
Ooh.
But tanks are not going to be shut down just yet, as we'll see another Sam brought in by A&R. And I mean, the Sam wasn't doing bad in Gem Grab. Let's see if it can do a better job now here in Heist.
Maybe a Buzz might come down, something like that, a little double down on the tanks, or maybe SK will go for that on their side if it's not taken by A&R. Buzz is usually quite good on a map like this, or possibly another tank as well that can do well against that. Daryl going to come in from A&R, double down on the tanks and triple down on the aggression for when that Bonnie's got the super. SK Gaming need to find an answer to this kind of thing now, and you question whether they want to go for like a Primo or something like that, something that's going to be able to deal with quite a lot of tanks quite well. But Nob, if he gets the damage down on Primo, it's going to be absolutely fine, or if they'll just like kind of double down on the tank defenders.
Yeah, I don't know what the right answer is here, really. They could go for a Primo or a Buzz, but I mean, yeah, they kind of are playing against their own Shelly band there, really. They took it out of the equation, but it would have been wonderful to have here. Colette is going to be their pick. Does good against tanks, not necessarily the easiest to use against the Sam that can just constantly heal up, but and the Daryl shield is still going to be somewhat of a problem. But they can put in some work. This is going to be a fun one for sure. Very dynamic. Has to be expected with those comps.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw I think it was earlier in APAC we saw Colette come through, and it was played with Push It Back, and it just worked really well against some of the tanks that they managed to bring in. So we'll see if it's able to do more of the same in this one here. Now, Nob playing down this left-hand side. Ope's got this double down on tanks, and if Colette gets unsafe, it's not going to do too much, but Dynamite is. Stun comes through, he gets the shots in, and now it's down to a defense. Nob coming through, and Yoshi getting shots across here and trying to find Mebius, and just all-out defense for SK. think, did they leave someone up on safe or did they clean it up? Great stuff from Yoshi to clean that, but Rama's going to go aggressive, not going to be able to do too much, gets taken down. A&R, they have the aggression now, but it's taken down too. They're leaving Chaos on safe. Dyna on safe is not something you can just ignore.
Yeah, Dyna has so much damage available to him. A bit of a mistake, I think. I mean, if they manage to all survive... Oh, no, the miss jump as well from Mebius. That's going to be very annoying. I mean, he still manages to get some good damage on safe, in all fairness. But eventually, everyone gets cleared up, and it's only Rama left alive, and he's taking a lot of damage as well. Ikeo sticking him down and playing some really good dynamite so far.
I think I'm a little bit scared for A&R now because it's going to be very tough and the shots are not stopping from Chaos and Colette. Beautiful pinch from them. Rama's low as well. He's going to be burned down by this super from Yoshi as well, and now Dyna's on safe. All they have to do is kind of defend him out, and Nob's just going as well. He's leaving the Ems and Dyna on safe. I think maybe he's either accepting defeat or accepting that Mebius are going to be able to defend this one for the rest of the game. Maybe a questionable decision there, but Rama's just going to go and he's not going to get far.
Yeah, interesting decisions all around from A&R, to be honest. SK Gaming, so far, looking really good to lock in that match point. Maybe it's going to jump onto the save, but they only have 3% left on their save. If the Dynamite gets anywhere close to it, it's going to be GG's, and the M's might even be able to settle it now. As they're getting some more damage on save, but OP eventually walks in and secures that game. It's match point coming in for SK Gaming.
Well, I kind of feel like SK might have this now because they're looking exceptional throughout this one. I mean, they do have massive counters, right? They've got Ems and Colette against pretty much 3 tanks. Dynamite on top of that, and you're not really going to be too worried about winning the game. They just left Dyna on the safe so much. I feel like they've kind of got to keep someone locked down on him. But the question is, who?
Oh, Nob is out of the equation already. And Rama just waiting a bit to get his super. Yoshi not waiting around anymore, takes him down. Ikeos finds Nob. It's going to be a trade actually between them. And Yoshi was another one here. So far, wonderful stuff really from SK Gaming. They haven't managed to get any damage on safe yet. And actually Rama is going to be able to get some good damage now to give the lead to A&R. Just one roll on that save, 35%, that's brutal.
I mean, Chaos is playing the Dyna of his life, the game of his life. No matter what, Ope's helping him out, just defending him, and that's all they need to do now. The stun onto Rama as well. They can just defend Chaos for the rest of the game. Surely slows there, but a good pinch from Mebius. Ope's just going to surely accept death here and go down. The super's there, though, and the shot's coming through. Mebius going to jump straight out safe, but a defensive super from Chaos to push him into the grips of Ope. And now Chaos back in the same spot.
Tricky situation. Rama falls. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade as he got the Dyna just beforehand. Nob is able to get the M's before going down himself to Yoshi. Things are very even right now. 1% making up the difference. That would have been more in line with the previous game if they just didn't let the Dyna roam freely around their safe for the first 30 seconds. But Chaos and Rama trade each other out, and it's crazy how good Ikeos is playing on that Dynamite. Even when he does get pushed, he still manages to at least make a trade out of it.
Yeah, but I mean, if they just wait in this position, surely something can happen. All it takes is maybe it's just getting a jump and onto safe, and this is going to be an A&R game flipped, and it's already taking the lead now. They need damage themselves, SK Gaming, but can they get it? Mebius has jump as well. He might just go for it. Someone's got to go aggressive. Someone's got to stay defensive to stop Mebius, but can they do it? The jump comes in. They're maybe just going to have to leave him now, but Yoshi's back on the defense. Needs to take him down. Ope's got the slow, but Rama's going forward. Super available, but Chaos is down on safe. 10 seconds on the clock. Rama falls, but is someone still there? Meb's still there. He takes him down as well. Chaos still getting the damage. Is close. Who's going to take the win? Chaos still alive, but it's going to be A&R who take the win in this one. I had to double check it at the end there to make sure, but A&R stay alive.
Yeah, I had to check it on both screens just for safe measure, but it was A&R to take this one and contesting a match point here for SK. SK still a singular game away from taking this and going to the grand finals today, but A&R not out of business just yet. Still trying to contest it, still trying to fight it. The heal not coming through in time though for Nav, and Yoshi, there's a gadget and follow-up super is going to be easily able to get that kill. Mebius trying to still get some value on safe here, and he will get some. 22% lead in favor of A&R early on. Ope, oh my goodness, so much damage from Nob. I believe on every single player from SK, but he only manages to take one down.
Yeah, Meb's getting some shots in now, but Chaos on safe, and this is what you've been doing, just trying to get up the map and focus on that safe. Super comes in from Yoshi, but a little bit too early on that one. Needed a couple more shots in. There's the shots though, and he does get a kill on that one. Nob's going to be slowed down, tried to stop him from getting his knuckle busters, but it doesn't matter because Ope stops him in his tracks, and Chaos going forward for some damage now. Maybe it's surely going to be doing the same, but actually quite low. Doesn't really want to risk it. Chaos is going to get some damage on safe and make it a little bit of a lead, but it's not much.
And those Dynamax Supers are a bit of a double-edged sword, as it is going to be opening up the map. Ope goes down, and that means a couple extra attacks from Mebius. He's willing to go down here. Just wants to empty his ammo. Rama goes in onto the safe as well, but Yoshi is able to take him off it. 10% damage in favor of A&R, but not for long, as SK Gaming have the Dyna on the safe, getting a 14% lead of their own. Rama stunned for what seemed to be forever. And right now, SK Gaming in control of their game. Rama being melted down, and IKEA's now free to get some more shots on save. Gets his super down as well. 15% left. And Ope does go down. Mebius jumps into the save. Nob is sticking around as well, looking to get some good value there too. 11% differential. But is that going to be enough here for SK? Or can they find a final push? What's going to happen here, Trav?
Rama's trying to go through. Chaos gets the takedowns. Rama's going to fall too. That's beautiful from SK. Chaos surely able to push up and just finish this one off. Now slow from Ope as well. They can't even get up the map in time. There it goes. SK's going to the finals. A&R are going home in the semis. And what a game by SK there as well.
It was a quiet start of the year for SK Gaming and an inconsistent year as well. But what's been consistent is their growth and how they've been playing better and better. And today, they are going to the grand finals against Zeta Division to try to win their first monthly final of the year. Incredible stuff from SK Gaming. A&R not playing bad either. I think some of the drafts being a little bit out there, a little bit too much for me at least, and too much for the victory as well, it seems like today.
Yeah, I mean, A&R, they looked good through quite a lot of that, right? Considering the matchup they had, I think they played it quite well, all things considered. But at the end of the day, it might just be a bit too much for them to overcome Colette, Ems, even Dyna. They were just playing Protect the President with Chaos. They're just keeping him alive, letting him get the damage on safe. And I think that's kind of the uprise of SK in this one here, because they just did that so well. And you see, there was a chance of an A&R comeback here, even towards the end. They got the kills, got the roll off, stayed alive, but then we just saw Ope just walk past and get that finish off. They even managed to take a game, but even that one game just wasn't enough to be able to bring anything else back. SK take the win, and A&R sadly going to be shut down in third, fourth.
Still a good month here for A&R. With a victory over Foot, they can be happy with their results. But SK Gaming, I mean, they are going to be thrilled right now to be back around the top. 15, 19, 17 kills. Their kills were definitely on top, and a staggering 526 DPS from Yoshi. Is that right?
I mean, it was Colette against Tank, so I'd imagine so. That is a lot, though. And I mean, that is the most I've ever seen in Brawl Stars Championship and across all competitions, I think, as well. And that is just huge for him. 19 kills, 526 DPS is massive.
That is impressive. I don't remember ever seeing more than that, but wouldn't be able to know for sure. Wow, I didn't even see it coming. I mean, in all fairness, IKEA's played a phenomenal Dynamite as well. But let's see who the MVP is. It is going to be him. He played great, both in quarter and in semifinals, and I think worthy of this MVP as well.
I I mean, I think so too. After seeing that Dynamite, it was just a little bit scary. And I think if it went to anybody else, I'd be questioning it. But at the same time, 526 DPS and 19 kills, I wouldn't have complained about Yoshi having it either. But I think Chaos pretty much all the way through played a very, very nice game. We're gonna be welcoming back one of our least favorite people. And there's his face. It's Ark.
Wow. The welcomes have gone downhill here, haven't they, really? I'll be honest, I still can't get over that DPS, man. I mean, my jaw literally dropped when I saw that. I think that's the most I've ever seen in the BSC. And we saw in each stage earlier pretty much that exact same idea with the collecting tanks. And I think it was about, like, in the 500s for sure. Unbelievable stuff. SK are looking so good at the moment. It's quite scary. Very jealous as well watching that Reply Totem Zeta match from the sidelines. Nonetheless, we'll take a look back from the course of today. It was Zeta with a fantastic run of things, isn't it? They've only dropped one set today, and that one set to Reply Totem of all teams. No easy feat whatsoever. But sadly, that's as far as they made it. On the other side of things, for Esports with that huge upset earlier to A&R, it didn't go any further against SK Gaming those semi-finals. Sadly for Humble as well, it didn't proceed past those quarterfinal stages, and they were in a real contentive spot for the World Finals position. Sadly, not having made the SPS, though, means that they are now pretty much out of the running, leaving up Grand Finals for today. Zeta Division versus SK Gaming. Set to be an absolute banger. I mean, coming into today, SK Gaming won 227 points. I mean, if they were to do the unthinkable in the Grand Finals now, get 100 more points on top of things, and have SPS still to come for those Challenge Finals in Cologne, I mean, that's looking like scary stuff to me. But Emea is that region that always delivers, and today has been just that. Going to take a look at our predictions as well, as yeah, for the most part, smooth sailing for most of us. I mean, me and Trav behind though. Teddy's looking right out on front here.
I think we're even.
Is it?
We're even because
even, actually, yeah.
Use your eyes. Use your eyes.
Sorry, Trav, are you sad that I didn't come to you with this?
Listen, the thing is, right, I'm just
Listen.
going to put my point across. This is Ark changing up because I called him out.
Well, go on then. Give us your point.
I mean, my point is that SK are just looking better at the moment, I feel. It seemed more comfortable, and to be honest, you know, A&R, they can take down SK, take down Zeta. SK can take down A&R. By the process of logic, SK win.
No, I think SK were going to win. I put this in our chat as well just a moment ago, because I've gone with Zeta because I just want it to be different. Apparently I copy you too much, mate. So, you know, you've got to mix things up and keep things interesting here. But I think that, honestly, SK have never looked better. And it's such a weird thing to look back at this year and having not seen SK be as dominant in those top spots positions. I mean, their only grand final appearance was to the Navi, you know, back in, I think it was April, and they came out, you know, not looking great there. I think this could be the time for them. And what better time than now to go into those later stages of the year looking as strong as they are. I mean, Teddy, I've got to say, you know, as far as what we've seen from Zeta today, some great stuff, especially against Reply Totem. But SK have just looked that little shred better. Let's start though with Zeta Division, Teddy. Talk us through their roster and what makes them so great.
Well, they've been consistently on top so far this year. Garo, now Meow, the best team in the EMEA for the BSC 2023, at least up until Worlds start, because we might change our minds then. But for now, they have been playing incredibly well. And it was a big surprise to so many people when Zeta Division picked up this Polish roster. But, I mean, I just want to appreciate, you know, how good Zeta Division as an org are at scouting talent, are at picking those rosters out and making them champions. Because this is what this team is right now. They are the champions of EMEA. And SK, I mean, they're here to fight for that title now.
3 grand final wins under their belt and looking to make it a 4th. And you know, every time that they've not made the grand finals, they've exited in the quarterfinals. So this would be a first if they were to lose in the grand final stages. And they're looking so good today. But on the other side of things, Trav, SK Gaming, we just saw them. They looked so dominant as they were in the quarterfinal stages as well. It's hard not to feel like this could be a turn, a bit of a change in the wind for them.
I I mean, the thing is, after watching them play today, you wouldn't have thought they were fighting for their first monthly final win. That's the thing. After seeing, Zeta Division with 3, you'd expect SK to have at least 1, but they're playing this game for their first monthly final win, and that would be coming in the last month if they do manage to win it as well, which is just not what we expected coming into this year. SK, they put forward such a great roster. They've had real tough times, roster changes left, right, and center time and time again, but this is the roster that's looked the best all year long, and I think they might be able to do it.
It's going to take a great deal to take down the Titans of the EMEA region, which are Zeta Division, looking to make it their 4th monthly finals win this year. But SK Gaming today have looked so fierce. It's, a thing as well when it comes to their drafts. Their drafts have looked better today. They've looked more sure of themselves today. But can they go all the way? That is the question on all of our minds. I'm very curious to see what this poll will be on event.brawlstars.com. By far the toughest decision that we would have made today, I'm sure. So if you are just a couple of points away from that pin, I don't envy you. I don't envy you on this decision. It's a bit of a 50-50 for me. Teddy, you started with SK. Before we say a short farewell to you and get you back in later on, why is SK going to take it?
I think it's for the storyline as well, Like, they've had a tough year. They've had to make some difficult choices with rosters as well, and things just didn't really go the way they wanted. But they have one chance now to make it right before we move on to LCQ and Worlds and show again that SK Gaming is one of the best teams of EMEA.
Clearly, Zeta's just taking a little bit of a toilet break before they get into the nitty-gritty. It's a tough matchup next to come, and clearly just getting prepared for it. But again, Trav, SK on paper have had by far the more challenging road this year. I mean, for Zeta, they've pretty much been up on top the majority of the way through, and they faltered and came down and had those quarterfinals exits. They still bounced back, and who is that?
I actually have no clue. No clue.
It's just a random Donny. Big shout out by Yoshi there. Yeah, I mean, SK have gone through so much this year, and the one thing that's missing from their mix is that grand finals win. And to get one to finalize the season, to finalize the year for them potentially before we get into the last chance qualifying stages, and of course SPS Challenge Finals, where they are a huge contender for. I mean, it takes a lot, doesn't it, Trump, to bounce back from those kinds of defeats to get to this stage once again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with how many roster changes they've had. It's just been a real tough year for them. Like they started on roster, they changed it up again, and then changed it up again. It's like so many different roster changes to bring it to the roster that they have now, and this is the roster that's fighting out for the world spot. And at the moment, how they're playing, they kind of deserve it. If they're playing like this all year long, I don't doubt that they've probably already locked in a world spot. But this is the most solid roster we've seen from SK Gaming. They've had to change so many things. They've changed their play style. They've changed the players. And this just seems like a roster that can win a monthly final. And I feel like this, if any, obviously this is the last month, so they're going to have to if they want to win a monthly final this year. But I feel like this is just their month.
Yeah, it feels like that is the way things are going. Of course, Zeta, have got that experience this year of being in this position in those grand finals, Teddy. Time and time again, we sometimes, vote against them when it comes to the polls, as you guys have done today. But, again, more often than not in the past, they come out on top. It's one of those things that when you're so frequently in this position, you sometimes get underestimated by just constantly being able to turn things around. And we saw that earlier today against Reply Totem. When Zeta looked down and out, they turn things around, especially in that knockout set, I seem to remember, and just keep bringing those surprises in.
Zeta, like, as much as, there's a lot of hype around the SK right now, Zeta are still the overall favorites, right? They've had the more success this year. They've been in the better form throughout the year. But I don't know. I feel something about this momentum for SK Gaming that just drives me towards predicting for them. But hey, there's only going to be one way to find out.
There is. Teddy will catch you just in a moment. 79% on event.brawlstars.com for Zeta, 21% for SK Trav. I said it was more 50-50, as did Teddy. I think you'll probably be on side despite going with SK for the polls. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think it's close to 50-50, but I can see why the majority of people would go for SK, for Zeta. Like, in my eyes, 50-50 could win, but at the same time, I understand why people predict Zeta Division because they've got 3 wins under their belt and SK had 0 this year. So we'll see how it plays out after this short draft. Bans are there of the Gene, Brock, and Gray from the side of Zeta Division. SK Gaming going to get rid of the Tick, the Shelly, and the Cordelius. RT going to be the first pick, and I do quite like it.
Yeah, I think the ban's necessary here. Eradicating Tickers is just so annoying and just whittles down that HP. I think you've kind of got to add that to the equation, but Squig's still available, I think, if I'm not mistaken here. Gus coming in for SK. As we've seen, that shielding is just so key here to have Bonnie as well. Very, very SK picks. And that's one thing we can say for today is that when SK have brought in what they just feel most comfortable with, it has worked out more often than not for them. And I do quite like their starting hand here. Back over to Zeta though, and the RT's not a bad start. I don't know whether it's my first pick material, but nonetheless, a chance now to back out with 2 others.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind those. I don't mind the SK picks. I quite like the RT pick as well. But I think, you know, Gus and Body's a little bit better than this, or at least the RT off the start. But Sprout's definitely repaired it a little bit for me, I feel. If Body can get jump, it's going to be pretty decent against that Sprout. But at the same time, if RT's there defending, drop the legs and one-shot, it's not going to be the same story. But Zeta Division's still got a pick here as well. And SK obviously having a bit of an upper hand having this last pick, whether the Zeta Division need to kind of take into account that they might take something like a Carl or something like that. They can go so aggressive on the Sprout just with the click of a gadget.
And depriving it, of course, from SK, who would just be so dangerous with it. No doubt waiting for it in that 3rd and final pick stage and deprived of it. I quite like that. For Zeta, Bell as well, always going to be a safe pair of hands. And the nest egg could get some good value, but Eve still available here. Could be on the minds of SK. That's just something to have on the bottom side of this map, but I don't know, not ready for me necessarily, but nonetheless, some aggressive ideas still very much available here for SK. Carl on the cards as well. I think that can definitely show its worth and have that moment to go in on the aggressive when everyone's at their weakest and come out on top. Going to be going for control. I don't necessarily mind that at all. Surely the healing tonic though on the Barley is just going to keep that survivability in check when it comes to knockout. And I think they've got to have an answer for that Sprout, and that's probably the best option. Brom, though, wouldn't have been a bad one either. I kind of prefer it, but I think for survivability, I think the Herbal Tonic does go quite a long way here, but relatively even draft, I would say, on the whole. Signing a bit more of SK, actually, just simply because of the Bonnie. I think that can just provide so much value in the later stages, and the Gus as well. Adding the shield to the Bonnie as well, I mean, that's just a good day all round. But Zeta are so good in knockout. We saw them earlier today. They're just so relentless and so good at keeping their spirits high when all is against them. It's hard not to side with them just a little bit in terms of that, but let's see who gets the upper hand as we go into our final match of the day. It's the grand finals, ladies and gents. Zeta Division versus SK Gaming.
And Yoshi's being tapped pretty hard off the start there by Gero, who's pushing up nicely, and now managed to get a few evades and heal up himself, Yoshi there, and with this mark over Chaos's head, obviously he's got to try and avoid these Sprout shots like so heavily. Gadget being popped by OP now, trying to push forward. Heals coming through from the Barley as well, pushing behind him, jumps there, straight onto now he gets the takedown, and now Gero's next for the taking. It's low, but with no help from the Gus there, Chaos could not take him out.
Yeah, a little hope realistically here for Zeta, unless they can just try to find something. Gary's so low on that right-hand side. He's got to heal if he's going to have any opportunity to try to claw this one back. But as the gas comes in, it's hard to feel like Zeta can really push back away from this. I think just go to the gas and just let it be. They've got super anyway, so they just deprived SK a little bit of that going into this next round. But that is one on the board for SK. Great opening hand, great start for them.
Couldn't have asked for a better start, really. And Sprout with wall, it's going to be a bit difficult now as we see them push up, but Chaos is going to rotate over and take this side with the wall, whereas Yoshi's going to try and slot into that mid, but now Meow rotating back over, and Chaos is going to be moving straight to that right-hand lane once more. Sprout's got this advantage in terms of range, but Chaos has the burst potential a bit closer up. But at the moment, with no gas, he's not going to be getting close.
Mark could prove costly. There's big taps onto Obi. He's got to shoot these a little bit better. The Herbal Tonic comes in. The reverse polarity does not connect there from Gary, but it's a nice attempt, nice idea. But I'm surprised Obi survived that scenario, but needs to get super now and focus on it. But even if he gets it, to be much more vulnerable to being taken down swiftly. But doing a decent job now. Guess Gary actually picks him up a kill. 2 versus 3. Fantastic from him as he was literally about to go down. He might have to jump away here if he's not careful. Pops the gadget to get more maneuverability, more damage behind his shots, and That might be enough here. Meow's gonna box himself in, and Chaos can just easily shoot over the wall. Now he's the last one left alone, and he'll go down as well. What a start from SK, a game in the pocket.
I mean, that was flawless. How OP managed to get up whilst marked and the Gust Shield was missed onto him, I have no idea, but he managed to make the move, got the kill, got his super, and the super was what closed out the game as well. Huge moves from him coming in, and I mean, Yoshi was kind of just an anchor, didn't really do much, just stayed alive and missed a couple of shields, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if you bring him the win.
What an important time to bring a showing. Still a lot to be done here, but that was convincing for SKOP. Now he's got to be careful again to not get overzealous, but the heals will go a long, long way to keeping him in that left-hand side position. Meanwhile, Yoshi's on the top right, pushed back by Naoi's shots. Just itching his way forwards now. Amplified mark above his head, so he's got to be cautious as well as Chaos and OP separate themselves from those bell shots. Do not want to be speeding damage over towards each other here. Meow's just holding things firm, but two supers on the side of Zeta, only the one on the side of SK. So the SK's side, they've got to start to get a bit more utility behind this as more heals come in from my Chaos there.
Yeah, Chaos just moving forward, not stopping either, walking the straight line. Shield available now, placed on OP, and he's going to be rotating over to this right-hand side, try to face off against the RT as he did in the last one. It worked in the previous, so why can't it work again? Shield's gone though, heals are there though, and now the shots coming through. Chaos moving close into range of Meow, and he can't do a lot in that position. Now he's low as well, and Chaos walking all over him. It's a 1v1, but what's Gero going to do? Eat two shots to the face and go down is all he can, and the round goes to SK.
A shame there for Gero because the reverse polarity was really nice there towards the end. But this is why that Barley pick was a good investment for SK. They had to have the heals to get the upper hand, to get the high ground, and the late stages as well. So good. What value there Chaos was able to achieve there. Meow almost went down. The wall will be a saving grace there from the shots of Yoshi, but they still got to retreat back a little bit here as the jumping from OP is good. Clears up the lane on the left-hand side. Meow is forced out to then pop a gadget for a super, but it's still a 3 versus 2. I mean, realistically, how is this round not going the way of SK here? Great taps from Naui, but there's so much more work to be done.
Yeah, a couple of supers in hand and the gadgets there. Yoshi finds it even though the wall was placed. Naui is going to go forward, but he's going to be taken down. SK Gaming taking set number 1 in such a convincing fashion. I don't even know if they got a single kill on the side of Zeta Division. Never mind anything at all. I think maybe 2 kills across the board throughout the whole thing.
Again, they're just looking very, very convincing. We said it coming into it, it's hard not to feel like SK might be able to cause the unthinkable to happen in the last monthly final. I mean, you know, what better time for it? It's been a really rough year. That is just the first set. I mean, but considering that Zeta played Knockout so well, and SK looked like that was so one-sided and methodical in the approach, most importantly, I've got to say. It did not look like, it did not look like they were nervous in any way, and that's something we've seen from SK sometimes when under pressure. They get a bit nervous, make some silly mistakes along the way, and just maybe overconfident in their approach when it comes to the aggressiveness, but it wasn't. It was all about control, and it was just so calculated, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it really was great from SK Gaming. I think the comp was maybe that little bit better, as you did say off the start. There was a nice reverse polarity there as well, but Gero just couldn't get the work done. Nice kills, but I mean, in this spot, you kind of, especially with that gas hitting you as well, taken down just by like trickle downs of Chaos's shots. And I mean, SK just looked so strong. If it carries on like that, if they get the drafts right, if they keep on playing this convincing, it could be a 3-0, never mind just a win to SK.
That would be crazy, I'll be honest. I mean, look at that. I mean, just almost donuts all round on the side of Zeta. Meow didn't have any, nor did Naui, just Gero on that bell pick. And that's a rarity to see, isn't it? Let's be honest. How often do you ever see Zeta with stats like that? I mean, it's looking very, very good for SK, but they've got to keep this up. That's the thing now, and that is the best way to start things off. As we go into Canal grinding for bounty. New draft, a fresh one, and that a chance for Zeta to be able to claw things back and turn things around. And this is a very good map for them. We've seen some great things from them in the past here, some more aggressive ideas and some great area denial. But again, it's really a lot to say about SK's ability to handle the drafts today. They've just been on point every step of the way. Kind of need to see a bit of a squeak ban, which there is on the side of SK Tick and Eve to follow up with that. So a Sam, a Carl, I think, on the left-hand side for Zeta. Carl, a Sam, and a Grey. Barley first pick. Barley first pick. I mean, there's still Cordelius, there's still Shelly. I mean, not necessarily their best maps and modes, but nonetheless, you can't really count them out here. And they're not being banned. Let's see how the follow-up is on the side of SK. I mean, I imagine going with their kind of like champion ideas. Bonnie wouldn't be a bad shout here at all for me. But again, just surprised to not see either of those two brawlers banned.
I mean, at the end of the day, just take all the throwers you can out of Chaos's hands at the moment. Dinah in the previous, Barley, and now when I'm taking it first at this point. Chaos is absolutely cooking today, but Cordelia is going to be the first brawler brought in by SK Gaming. And I mean, you know, Shelly's available as well, but I just don't know Shelly's worth really, especially against a Barley or something like that, especially on a map like this where, you know, if it comes to it, you can see a need to come in, something like that, something that's good against Shelly, tank it, throwers, everything kind of can go against her. But Cordelius, I think it's always going to have a bit of a show in, you know, in any map it has. If you can drag him into the Shadow Realm, it can defeat you. We're actually going to see SK pick up the Nita, which is a little bit odd in my eyes into a Barley.
A bit worrying after we saw Foot really struggle with it earlier today on this very map, and there's so little range on the side of SK at the moment, and I'm a bit worried. They need to add to that and just have that insurance policy when it comes down to things, because if they deprive a lot of these shots, of course the Cordelius has got a much better chance of being able to cycle off the back of these things, but they deprive the Nita and the Barley's able to get that constant value off the back of that. That could be smelling good news for Zeta. Is Shelly going to come out? I don't mind it. I mean, look at the range advantage it's going to have in this scenario. I mean, whatever the third pick is for SK, it's still going to have a pretty decent time. Can get rid of the bushes as well. But something that was a bit of a sharpshooter wouldn't go amiss for me on the side of SK, on the side of Zeta, well, and SK as well, let's be honest. But the first sign of things will come from Zeta here. And just to have a little bit more range to things, or double down, get the thrower in as well. Why not? Like you say, I mean, depriving Chaos, right? It's never going to be a bad thing. He might bring in Dynamite, who knows? I mean, it could work here, but I'm a bit worried for SK's comp.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same. Like, Nita was a little bit unusual as it was, but against a Barley, even more unusual. And then now it's against double thrower, it's going to be pretty hard. Gonna have to be pretty much against the Shelly, I feel, the whole time. I'm going to need to be cycling bears against her so much. Cordelius the same. You know, if it can't get in range of the throwers, it's going, against a Shelly. I mean, it's against throwers.
It's not what I was thinking.
It's against throwers, yes, right? But Shelly is not really what I would like to play Mortis into.
I mean, Zeta is surely just going to hunker down with the Shelly and just ensure that, you know, I mean, it can definitely cause a great deal of movement and shifting around the map when it comes to bringing the Mortis in, but I was expecting Dynamite, to be completely honest. I mean, under the circumstances, let's be honest, yeah, it's not your typical draft for Canal Grande. So, I mean, just considering how well they played it as well earlier, I thought it was absolutely coming, but Mortis coming out against the Shelly, we shall see. It's going to be OPE on it. I think he's probably the best pair of hands to have with that particular brawler. But will he bring out the goods? That's the question. Will he just feed Star?
Great start, that's all I'm going to say. What else do we expect at this point? SK, they're going to need something special here, I feel, and, you know, Shelly should just be following the Mortis around or staying with the throwers, because even if they just sit behind this wall with Shelly here, the throwers can deal with those two, Shelly can deal with the Mortis if they come in for a pinch, and I don't know what they can do.
They're going to have to make a move or make some space or something, because we literally called this was going to happen the second that we saw the Mortis pick. They're just going to stay with the Shelly the entire time. I mean, SK were going to have to time this absolutely perfectly, and even then, I mean, it's one button for now, just to put OP's mind at rest and take the stars and run away with things. I mean, it's going to take a lot. I mean, this could be a pretty stalemate affair until we see OP make a move, and then when he does, it's got to really land the mark. Yoshi's low, Paradise low goes down, 4 stars in the blue star with Zeta, and SK haven't had a look in.
I mean, Obe, he's doing a great job here, really. He just stood there waiting to be killed by a Shelly. There's not a lot he can do. Even the mind control's there now from Meow too, so they're going to have another defensive measure in case, you know, someone else comes in. Tries to bait out the super and actually does do it quite nicely, but Clay Pigeon might have been able to finish it off. Last call over to that side, and Yoshi surely can't escape this, but does just narrowly. Now Ope just running for his life, and this is not good for SK.
It's really not. I mean they could have gone with so many options, and kicking into Shelly just wasn't quite it, but we could be speaking too soon. There's 10 seconds remaining. Everyone between Zeta just hunkered down again. Mind control straight for Yoshi. Get out of this spawn, mate. We don't want to see you here. But Chaos coming in does get me out. Oh, this could be it. This could be huge. No, now he shuts it down and will survive. Just the nick of time there again, and Zeta come out on top.
I mean, I don't know if dragging him into the realm was a bad thing there, maybe. He wouldn't be able to get the damage from Chaos if he's in the realm, and if he is, then he's going to be able to get a pinch coming in from the Bear and the Nita, so I'm not sure if that was the best play. I'll have to look at it back a little bit later on, but Zeta Division just hold on, but that was definitely a bit sketchy considering the rest of the game that we've seen.
OPE there made the decision just to just ignore the Shelly, go straight for the throwers, and it did not pay off. And look at this immediately, SK just handing stars over on a platter. I mean, you can't do this, not in the grand finals. I mean, this set is pretty much chalked unless SK can really find something that we're missing in this comp. I mean, Yoshi's just creeping around the right-hand side, but can't go anywhere. You can't even close the gap enough to get Super to be able to cycle it in the first place. If he does, that might be the one look in, as I just don't see where it's going to come from anywhere else.
Yeah, I really don't know either. But Yoshi trying to make the play down this right-hand side. The shot's not lingering long enough, and Meow's got this mind control. If someone comes in, they're going to be able to use it. But Chaos not able to get too much done. He's the only one. I feel like we were kind of doubting Nita, but now he's the only one who can actually do something. Needs a bag, but kind of needs to throw it in front of Ope when he goes in and let it tank the Shelly Super. But at the same time, I don't think even that would work.
I mean, they're just completely at the bay of Zeta right now. I mean, Ope just trying to bait out the shell shock there, but it's just going to come immediately back as soon as he closes the gap, and now he just taps a little bit away at things. It's going to be a mistake needed, actually, on the side of Zeta. Now the Bruce Bear comes in, and this could be a chance. Last call going out, the Bear's coming in, but look at that! Shut down immediately! And Yoshi's the last man standing, but for how long? He's baited things forward. It's going to be going in here, gets the takedown. 8-6 now, only 2 stars needed. But SK, but can they even do that? 20 seconds on the clock.
I mean, looks like they might be able to. A pinch comes in. Yoshi needs to drag someone into, and he misses his super. That's actually the worst thing that can happen. The one chance to get the super from OP. He gets it, but the blue star's still there. Straight into now he can. They get the finish off. Now he goes down. The leads with SK somehow. They retreat, and they win. SK fight back, and now Zeta, after all of that, are at risk of being 2 sets down.
I don't even know how that happened. My eyes went somewhere for a split second, and I didn't even see where the stars shifted. But I don't know. I don't know whether SK can do it again. I don't know. I really don't. I mean, like I said, it's taking more of a mistake on the side of Zeta than it is to make a play from SK here. OP goes straight in again. That's a pretty decent start. Gets a kill, gets the super off the back of things. If SK can hold this now, but this is going to be even tougher, I feel, against Double Thrower here, but they're going to try for it. They're going to go in the aggressive. This is the best hope they've had all set so far.
I mean, what's going on? 9-3 up, and Ope's got 4 stars against a Shelly. I mean, yes, he's going for the throwers, but why are the throwers staying with the Shelly? Another super and he might be able to survive another push, but why risk it at this point? If they can just play a little bit more defensive, then they might be able to win it.
There's SK fans all over the world right now saying, yeah, we had no doubt. I mean, we never doubted this comp for a second. OPE is making it work, but I mean, it's taken 2 games to get there. On the retreat now, 1 minute on the clock might be a bit premature, but Yoshi's still in position on this right-hand side here, but he's got mind control there, and it should be just a sitting duck for the taking. Pushes into the realm now, he has probably the wrong person to push into the realm, and now OP is susceptible here for damage.
I mean, he's not the guy you want with 6 stars against a Shelly, is he really? But if he goes down, then it's all going to crumble for SK after such a beautiful game. This could all be changed. Good. I think he jumped over that there. Yoshi, nice jump away from that Shelly super, but Ope's he's going on a bit of a loop around. He doesn't really mind what he's doing, but it's Meow being dragged into the realm here, and now Yoshi might be able to make something happen. But it's just going to be Ope running away here, and Yoshi and Chaos just trying to hold on.
it's just such a high-risk moment. He can't afford to go on the aggressive, which is going to allow Zeta to go on the aggressive, pushing things around to the left-hand side now. Now it's creeping. The Bruce Bear comes out. That will seek them out. And OP might even be trying to go for something there. It's going to run away from the thing. SK, 15 stars to the 13 of Zeta, and somehow, some way, with that comp, come out on top. I don't know what I'm seeing, but what I do know is that I feel I've seen it all. The Emea region in the final monthly final is going this way in the grand finals. Sure, why not? I'm all for it. Mind blown out of existence there.
We wanted his live reaction on it as well. But I mean, honestly, that was crazy. Really, it really was. I mean, I don't know how that's even happened. Zeta, you got to take a look in the mirror and question how.
That's it. Just
that's
how?
It. Just how.
Your face is the picture, by the way. I mean, of that first game, if that wasn't enough to tell Zeta that they had this by comp, I don't really know what does, because, I mean, they were waiting on the side of SK for Zeta to make the mistake. It was just as simple as that. But make the mistakes they did. I mean, OP's pop-off there was crazy in that third game. I mean, it shouldn't really have happened, but it did.
I don't know how they let him get away with all of this, to be fair. Like, this is just crazy, really. Like, I mean, Ope played the start beautifully, right? He got supers, he chained them. That's what you need to do against the Shelly. The only hope you've got is supers. And I think maybe we didn't even see him get a super in the first game because of how dominant Zeta were. And then from there, maybe he learned. Maybe something was a little bit different. There you go. And again, 6 stars were over his head. It really was nice from him. He made some great plays. I'm not taking anything away from him there. But I don't know how Zeta couldn't defend it.
Shouldn't have worked, but it did. And just again, that small opening of a door really did open itself up for OP to come out on top. The MVP, in my opinion, which is not what I was expecting to say. But on the other side of things, now he got 258 DPS and 6 takedowns. I mean, for all intents and purposes, that was a set going the way of Zeta, and that begs the mind, doesn't it, that if they can't gain it there, can they realistically gain it in double switch for gem grab? I mean, if going into this set off the back of that kind of defeat, can you really pick yourselves off the floor to really, be able to make something of it? It's hard to see how SK don't take this set and sweep Zeta, and that is something that I just did not expect to say when I was waking up this morning.
No, I was gonna say, I never thought I'd hear the day that was said, at least in this year, when these rosters remain the same. But we've got the bans in on double swoosh. Tara's going to be the first pick of Zeta Division, and we know I'm never going to say no to seeing a Tara, but I'm not sure about that first pick. Ems, Squeak, and Amber coming out of Zeta Division for the bans, and SK Gaming going to get rid of the Squeak, the Cordelius, and the Shelly. Obviously, after the last game, I don't think they want to ever see Shelly again, so I don't blame them for banning it.
Yeah, I think the ban's solid here for SK, and when it comes to that mid, that's the question realistically here for me. And SK played some very out there ideas today. I won't be at all surprised as they kind of shocked me yet again, but I still think a Gina or a Bo is probably better for me, but Gregor to come in for SK, that might be their mid even, and that's very interesting stuff. I mean, ultimately, if you can get the TP working for you to have that SK both in and out and gain those hills off the back of it, I'm all for it. Walking Kane as well can really open things up in that mid and give yourselves a better matchup. So it's really nice. I feel like this is like the month that SK are just bringing out some great things from the back pocket that they've been holding on to all year long, and just now seem to have a bit more confidence behind actually making them work out and implementing them successfully. So they do need to have that aggressive Jesse coming in. It didn't work out earlier. I said that I'm not a big fan of it here on this particular map. It can work, it's okay, but I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm the same. It was Foot who played it right, and it didn't work out for them very well against A&R at all. So we'll see if SK Gaming can maybe play it a little bit better, but I don't know if it's just like good against the spawnables, the support from beyond that Tara's going to be bringing in or something like that, or whether they were just kind of that stuck for a mid-brawler. But if you're that stuck, you kind of maybe just pull in like a Gene or something like that, something a bit more versatile. We're going to see the Crow coming in from Zeta Division. I like that, and I like Zeta Division's comp a little bit more from this point of view. So far, I feel like Zeta's comp is a little bit better, but they still do have their last pick, and we've still got SK's last pick as well. So a question if maybe Crow's going to be played in the mid, or if it's going to be played down one of those lanes. We should find out just shortly.
Jesse mid works really well here in North America, no doubt about it. And You know, it has trickled its way through to EMEA. I'm all for it. You know me, I love Jesse. I prefer it in hot, so I think it has a bit of a better place. Mr. P going to come out then. The Zeta is their third and final pick, and I don't mind their comp, but this third pick from SK could be something which could throw a bit of a spanner in the works if they get this one right, and they have got it right so far in this series. That's the thing, and even without comps, like we just saw, somehow mechanics do carry them forwards. This could be the final set even of the day, and that's honestly just insane. They can sweep Zeta. I mean, what a statement that makes to the rest of the world, coming into many of which are looking upon Zeta as being one of the favorites in the world finals. Poco is going to add things, and I don't necessarily mind it. It's not necessarily what I was expecting, though, I'll be completely honest.
I can't say I was either. I don't know anymore between these two teams. I just don't know what to expect. I don't know if it's just SK Gaming playing some completely wild Brawl Stars today that's just working, and I'm here for it. But after seeing Jesse in the mid, I didn't expect to see Poco, I'll put it that way. But maybe it's just, you know, burn through these Mr. P turrets, get going, and I honestly didn't expect to see Mr. P turrets being played into a Jesse either. So I'm not sure what's kind of going on, but we'll see who does come out on top. Obviously, it's SK Gaming playing this set for the win in the Grand Finals champions, or Zeta Division, with a dream trying to start a comeback. And this is the last person I expect to see in mid, I will say as well.
I mean, I think the bans, though, on the side of Zeta kind of like warranted a bit of an adaptation on the side of SK. I think they were really smart bans in that front, you know, with the Amber there as well, and still options were available nonetheless. Let's see how SK want to make this work, as they've definitely got the more out there of the two. I'm definitely starting with Zeta here with the Crow and the Tara alone. I mean, if Meow gets the portals as well, it's definitely going to be another thing that SK are going to have to consider. So far, there's the Walking Cane, pulls Meow in, but not going to follow up and get the takedown there. So a bit of a stalemate start, but for good reasons. Both sides do not want to feed anything to their opposition.
Nah, you can't really blame them for this at the moment. Just so passive, and like, Chaos isn't going to want to see any of those portals coming in towards him, but Yoshi's going quite aggressive now. Now he hit once, but Yoshi slowed down and not able to do a lot after that. Mope pushing forwards with a little hill coming through now as well with the gadget there. The Walking came through, and that's a great pinch from Chaos to find him there. The TP's available as well, and now the pinch comes in down the right-hand side. Yoshi just needs to make some plays as he's getting hardcore just dealt with here by the Crow, and that's a great pull by Gero.
Yeah, great retake of that left-hand side. Now the portal's coming in to lend a helping hand. And it was great for Meow on the bottom there to find the players that he was searching for, to ensure that he was safe in that moment of retake as well. So credit to him, as OP is getting really hassled by that portal on the right-hand side. Low HP for him, no super either to heal both his teammates and himself in the process. And now he's doing a great job of just keeping him at bay, keeping his distance, going in now aggressively as he can afford to do so, getting the double slow off there as well, and that's cleared up the right-hand side. OP will not be there for these initial seconds of this push coming in. He'll be there for the end. But Geru has found Yosh, connects, lovely stuff from him on the left-hand side, and let's take down. It's just OP versus the world. Nothing that he can do in this scenario, and Zeta show the first signs of life.
I mean, I think it's just SK's comp. I don't get it, really. It's three mids being played at different parts of the map, and the person who I was expecting to be mid, or the two that I was expecting to be mid, are playing down the lanes, and the one that I'd have been like, okay, that's a solidified lane brawler, is playing down the mid. So we'll see how it plays out, or if the Zeta Division is just going to close this one out quite quickly and comfortably, as they did in that previous game.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, because when I saw the crowd, I thought that's got to be their mid, right? But then they brought in two other additional mids, so it's interesting, but it's not working at the moment unless SK can do something with it that we've not seen yet. And again, now on this right-hand side, it's getting a bit more of a tougher time. He was doing so well in the previous game, but now a few switch-ups along the way, and it has shifted as Meow gets a bit too close for my liking there. Somehow comes out, and no harm done, but vision there will help him out massively. So this could be a retake of gems, and it is. Into the pocket of OPE, and two more from the mid. That's SK almost on the countdown already. They can afford to stay forwards now, because all of Zeta coming in off the spawn.
Yeah, Chaos healing as well through that TP, so 8 gems to 0. They've got a lot to go with here, and if there's no big turnarounds, then surely SK take this one, but Zeta getting some great control back as well. The slow might be available. A good shot from Ope over to that right to scout out Naui, and now it's down to Chaos to take over and try and make something happen, but it's going to be a tough matchup, especially when slow jump comes in, needs to get a couple of shots, and does go down, but it's still 8-3. They've got a lot of time to deal with this.
Yeah, Zeta are definitely buying time, but that's an unfavorable spawn there on the gem. And they probably push their way forwards for it, but OP's very low here. He will get the gem for it, but now if he gets to jump here as well, can go on the aggressive. Does so, but then uses it there, and he already got the kill, so that's a bit of a waste for me, but they can maybe focus their attention onto Yoshi a bit more now. The turret goes down, and I haven't really seen many of them. That's pretty much the first sign of life that we've already seen from that Jesse pick. But one gem away are SK from Countdown, and that cannot be ignored here. And that gem could be one for OP. He's going to go for it. He's got the heal to hand as well, so it's pretty safe to do so. And Geru has not got super. He has it now, but it's a bit too little too late, and SK should be able to run away with this.
I mean, they're getting aggressive. Meow's trying to come in, gets the shots off, but a big TP from Chaos to get the kill. Now he's got jump, but he goes left, and OP goes right. Screeching solo to finish him off, and it's match point to SK Gaming.
Yoshi looks incredibly chill.
Maybe too
incredibly chill for a team that are one game away potentially from their first monthly finals of the year in the final monthly final of the year. It's not over yet though, and Zeta have already proved and demonstrated that their comp has certainly got legs here. And if anything, it's SK's with the more questionable, but I mean, they're the ones on match point, so you know, you can't really grumble. Nice walking cane there from my Chaos on the right hand side, but there's a lot of clustering to be had here. You're just trying to find the shots onto Geru, but Geru not giving an inch, and OP in the mid does get that gem. Both sides just looking for that early sign of utility, and Meow certainly needs this portal spawns, which now he has.
Yeah, heals there from OP as well. Does get it off on Chaos and Screeching solo into both Naui and Meow. Walking came through that wall to break that. That's really nice considering the grey on this lane. And Tara pushing up maybe a little bit too aggressive, I feel, as a pinch from OP there would have gone quite a long way, but it never really played out like that. And 5-3 now, as SK managed to get one off Zeta's side.
Zeta's got some great lane aggression control, but what they're really lacking is this DPS in the mid. Meow just realistically can't cause a dent into OP to keep him away from the gems, so every time they come, he's just basically straight into the pocket. Now on the left-hand side, goes in the aggressive, but can't get the slow in time, and that might put Meow in a tough spot. The TP is there, the gems are picked up, and SK are so close to Countdown.
I mean, Geru's just used his pull on someone with one gem there instead of maybe holding it for someone like OP who's got 9-3, and they've got a long way to go now to bring this one back, with Chaos being pushed back, everybody in the spawn of SK Gaming, and they've gone back a little bit short in gems, 9-5, as Meow starts to claw things back, but it's still a long road.
Really is, but good connecting shots from Geru mean that he can't be far away from us, but they've got to be very careful on this Gene TP from Chaos. That has always been a problem, but Meow is stunned into the mid, slow there. Chaos goes in, Geru will get the pick up, but nonetheless, OP's in a great spot, but maybe out of position too much so. That's a team wipe right there. Zeta can get the steal, they can run back with the gems, and they just got a bit overzealous.
I mean, I don't know why he went for that, in honesty. He didn't have much to really sacrifice. There was no reason to go for it. OP now just walking the straight line, can't really do much else. 3v1, and Screeching Solo is not going to be able to do a lot. Geru gets the kill, and that is a little bit sad for SK Gaming. Could have closed out right there. And Zeta Division, the reverse sweeps alive.
Certainly that is the beginning of one, and we'll see whether it continues on. Looks like bathroom breaks again for Zeta. Some weak bladders, it seems, today, as I think they went before the round started, but they're going again now. I mean, SK kind of had that. I mean, with a comp that I wasn't really expecting, just a few little mistakes here and there, and that proved to be very, very costly. I mean, that might be the start of something. Well, we'll have to see how it fares later on, but these drafts, Trav, I mean, let's be honest, going back to the beginning of this series, I feel like we've seen it all so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've seen a normal comp at all, to be honest with you, but I mean, it almost worked for SK, which is, you know, maybe the surprising thing, and kind of, I was expecting Zeta to walk over them, and SK, if they didn't step out of line so drastically like this, then maybe they'd have been able to take the win, and that would have been even more surprising than them playing the comp, actually managing to win with it. But in the end, Zeta Division start to answer back and make it 2-1. Obviously, it's still 2 sets they need in a row before SK get one, but it's something.
something. DPS on the side of Zeta very much kind of even across the board and higher than SK's as well. And I just felt like they had the lane sides. As we were saying before that matchup really kind of commenced, it just felt like SK had 3 mids, didn't it? And they were just kind of looking, I guess, in their strategy to be able to kind of mix and match, maybe, but they didn't seem to do that. OP was pretty stern and stubborn in that mid on that Poco pick, but I mean, why not? It was kind of working. It was just that little bit of a misplay there, that bit of out of position moment that's proved very costly, as now the match point taken away, and we are now resetting. Zeta got an opportunity now, and maybe still a bit shell-shocked from the way that this series started, being 2 sets down and immediately looking against, you know, what has been such an immensely successful year, dwindling away now, back under some form of control. But they do need to take a breather and relax themselves into things, and remember that they've been here many a time before. You know, that's the thing. It's very unusual to see Zeta Division in the grand finals looking this worse for wear. 3 grand final wins. Got to remember, this is, you know, they qualified every single month. It's scary. It's really scary for them, but they have stopped SK in their tracks. They've broken that momentum, most importantly. And now what happens next will be a real opportunity to take this to the 5th and final set for Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be tough for SK if they do lose this one now. That slight step out of line from Ope there. And I mean, you know, don't get me wrong. He was the reason, even on the Mortis, that they managed to win that set number 2. So I'm not completely slating him. He's played absolutely phenomenal today, but that little step out of line, it really is going to hurt if they do get reverse swept now. And honestly, if you think about it, it's not that far away. 2 sets in a row for a team like Zeta Division. It's difficult, but if you expect anybody to do it, it's Zeta.
Going in then to our next set, Heist, Kaboom Canyon. This is realistically a map that caters a lot to an SK draft, when it's an SK draft, and like not sort of the avant-garde ideas that we've seen today. Definitely going to be opening up to brawlers like Bonnie, which they're so prevalent with, and the long-range affair, you know, that's where things can really work out well for them, but as they can also with Zeta, that's the thing. Let's see what the bans are. Most importantly, Tara squeaking Bonnie for SK, Crow, Bonnie, and Amber for Zeta. So, yeah, I mean, they're really solid bans off the mark. I think Bell and Brock certainly going to have a very high pick rating here when it comes down to things. If either side want to kind of go with those ideas, I think they're the safer of the bunch, but nonetheless, I've seen crazy things with Kaboom Canyon. There's no Shelly ban, there's no Cordelia's ban, but are they the best maps for it? Yeah, I think the safer pair of hands are going to be brawlers like Bell and Brock. That's for me, but who knows?
Yeah, no, I do agree. I like the Bell as a first pick. It kind of prevents a lot of the other ones. Slower tanks, 8-bit, that kind of thing. And with Bonnie banned out of the way, it becomes a little less valuable because obviously it's easier to hit those shots with something like a Bonnie who's slow. But I still think that Bell's a great pick. We're back at Zeta Division for 2 now. And looking at those brawler win rates, we've still got a couple of those, well, one of those, Colette, available. And I feel like Colette only really wins when it's picked into something like a Bonnie, like an 8-bit, that kind of thing. We're going to see the Eve coming in, and obviously the ability to float over the water is going to be huge on a map like this.
I think Eve's a good shout under the circumstances here because, again, there's a lot of big brawlers banned out of the mix, but I'm curious to see whether 8-bit will show as well, because I think that's a really good, solid shout. A bit risky, though, sometimes, a little bit with a slow and sluggish pace, but certainly a B pairing wouldn't be a bad thing for Zeta here, because they've got the Eve on their side. Well, they might leave it open to have SK make that kind of mistake, but it's a bit of a tough thing to have. Cordelia's going to come in, but, you know, I guess they're just placing it in there now, in the eventuality that SK combine it with a Darryl or something along those lines, because that's basically where Cordelius is really able to thrive, just to really alleviate those threats when it comes down to the big tanky brawlers, making that push through and taking them away from the objective. It goes such a long way here, but it's going to struggle massively so in terms of range, so it's going to be a credit to how Zeta choose to play it, to close that gap more often than not, and be that problem in the mid, and that might then open things up to wall breaking ideas from SK Brock. For that reason, yeah, I think this is the best pairing that SK could really have hoped for, really, the Bell and the Brock on their side, and now a third and final as well. I think that SK got a safer comp for sure already, even having not seen even the third and final pick from Zeta, and that makes me feel like SK might have the edge now because they're going back to their roots.
Yeah, well, I do like SK's picks, but at the same time, you know, Cordelius, anything can happen, so it's really a little bit worrying. Shelly still on the table as well. We've seen Shelly being played on Kaboom Canyon a considerable amount of times, and I think that's a big thing with Clay Pigeon. They're going with the Jessie again. Like, I don't mind it, right? I feel it's all right, but I kind of feel like there might have been a better pick.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, it might be 8-bit now for Zeta, to be honest, but the Energize and the Recall Spring on the side of the Jessie really is where the threat lies, and even in the middle, not bad for scouting purposes as well, to have those ricocheted shots, then kind of give you a bit of an indication as to where the second might be lying. But Carl, yeah, I mean, that's a really nice final pick for Zeta, and one that can really cause a huge problem to Jessie. I mean, you can just go in and just dismantle her so quickly, and I probably wish they played really well on their side also. If anything, I think that could have been an SK pick right there to be had, isn't it? I mean, that would have been like the perfect combo to the circumstances, Bellbrock and the Carl. So a bit of a saving grace in favor of Zeta in that respect, and the Eve definitely going to have a great matchup into a lot of some of these ideas. But I mean, it's the Cordelius that I've got a bit of a reservation on, actually, to be honest, because if SK keep them at bay in terms of the range and don't find themselves down their luck, then this could be solid comp. But nonetheless, Zeta need this set to take it to the 5th and final set to try to get the reverse sweep alive. SK Gaming potentially looking at a match point scenario in this set if they get this right.
Yeah, so Gero didn't last very long off the start, but instantly back up now is quite low. Once more, Rocket Fuel comes in, not going to make a connection, but breaking up the grass. They're going to be pretty pleased about that. The mark onto Cordelius as well. Going to jump forward, but actually go down anyway. Good shot from me out there as well. Might be able to pick up 2. Little spawnable comes in and do actually get the kill, but Gero's going to use his 3rd flying hook already, and really he might get a couple of kills, but no damage to show for it just yet. Should be able to get some now, but that's a lot of utility wasted early on.
Well, now he's got super, pops the nest egg on the left-hand side, and not necessarily the worst time to do just that, but the hatchlings on the side of Eve will do a similar thing also, so Chaos lands one on the left-hand side. I hope that for Zeta's sake that they've kind of blocked that. Now he brings OP into the realm of whilst he's doing the Rocket Rain as well, cancelling out the super. I mean, beautiful stuff from Naui. Going in again, won't find it onto Chaos. So all 3 members of SK still alive and in a great spot for damage, and now starting to claim things back because Incinerary is going to tear through the safe, and they've got to find OPE here realistically.
Tries to get some turret damage there, but not really going to be doing anything. Don't think he even got the gadget off. Spin forwards now from Gero and the jump in. Oh, coordinated attack coming from Zeta. But Yoshi's actually going to pick up the Cordelius. It's close in terms of damage. Zeta have a slight lead, but it just seems like the control wave is so fast and it's back and forward. So it's anybody's game.
The way as well that Zeta really value that Jessie turret to eradicate it from his existence so quickly speaks volumes to how much that brawler can do in terms of damage if left untouched. Oh my word, beautiful taps from Meow. Take care of the left-hand side and OP's 1 tap away. That is solid stuff as Zeta really are starting to now come into their own a bit more. They're still in a good spot in terms of damage, but would like to get a little more. Let's be honest, they've got the lead, but with 20 seconds on the clock, they do not want to waver from this position. They've got to stay firm and solid and keep the pressure on. Do not allow SK to get a solid counter push.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they're doing. Takedown should be there. Gero gets the kill. Chaos in the Shadow Realm can't do anything himself, so SK just going to accept the defeat in this one. First gadget, I believe, there being used by Yoshi as well, and when he's used the turrets, they've been taken off the map so fast prior to that one. Zeta Division, ever so close to continuing this reverse sweep.
They turn the lights off as well, just to really get in the zone, get in the mood. And I mean, I'll be honest, you know, the fact that Zeta are doing this is very, very concerning, as SK had so much going for them now. They don't look like the same team all of a sudden, and I think it goes to speak volumes to how Zeta are handling this kind of comp, because ultimately the Jessie is where the value is provided for SK, and they just were, like you said, able to take care of it so quickly. Cordelius going in does get a lot of value for it, and I think this is the time to realistically try to churn in some of that value. As Gary just get a takedown for it. Probably won't be able to find Yoshi, no, but the turret now goes out. And it was misplaced. I mean, there's got to be a misplacement, right?
I don't think so. I mean, it's good behind the wall, right? You can energize it. I feel like they always do it behind the wall now, but now the wall's going to be broken up anyway, so not going to get that much value. Gero is marked up on that left-hand side, and shots coming on to now. He's just trying to keep him out of range. Great stuff from SK, and this is pretty much already more damage than they did in the previous game. Keeping control and yet to take a single shred themselves.
Good kills from Yoshi. Has another super to hand. Cycling really nicely for me. But the takedown is down to now. He's going to provide more pressure onto Zeta. Who's got to make a choice to defend. This turret goes out. But taken down equally as swiftly. The damage remains. There's a quite considerable amount. 43% damage dealt by SK already. And not a scratch yet dealt by Zeta, as now he brings Chaos into the realm. Jumps over, tries to evade a shock. It's a mushroom for his time and will heal up, but pops the nest egg, and retaliation can be slowed, but able to juke around things for a little bit. They've got to start to get more damage on the side of Zeta, and they know it. It's the first sign of it from Garu, but there's 1 minute remaining. They've got to start to get more.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do much here. Now he just getting the shots onto him. Shots coming through and Gero having to back up, and now that little spawnable place back there, and they do have a bit of time to bring this back, but it's going to be tough in itself. Okay, now has the super as well, Rocket Rain available, but they're pushed so heavily back because all of them single projectile. Spin comes in, now the takedowns are there. Beautiful stuff. Yoshi's low as well. Actually ate one of those mushrooms, I believe, but now we're just keeping him in the Shadow Realm and clawing ever so close to turning this one round.
Oh, I was going to say, if now he stayed in that position, it would have been a serious problem for SK to have to deal with, but Chaos is low, OP is pretty low here as well, but Meow can't find the shots, and this could be a perfect time for a push to be able to inflict more damage onto the scenario. Taro's placed in time, but not much damage until OP lands the taps. Can now he get taken down? No! It's a solid defense for SK, and they should have the upper hand. Now, I don't think there's going to be enough time for Gary, even if he's left untouched on the save, to be able to do much about it. SK now surely moving on to match point, and they are.
Well, that's just absolutely beautiful there in reality. Gorgeous stuff coming from those guys. Yoshi in a bit of a tough spot, but does manage to make it happen. Looking calm and composed as ever down there as well. So a little bit curious about if they're going to finish this one off, or if Zeta Division are going to be able to win this game and bring it to that 5th and final. It's definitely worrying for them. But SK, 1 game away from their first monthly final champions.
Early flying hook there from Geru. Finally gets found here, but meanwhile now he's made a run for his right-hand side, and it's kind of where he wants to be right now, just forcing SK around and getting some damage for his time, but realistically, he'd much prefer to have the super. I mean, that's what he's going to be able to cycle off the back of. A lot of these bushes are already taken care of by OPE now, and nowhere to hide for Zeta. Chaos surviving on low, gets the takedown nonetheless, and now he's the problem realistically here. Can't close the gap. He's got to utilize some of these gadgets early on. He needs to get that super. Without it, Zeta might be in trouble here, but a base of the Rocket Rain there from Geru opens up some space and opportunity potentially here as well. So if he goes down, nest egg popped by Meow, jumps away, but not going to serve much avail nonetheless. Zeta are making moves.
Well, Yoshi's still got his turret as well. Going to throw it forward. Gero pretty low, but Spawnable's coming through, and now he's still got a little bit of HP, but the mark's still available from Chaos, and gets a beautiful shot there onto Meow. The Spawnable's coming in, and that's going to push him back. The single projectiles not able to do too much yet again. And the mark straight onto Gero. Beautiful placement from him, but at the end of the day, still pushing forward now, and they are behind. Brought into the Shadow Realm, and all the heals coming forward, but Meow's under a lot of scrutiny. The takedown's there, but Ope's got the Rocket Rain straight onto safe. Beautiful stuff from him. Now he getting the heal once more, but comes out of the Shadow Realm to quite a lot of people ready to fight him.
More damage tricking in there for Zeta. Missed mark there from Chaos. Keeps Gero in a solid spot to go on the aggressive, but no more flying hooks for him, and we'll have to get things back the hard way. She does immediately so as well. Yoshi's got turret, but needs to close the gap before we can realistically be in a position to use it. Throws it into the mid, and it's not going to provide any value realistically at all here, except maybe buying a little bit of time and stopping a little bit of healing on the side of Zeta, who are now advancing ever more forwards. Pests coming in, the hatchlings are going to go to town on this because everyone on the side of SK is already low, and the damage now raining down. SK have got a chance, one glimmer here for a final push, and Gary's going to try to slow the advance, and that he does, but SK cannot move from this position. They've got to stay firm. They cannot go down.
Well, now 30% left on the SK safe, and I mean, they need all the damage. OP needs to get up, but so defensive from Zeta here. The mark goes forward, and he hits the Shadow Realm grab. Gorgeous stuff from him, and now Yoshi trying to go forwards, but he's not going to be able to do it. Zeta Division are going to drag this to a set number 5. Rocket Rain came down, but it just wasn't enough to be able to defend anything else, and set number 5 will decide it all.
Bathroom break, potentially here for Zeta. It's every set. Oh well, stay hydrated, guys. Stay hydrated. I mean, they're doing it. No, if that's Zeta's plan for a comeback and the reverse sweep, and it, you know, lies in the lavatory, then I'm all for it. They're doing it. They're doing the unthinkable. SK had it in the bag. They had it. It was locked up and done. It was chalked in gem grab. But as you perfectly put it, Zeta are drawing this one out, dragging it to the 5th and final. And that's the perfect scenario for them because they're deflating SK. They're just chipping away at things gradually so. And going to Brawl next, I mean, it's anyone's now for the taking. What was looking like a sweep, which was a crazy scenario, but that was the reality of the situation. No dark realms to be had there. I mean, that was literally our reality. And now SK are throwing it away, it seems, and it's going to come down to a draft, you know? One draft now to determine whether they'll be able to get a monthly finals win of the year or not. I mean, it's just kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a tough one for SK Gaming here. They just seem in such a good position, and then a little bit of a gem grab throw was really what kind of turned it around for Zeta Division. They realized they had a bit of a foot in the game, so it's difficult for them, but at the same time, if you're going to get reverse swept in the monthly finals, then you don't really deserve that win. I mean, look at the statistics here as well, though. 16, 15, 11 versus the 13, 8, and 9 of Zeta Division. It's tough for them considering they had so much more DPS, so many more kills, but just not playing the objective.
Tough to watch, but SK, you know, great stats, just not playing the objective well enough to be able to come out with a set there, and the win ultimately would have been, but Zeta now are surely just building up themselves back to being where they're supposed to be. I mean, it was so strange to see them just like handing set after set over, especially in Bounty, for example, where they just absolutely had comp double thrower Shelly versus the Mortis. I mean, Nita, I mean, it's just never going to go the way 9 times out of 10 towards SK, but it did, and they are now responding. Better late than never. Let's put it that way. This 5th and final set now is what it all comes down to, and it's going to be one of two things. Let's be honest, it's going to be a 4th grand final win for Zeta, or it's going to be SK's first. And I think if SK do win this next set, I mean, Zeta have made them work for it, and that's the way that I want to see out Emea for the monthly finals as far as I'm concerned. Of course, many things still to be decided from the LCQ, many things to be decided, of course, prior to that in the SPS Challenge Finals in this specific region. But nonetheless, it wouldn't be right to end the monthly finals of Emea without a 5th and final set grand finals. And it's going to be it in Brawl Ball. Field goal is where we're going to finish. No further after that. That's what we know for certain. This draft is such an important one now for both of these two teams to get right.
Well, field goal it is. Got to expect some throwers, especially with these unbreakable walls here as well. We've seen it before. We saw it on Pinball Dreams where the Barley and Willow were brought in to fight against each other. I'd imagine something similar unless they get taken out during the ban phase, which we will find out right now. We got the Carl, the Ash, and the Squeak, so definitely don't want that aggression coming out of SK Gaming on that side. And SK, as I said, don't really want the throwers coming out of Zeta Division. They're going to have the Squeak to that as well, and then we're over to Zeta Division for their first pick.
Shelly Cordelius, question mark. I mean, they're both available here. I don't know why. But we'll see. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe there's a strategy behind things. This is going to be Zeta's first pick coming in. And it is a solid one on this particular map, and we've seen Nita play time and time again in places where I already feel she works. This is a place where I feel she absolutely does work. M's for the mid, B for the mid. I mean, if there's so many options still available here alongside the Cordelius, alongside the Shelly. Throwers, as you mentioned as well, for sure. Sprout will be certainly on SK's mind in the later stages of this draft once they have these two first picks here. But, I mean, Bonnie available. There's a great deal of options here for them if they want to explore. But Cordelius, yeah, I mean, why list all the number of brawlers that could potentially be viable when the most obvious ones are still there? And, I mean, why not? You know, it really does make a lot of sense.
The thing is, right, like, if they go all the way, 2 sets coming back from being 2-0 down to bring it to a set number 5, almost reverse sweep, and then let it go because they've let Shelly and Cordelia slip through the draft, it's definitely going to be a bit disappointing, but they're actually going to go with the Crow, so maybe they'll get a chance to go and Shelly themselves, which obviously into Cordelius probably isn't the best of matchups, so maybe they'll kind of sway away from that a little bit, and 70% win rate on the Shelly as well. Not as good as I'd probably expected, to be honest, out of the probably the most broken brawler in the game at the moment. But Zeta Division have 2 picks in a row. Surely going to be expecting a mid and a lane coming out of Zeta Division, whereas SK only really searching for one more lane, and that can be, you know, with Chaos on the side, it can be the Dynamite.
I mean, looking at that win rate, I mean, that wouldn't be the worst of ideas at all, would it, realistically here? But Bonnie going to be a safe pair of hands here for Zeta into the mid. It's going to have a tough matchup a little bit if the Crow's able to get the slow off. I mean, that's going to make her an absolute sitting duck. But nonetheless, I still feel like it's kind of crazy that Zeta have left open this Cordelia's pick, you know? Even if they don't want to opt for the Shelly, which they didn't necessarily have to. I mean, it will open up a question mark in terms of breakability in the walls here. I mean, they are a bit more problematic, I would say, in field goal as a map. Grey, I love that from Zeta. Many teams saying that Grey is one of the best brawlers and often gets forgotten about in game modes outside of Hot Zone and Knockout, which I can understand. Coming in now for Brawl Ball, I quite like for Zeta. SK's third and final pick here coming in. They haven't got the DPS, they've got the ability to cycle the Cordelius, and that in itself is just such a dominant thing to have already as a starting hand, but having something else to add to the mix would definitely be a bit of a blessing. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Dynamite, to be honest, but Spike is going to be a much safer idea for them. But is it potentially a bit too safe? That's my thought here. I think that Zeta have got a more rounded comp. SK have got the more daring, the more dangerous on some level in some respects with the Cordelius, but I think the Spike now is a bit more rounded than what it was previously. But nonetheless, I mean, who are you siding with when it comes down to draft?
I honestly kind of think SK just because they've got the Cordelius more than anything, but I think at the end of the day, they can definitely win this. If they can just bring in a few Nita Bears, tank the Cordelius shots, and play it that way, then they'll be all right. But, you know, I kind of do like the safety that SK are bringing to it with the Spike and the Crow. I think it's pretty smart to be that safe, but at the same time, Crow down the mid against the Bonnie, it's going to be outranged. It's going to require a good few slows.
Now he popping the gadget there, finds Yoshi on the right-hand side. Can't follow up Bill's connections onto OPE, and that early life path from Chaos allows him to stay more aggressive, and now quickly heal back into more or less full HP. But I do like this Cordelius for SK. I mean, how can you not realistically here? Going in now with a quick mute onto Meow. Somehow Meow actually comes out on top though. That could be a pass straight onto Meow, but OBCs are coming. I like that a lot. Bit of a miss there from Chaos, maybe some miscommunication or lack of confidence there in the ability to handle the situation, but ball is clear and SK just making a run for it now on the right hand side. Meow the Bruce Bear as well to hand on the right hand side now, could potentially be making a move, pushing things back, and there it goes. The jump from now he is there, gets some good damage for his time. The pickup is there from Geru as well, and it's going to be an opportunity for Zeta if they can just find and close things out. It's going to be off the line to pass away for safety into the hands of Yoshi, and now coming back in.
Well, ball passed back into the goal now. IKO's just trying to make this play forwards, but I mean, they haven't got a bad comp for overtime, really. I mean, Bonnie and the Grey are definitely going to be a bit better, but the slow comes in, and that's absolutely beautiful there. Curveball not going to be connecting there, and now ball being pushed forward. TP still available from Gero, but I think I quite like the placement that they've already got on the map. It can be quite useful, but Ope now got the jump in, and Yoshi just trying to get closer and closer, getting this radius to be able to get his super for free, and he's got it for free there. This could be very dangerous now. Gero's going to go aggressive, and that leaves him in a tough spot in the background. Super forwards, and that's a great pass, but they're all falling now, and this should be a pass forward and a goal by Yoshi, but he's in the realm. He just needs to time it perfectly when he comes out. He does get it, but Bonnie stops it. Beautiful stuff, and Ope can't get the ball in the goal. 30 seconds on the clock, and SK should have scored that.
Tough times as we approach potentially overtime here, and Zeta pushing the ball forwards for that very reason. I don't think it's necessarily the wisest thing to go for a goal until the boxes go down, but they might do. I mean, crazy things have happened. This Grey in overtime is going to be a blessing as well. And the Bonnie also, if they can get super to hand, but SK done a decent job of starting to push back as they know that they do not have the high ground. That Bruce Bear, though, from Meow will alleviate things just a little bit. If now he gets a super here, it could be devastating. Gero wins the trade on the left-hand side. Yoshi taking shots as well in the mid. Pushes Naui into the realm, leaving Naui, Meow available for it, and the goal is there. Zeta now on match point, and who would have thought that we would be saying that?
I mean, I would not have thought this 2 sets in coming into it, maybe so, but this is definitely not something we expected after being 2-0 down. What a comeback this has been, and I swear this room gets darker every time we see the camera, but we'll see if they manage to win this game. Just one stands between them and their 4th monthly final win now.
The secret to success for Zeta is just getting everything darker in the room. Just turn off the lights. Just have everything focused and make the screens even brighter. But hey, it's working. That's what matters. And Zeta right now have never looked like a more likely candidate to take this game. And let's not forget, you know, SK were on match point. They were literally one play away from taking it in a sweep. One little mistake and the walls will come crumbling down. But Zeta are now clustered. And SK are starting to close in. There's the TP to hand from Gary, so an escape mechanism is available for him, but goes in on Yoshi, gets some good damage for his time as well. Not out of the woods by any means at all. The jumping from Obi is strong. The pass can be through here as well. Now he survives, so 3 versus 2, and surely SK can't push this.
I mean, they're going to be trying to go for it. The super's there as well. That's great from them. The shots come through, but he catches on the line. Another super, though, and this should be a goal for SK. The slowdown's too much. Yoshi gets his super as well. Chaos can't be too far off either. And they're getting this 1-0 up.
Beautiful stuff. It really was from SK. That is not an easy thing to make work, but Chaos absolutely landed the value from those supers, and SK are not done yet. Yoshi forcing Naui into the realm. Another super runs straight onto the head of Meow, but actually goes into the realm. Maybe the best play there, but nonetheless, get off the line, supers it away. My word, the defense is there for Saintsville. Is it going to continue on with that jump? It may just have bought enough time.
Well, he can't get the super shot towards the goal now and has the Shadow Realm available still, but the need to bears can be placed directly onto him, brings him into the realm and takes him down. That was so fast. Ope still available to get the jump off here as well, so, I mean, they are 1-0 up, so 40 seconds just playing defense isn't going to be the worst of options, but that's not the best of jumps from Ope. Just puts him in a terrible position, and they can't do much about that, but ball should be heading straight for the corner thanks to Yoshi there, and they haven't got a bad defensive comp either.
Let's be honest, it is SK, and that is where the majority of their wins come from, but Zeta are that aggressive team, which will go in for it. Chaos, though, having super is quite key here. Just going to buy his time down as long as he can, and then place it directly onto the ball, and Zeta have got to make their move prior to that moment in time, and now he forced into the realm there by Yoshi. Is the perfect time for that, because he would have been the best candidate to go in to get the ball out, and great defensive measures from SK. They didn't even need half the utility which they had for it, and they still used them nonetheless for safety, as you probably should in what could be your first grand finals of the year, in the last monthly finals of the year. It is match point, match point. Next game takes it all.
We wouldn't want it any other way. Whoever wins this takes everything, all the cash, all the points, and SK desperately in need of the points over the cash. And Zeta Division, they've already secured Worlds, so just trying to solidify themselves in that #1 spot even further. We'll see who comes out on top. Life plant being placed down by Chaos now, and some more follow-up shots. Curveball going to be connecting, but Gray in a great position, and Walking Cane going to be there, but actually missed it at that range.
Trickling down as well from the poison. Will he survive? No. Goes down. That's a great opportunity for SK now to push. Now he's going to be in a tough spot, but OP now low as well. Forced back actually from that position there, and allows Chaos to take the front of things and getting some good value from now. He gets a super his time as well. He places that at just the right time onto Gary, who's not got a TP out. All but now the aggressiveness of Naui pays off, and Zeta are starting to fight back here. It's neck and neck, tied game still, no goals yet, but Zeta have got a much better position on the mid.
Meow just shooting into that right there, and now the curveball trying to connect. Slow comes in on them there as well, and that should allow some shots through from the spike. Yoshi just playing a slow game. Walking Cane's there, but not really going to drag him through any walls, so I don't really see the point in doing it now. Gets the mute off as well. Shots coming through. Jump forwards from Naui, and that's going to be a goal. 1 minute 30 between them and winning it all.
There's still time for it, but SK have got to move and make something happen. Big connections there from OPE, but no gadget to get the slow off. It's surprising that he's already exacerbated them at such an early stage in the game, and now an opportunity potentially if Yoshi can just make something happen off the back of the Shadow Realm. It goes such a long way here, but is being hesitant to close the gap. Chaos has got super, is found by Gary there as well, and they have to heal up there. Yoshi makes the play, gets Naui taken care of. The jump in is good from OPE onto then Meow, but he's out of position now. Got to get the ball, bring it back forwards to Yoshi. SK can score this, he absolutely can. They're being hesitant, they're going for it now, and it is defended. Zeta off the line, the T-wipe is there, and that might be the one chance that SK had to bring this back into tie.
I mean, that's got to have been a goal there. The Shadow Realm's there as well, the mute, so he can't use anything else, but 35 seconds just isn't enough time. The jump forwards, the Shadow Realm grab there, that actually took him out of the spike super and out of the shot. OP gets the kill forwards, but 27 seconds. They need all three, and Chaos is going to fall. Only OP can get forward in this time. Yoshi going to be joining him now, but I just don't think that's enough.
It's going to take a monumental effort, and there's only 15 seconds for it now. Emea has super. Something could happen, but he's taken out immediately. Zeta all hunkering together. There's a mute there from Yoshi, but he gets cleared up by Garu, and Zeta Division have done it. The reverse sweep is there, and SK Gaming deprived of a first monthly final win of the year. Zeta Division come out strong, 4 monthly final victories, and they see out the Emea region with style.
I mean, that is incredible. From 2-0 down to 3-2 win on the double match point. Zeta Division managed to do it, and that is incredible. 4th win of the year from them. And let's remind you, we've only had 6 monthly finals. 4 out of 6 is huge for Zeta Division.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, that was such a pinnacle moment for SK. I mean, a game away, a goal away potentially from having literally 100 points more to their name going into SPS. And I mean, that would be crazy. I mean, they would have ended the day on 327 points, and that would have put them in such a great spot. That might come back around to haunt them.
It might do, and I mean, that's going to be tough for them because I think they're still going to be trailing for esports now, and it's all going to come down to that SPS LAN, so definitely need to show up to that and play some great Brawl Stars. But at the end of the day, look at this scoreline. From 2-0 up, SK Gaming, how close the rest of it was. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 in that reverse sweep, but it's Zeta who do take it.
Crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. What was starting out as an SK Gaming sweep just went from a bad day to a worse day, and just, oh my word. I mean, I just feel like they should have had that realistically there. I mean, there was just a couple of too many mistakes along the way, a couple of missed drafts as well, but I mean, they demonstrated even with a bad draft that they could come out on top. But Zeta are just that good despite the stats. I mean, again, and SK had some great stats. Zeta still played that objective, and that's kind of what we've seen in this series time and time again. SK had some very, very strong stats on the board, but time and time again, Zeta were able to bring it back around. It was a slow start. It was unlike Zeta in a grand finals, to say the least. But it ended the way that I think if we hadn't have watched it play out, many of us would have expected. But SK, I feel, should have had it.
I feel like they should have as well. I mean, statistics through this, the gem grab game that they should have won as well. That's got to hurt. It really does. OP dropping those gems when it was 9-7. And then from there, they had the dominant statistics in the last set, dominant statistics in this one. It just seems like they're not playing that objective as much as they should be. And Zeta Division just managed to snag it straight from underneath them.
Well, we're going to be getting an interview lined up shortly. I believe that Inso's just trying to find the light switch in the room before we can actually see him. Now he is the MVP, as voted for you over at events.brawlstars.com. And what a day for Zeta. I mean, that is what you wanted to have happen, isn't it? Looking ahead into later things, into the World Finals, you do not want to be taking a sweep to SK Gaming. And they were able to turn things around. Wonderful stuff. I honestly didn't think it was going to be happening. Teddy, you were watching from the sidelines. Very curious to hear your thoughts on how that all went down.
Yeah, I mean, they got reverse swept. They got reverse swept. It's a bit heartbreaking for them, for our prediction as well, for Trav and I. But regardless, I mean, phenomenal match. Phenomenal matches throughout today as well. I mean, just so much exciting stuff happening. And I'm excited also to crown a new prediction master after today.
I was going to say the same. Thank you, Teddy. At least I've got someone batting from my side. Fantastic work from you. I love to see it, mate. Always been my favorite. Well, I mean, I was going to say it, but I didn't have to. Let's take a look back at the bracket for today. But swiftly moving on from that, we might have Inso on the line. Inso, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, I am. Hi.
You found the light switch, finally. We couldn't see you towards the end of those games.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know you couldn't see us. We were just focused on the game. And yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to the lighting in the room, sorry.
You were so in the zone. You were almost in the shadow realm, my friend. I've got to start first and foremost by starting with how we finished. Talk me through that final series of SK Gaming. What happened at the beginning, and how did you guys get back into your mentality? I mean, obviously the toilet breaks helped out a lot. We saw that. But what did you guys do in terms of, your practice, your scrims, and coming together when it mattered most? How did you manage that?
I mean, I think we just practice a lot, like every week. So we are used to playing the game. And yeah, as you said, the toilet breaks kind of help us because the guys can play in the best condition. And also, I think that like we never really like lose hope because every time when we play a match, we kind of like struggle a little bit at the beginning because I think we lost the first set 2 versus Totem. But then we kind of warm up, and I think we played really well towards the end of the match.
Yeah, how do you find things are when it comes to your ability to handle the pressure, being grounded? Obviously, when you're the team that are just at the very top of your region, does that stress, that kind of like expectation come into the mix at all? How do you guys stay grounded when it comes to those expectations?
I mean, last monthly final and this monthly final too, I think we're playing kind of relaxed because we were already qualified for World Finals. And I think it was kind of what happened to Totem in the match against us because you relax a little bit too much. And when you have a hard match, you may lose. But this time we were very motivated. We wanted to finish the year as we started. And we had some really good scrims this week. And we were really confident coming into the tournament.
It's very impressive, honestly, when you look at your statistics on the board on paper. You either won the grand finals or you exited in the quarterfinals. So let's bring it back around to the quarterfinals exits. What happened back in April with SK Gaming? What happened in July? Just gone with Reply Totem, those 3-2 score lines, which kind of dominated some of those like lower points for yourselves. But you guys always came back strong after those exits. So talk me through your mindsets when it happened and how you approach things moving forwards into the next month.
Okay, so starting off from the like oldest one in April, I think we were playing really good at that point in the year, but we got a little bit overconfident after the first 2 sets. I think we were like thinking it was gonna be an easy win, and we choked a little bit in set 3. I think we even have the match point, and then yeah, like SK are really good at picking up momentum and. They reverse swept us. They played there really insane. And against Totem, I think it's a little bit of what I answered you in the previous question, that we were like playing very relaxed and we didn't really have a lot of motivation coming into the monthly finals. So yeah, we weren't really that focused. And of course, Totem is like an insane team. So they played really well and managed to beat us for the first time in this year's BSC.
There were your down moments, but let's focus on your best moments because, again, you have been at the top of this region from pretty much start to finish. There was never a doubt, realistically. When there was doubt, you were able to overcome those hurdles. So looking ahead, I'm not going to talk about LCQ because obviously you're not even going to be in it. I'm not going to talk about SPS because I'm sure you're going to be giving it your all. But World Finals, you were the first team in this region to qualify for it. How do you guys keep your eyes on the prize there? How do you plan? How do you prepare for that kind of event? And kind of like, what are your expectations of yourselves going in?
I think we're gonna take a really good advantage of being at the SPS LAN because it will be our first LAN event of the year, and we will try our best to get confident playing on stage and playing with like different devices. It will be like a really good challenge to get into the World Finals mindset. And regarding World Finals, I think we will also do a long boot camp. That's like the idea, maybe like 2 weeks or 10 days, something like that. To like come together, have the same like goal, winning the World Finals and getting like prepared and ready for the main stage.
One final question, a quick one. One word from you, Inso. Who do you fear the most at the World Finals so far?
I mean, I would say Crazy Raccoon probably, because watching... Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, sorry.
And so any final shout outs to your fans and following, and of course many congratulations to the players, give them our best. Yeah, any final thoughts before we close out the interview, mate?
I mean, thank you for supporting us, to our organizations, the division, to all the fans watching our games, and like everybody that's been coming and facing us too, because they always push us to like play our best level, and I think that's really great.
Awesome stuff, my friend. Well, we will see you in the SPS Challenge Finals, and then after that at the World Finals. Go and put your feet up. Have a bit of a congratulations to yourselves and your teammates in the background there as well. Enjoy the rest of your day. You've done good.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Welcome back, Trav and Teddy. Watching from the sidelines there. What do you think about what Enzo had to say there, Trav? Anything that sort of resonates with you at all?
I mean, the fact that you only allowed him to say one word kind of took Crazy Raccoon out the situation, right? That's 2 words, so I don't know what was going on.
I wanted to keep it short and swift.
Not allowed to say Crazy Raccoon because it's 2 words. Sorry, it's not.
True, that is true. Let's take a look as well at the regional point leaderboard for today, because that's changed a lot here, Teddy. Talk us through it.
Well, in first and second place, locked in for the World Finals already, we got Zeta Division and Reply Totem leading so far for the third World Final spot. It is Foot Esports, but they are not locked in just yet. However, themselves, Humble, SK Gaming, ANR, and Navi are locked in now for LCQ. There is still a little bit of a battle that's going to be happening at SPS for that final world spot, mainly for Foot Esports being in the lead, having the biggest chance, but there is a chance perhaps for still some turnarounds there, but they are going to be the favorites to lock in that third spot.
It's still the favourites, but ANR and SK certainly are hot on their tails. Make sure you tune in for the SPS Challenge Finals, where we get the conclusion of who will get that final last World Finals spot. Plays today, Trav, have been in abundance, but there was one in particular today in our matchup that we were discussing with that draft in the final grand finals set. Talk us through this from OPE.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure if I want to watch it again. I will say, you know, like it gave me enough stress watching it the first time, but he did play it very well after the first game. He came out of shell and started playing it a lot better. You see, you know, pinching in, getting the supers off, and just playing it a lot better than he had done to start with. It was just a matter of kind of trial and error until something worked. Cycling the supers, you know, the supers are what's going to be able to take down a Shelly if you get a couple of throwers caught up along with it as well. And you see that's pretty much the only plays we're watching, the ones where he's got supers, or where he gets a super in his face by the Shelly as well. So really, overall, I have no clue how he won it, but he managed it, and you've got to congratulate him for that.
It was spectacular to pull off. I mean, against all odds as well. That was a set that was surely Zetas, and somehow SK were able to do the unthinkable. But I mean, you know, when you bring in Immortus to pick up those kind of circumstances, you know, it's better late than never, for sure. Teddy, this is the World Finals race. Many of these teams already locked in. North America, of course, still going to be going on. Talk us through it.
Well, earlier today, if you guys watch East Asia, well, Crazy Raccoon has been qualified for a bit now, but they are qualified. Zeta Division, Reply Totem are qualified as well. Foot Esports, not quite, but on the way to. FA Mini Pekkas also qualified for SA East. NA West and NA East, I'm not entirely sure if they are fully locked in, but they are ahead right now. It's Luminosity Gaming and Chasma Gaming NA, and from the Chinese mainland China qualifier, it was United Trick of China that managed to qualify.
It's bittersweet as things are getting tied up in a nice, neat bow, but nonetheless, there's a lot still going on in the LCQ race as well. Tribe Gaming and STMN at the moment. Tribe for certain are going to come down to the wire tomorrow. Make sure you tune in for that. In South America East as well, Clash. This is FA, Reconic Esports SA, especially in the South America West region. That is going to come down to the wire as well. Humble, of course, SK Gaming, ANR, Navi for EMEA. In East Asia, already locked up, done, sealed and dusted. Reject Chasmat Gaming, Team Flash, Rising Sun is the A, and Revenant Esports 4-button as well. And Fennis there for the Chinese mainland region as well. All going to be in that LCQ. Some spots still going to be seeing things out tomorrow in North America and South America, but that is looking absolutely fierce, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, all of these teams are just really incredible and all capable of beating each other. The LCQ is really going to be an incredible event. And obviously, we saw earlier, it's going to be a group stage as well. We couldn't have asked for a better event, could we really? We've been asking for group stage for so long, and finally we've got it. But so many of those teams locked in, so many of them still ready to fight out. You know, that North America region tomorrow is going to be so good, especially the East one. Yeah, you know, I think there's a possibility of 3 teams getting up there in the 2 spots for LCQ and Worlds. So it really is going to be a great show.
Can't wait for LCQ, but first, before that, SPS Challenge Finals. That is where the EMEA region is going to be confirmed, locked down, and decided upon. Make sure that you tune in. August 26th to 27th, live, coming to you live with SPS. It's going to be such a banger. Going to come down to the wire. Obviously, Zeta's division all out in front, but for A&R, for SK Gaming, for Foot Esports, that is where things will be decided. BSC points on the line there, and that is honestly such an important one there, Teddy.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you know, it's going to be the final chance for 3 of those teams to decide which one makes it directly to the World Finals. LCQ, I mean, we've seen the caliber of teams that will be there. If you can escape LCQ, that's going to be a W for sure.
Or if you can come down, DreamHack Cologne as well. It's going to be a fantastic venue for it. Definitely going to be a great showing. But it's sad, guys, but that is going to tie up the monthly finals for the EMEA region. Very bittersweet, I know, but you know, we'll be obviously following things forwards into the SPS Challenge Finals. But for the monthly finals, it is done and dusted. I'm pleased to have done it with you guys, I'll be honest. Before we say our final farewells, make sure you tune in tomorrow from 3 p.m. UTC for the South America monthly finals. And then after that, of course, for the North America monthly finals, they are still to come. But Trav, I'm going to start with you, mate. Any final thoughts before we close out the final monthly final of the EMEA region?
No, I'll keep it short and sweet just for you, because I know you like it a bit short and sweet, as you said with Enzo. Massive congratulations to Zeta. I feel quite sad for SK coming second, but I mean, it's still a big thing for them getting those points on the board.
Is that all you got to say? Your Trav talks, mate. Never mind. Short and sweet. I get it. I dig it. Teddy, for yourself, mate, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just grateful for, you know, all the spectacular matches we've had the chance to watch this year in EMEA and all the great people we've had the chance to work with as well. It's just the best of the best in the industry, and it's always a pleasure to be by their side, to, you know, have those wonderful shows put up, and working with you guys as well is always a great pleasure.
It's been a journey, my friend. It's been a journey. It wouldn't be an event possible without Supercell, without Esports Engine as well in the background, doing all the things that they do. Honestly, the production this year has been absolutely on point. The players as well, giving it their all every single month. Those qualifiers are grueling 2 days of them to even get to the monthly finals. We've got to thank all the teams, coaches, the analysts, the orgs, and of course, all the viewers at home. We thank you so much for seeing us through this final month in the EMEA region, as you have been here from the start of the year. And we are done. Tune in tomorrow for the South America monthly finals from 3 p.m. UTC. And until then, we'll see you at SPS Challenge Finals. Goodbye for now.
Meow's winning this match on the right hand side, but gets hit by the poison. In comes those heals from Brawler, going to help out his teammates here as well. Stell's going to go down the super from SQ Mido. Gets the dash, tries to go all 3. The pulls there from Philip. Can he get it done? He gets the pull, can't get him finished. Zeta win, and Navi locking the LCQ.
Great bomb there from Mary's continuing on, gets the stun follow-up as well. And that's just wide open goal for him, but the slow is there. And that's going to allow Mr. Dostar to respawn. But Whitehouse have got to be able to win this down even more so. But Mary continues on. Follow-up shots again, and look at this. It's going to be a goal. Reply Toast has scored it, and there's not enough time for the response.
But they are catching up, only a couple % behind now and about to overtake it. Can they lock this one in? Semantic trying to stay in the Shadow Realm, but this is not gonna be happening here for Foot Esports. It all seems fine for SK Gaming, as they have a very big lead, and Finkaluki has already given up as well, as he knows it is over for SK Gaming. The turret finally gonna be placed down, and SK lock in the 3-0 victory.
Rama's trying to go through. Chaos gets the takedowns. Rama's going to fall too. That's beautiful from SK. Chaos surely able to push up and just finish this one off. Now slow from OP as well. They can't even get up the map in time. There it goes. SK's going to the final.
Zeta all hunkering together. There's a mute there from Yoshi, but he gets cleared up by Garu. And Zeta Division have done it. The reverse sweep is there.
Brawl Stars Championship and its $1.6 million prize pool, be sure to watch the explainer video up there.
Exactly what we got to see. If there's any sort of